Chapter 122. He got shot even though he was lying down. Wu Ji was speechless. He knew better than anyone else about the current situation in Guiyuan City. He couldn't interfere with this whirlpool. The Extreme Dojo was an independent force. It could be said to be a neutral force. It would never step into the circle of the major forces, especially in this situation. What a good third young master of the Lin family. He's nothing like what outsiders say. With this spirit, not only will I be the notary, but I also want to see if the Lin Fei from 5 years ago is as useless as the rumors say. Thanks to third young master Lin's kindness, I'll be the notary. Does anyone have any objections? Wu Ji couldn't possibly refuse, so he might as well agree and do them a favor. Guiyuan City's power structure is changing. The extreme martial arts school doesn't want to pay attention to it, so it's understandable for them to do him a favor. One of the 4 young masters, young Master Wu, spoke. No one had any objections. The 4 young masters represented 4 forces. Among them, the Extreme Dojo was an independent force with a strong background that far surpassed the forces of Guiyuan City. No one had any objections to Wu Ji being the notary. We have no objections to young Master Wu being the notary. We have no objections either. At this time, who dared to object? They couldn't afford to offend young Master Wu. Even the Li family, Zhang family, and Beigong family didn't dare to look down on the Extreme Dojo. With young Master Wu as the notary, the others couldn't help but wonder if they should make a profit. The Lin family was in decline and was no longer a threat. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. If they could make a profit, it would be a pretty good thing. Make a profit. Money was tempting, no one was an exception. 10,000, I bet Beigong Wuqing wins. 30,000, Beigong Wuqing wins. Apart from the 4 great young masters, the rest of the people here were either direct disciples or bootlicking followers. They all had a certain amount of money in their hands. They definitely wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. More importantly, everyone wanted to push Lin Fei out. If they didn't take advantage of such a good opportunity, it would be the same as missing it. A bunch of idiots. You'll all cry later. Lin Fei's expression was solemn, but in reality, he was laughing maniacally on the inside. He had never been so happy before. He had wanted to make a fortune off Beigong Wuqing, but it had led to such an incident. After a rough calculation, he found that there were 200,000 taels of silver on the table. It was a huge sum. 200,000 silver taels. Although it looked like a huge sum, it was nothing more than a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. A rank 3 fire talisman required 80,000 silver taels. 200,000 silver taels were only equivalent to 3 fire talismans. Young Master Li, are you not going to bet? Lin Fei swept his gaze over them and kicked Li Qingfeng away. He turned to Li Yuan and said, "This is a big customer, it would be a pity if I don't get some money from him." Therefore, Lin Fei made this move. "Brother Yuan, quickly take care of him, quickly take care of him." Li Qingfeng crawled up in a sorry state, eager for revenge. He had suffered a huge setback today. He was actually not a match for a piece of trash from 5 years ago, and had even knelt on the ground in front of everyone. This was a huge loss of face. Li Yuan wanted to slap Li Qingfeng to death. This was simply a disgrace. He could not help but admire Lin Fei for using this kind of method to force him. He clearly knew that he was being forced, but he still did it. He had to vent his anger. The Li family's reputation was more important than anything else. "Shut up and scram to the side." Li Yuan was not polite at all, and shouted harshly. Li Qingfeng had lost all his face. How would he dare to say anything? He directly stood to the side and glared venomously at Lin Fei, as if they were mortal enemies. "Third young Master Lin, are you not worried that you will lose?" Li Yuan mocked. Lin Fei laughed heartily, poured himself a cup of wine, and drank it in one gulp. "What is there to worry about? If I win, I take the money. If I lose, I pay. Do you think I will go back on my word?" Since when did my character become so worthless? Is the Lin family's face so worthless? Li Yuan could hear the counterattack in his words. He could not help but laugh. Third young Master Lin, if I don't place my bet, then I won't be able to vent my anger. I will also place 100,000 silver taels. The expressions of the others changed. The Li family's wealth was not simple. Another 100,000 silver taels. On the table, there was a pile of 300,000 silver taels. If Lin Fei lost, it would be 300,000 silver taels. It was not a small amount. Luo Tian, who was standing at the side, could not help but worry. If Lin Fei lost, 300,000 silver taels was not a small amount. If the Lin family found out, they would probably fly into a rage. Li Yuan didn't finish his sentence. Third young Master Lin, not just anyone can teach a lesson to my Li family's disciples. I would also like to ask you for advice. I will also place 100,000 silver taels. If you lose, you will kneel down and say that I am trash, and that everyone in the Lin family is trash. I wonder if third young Master Lin has the guts to agree? The 4 young masters were indeed the 4 young masters. Before, no one could see what they were planning. Then, they threw out a huge bomb. Li Yuan's idea was not a normal kind of evil. First, he would kneel down and admit his mistake. Lin Fei was not only representing himself, but also the Lin family and the Lin family's face. As for the last item, it was also the Lin family's reputation. 5 years ago, Lin Fei had left in a sorry state. 5 years later, if Lin Fei were to make a fool of himself in front of everyone again, who knew how many people in the Lin family would go crazy? Moreover, it was a crucial moment now. The young masters did not speak, but once they did, it would be a thunderous blow. You can't agree. This is a trap. Luo Tian hurriedly stopped him. He was worried that Lin Fei would walk into a trap. He did not want such a situation to happen. Lin Fei waved his hand. It's fine. I know what I am doing. I am not the Lin Fei of the past. I am ignorant. 100,000 taels. Do you think I will agree? Lin Fei asked. Li Yuan was just throwing out an excuse. What he wanted was nothing more than an agreement. 5 years ago, the Lin family had suffered a great loss because of Lin Fei. 5 years later, if the Lin family was affected because of Lin Fei would definitely be the sinner of the Lin family. His crime was unforgivable. It might even affect his father, who was the clan leader. Li Yuan was most willing to see a conflict in the Lin family. Moreover, no matter how useless the Li family's disciples were, they were not people that Lin Fei could teach a lesson to. Lin Fei dared to teach a lesson in front of everyone, not even giving him face. If he did not teach Lin Fei a lesson, Li Yuan would have to swallow this anger. This anger must be vented, viciously vented. The moment Lin Fei opened his mouth, Li Yuan knew that Lin Fei was still the Lin Fei of the past. He did not know the immensity of the heavens and earth. Then how do you want to play? I must vent this anger of the Li family. Li Yuan was very direct. Beigong Wuqing naturally would not interrupt. As for the others, they also did not dare to speak. Who asked him to have such authority? At most, they would just listen. Zhang Qian secretly cursed the old fox. Li Yuan's methods were a little vicious. It was not a good time to speak now, so he was happy to watch the show. In truth, he wanted to teach Lin Fei a lesson more than anyone else. The Zhang family had crippled a disciple at the 7th level of the martial path. His left arm was crippled, and his strength was greatly reduced. Zhang Qian would definitely be lying if he said he did not have a temper. For such a good opportunity to be snatched away by the Li clan, Shaochen felt somewhat regretful. However, when he thought about it, Li Yuan seriously injuring Lin Fei in a spar would clearly be very interesting. Why should he interfere? It would be better for him to watch the show. 100,000 taels of silver. 3 months ago, Lin Fei would definitely be tempted. But now, the situation was different. 100,000 taels of silver was not something Lin Fei cared about. 1,000,000 taels of silver. I'll play with you. I don't like other things, but I like to gamble big. 1,000,000 taels of silver suits my taste. Don't say that young Master Li doesn't have the guts. Lin Fei looked at Li Yuan provocatively. The look in his eyes was very clear. Do you dare? Even though it hadn't been long since he returned, Lin Fei had discovered many clues about what had happened back then. In particular, after speaking with Luo Tian, he realized that what had happened 5 years ago was very likely a trap set up by someone else. The one who set the trap was either the Li family or the Zhang family. Back then, you could set a trap. Today, I will also set a trap for you. 100,000 taels of silver was nothing. 1,000,000 taels of silver was completely different. Whether it was the Lin family, the Zhang family, or the Li family, 1,000,000 taels of silver was a huge sum. Lin Fei did not open his mouth, but when he did, his anger soared to the sky. 1,000,000 taels of silver. Everyone present was dumbfounded. They could not believe it. Was this Lin Fei crazy? He actually dared to ask for such an exorbitant price. 1,000,000 taels of silver, not 100,000. Did this guy still think that he was the third young master of the Lin family 5 years ago? 1,000,000 taels of silver was too wasteful. If the two were equal in strength, they believed that it would be worth watching. But now, the gap between the two was too big. One was at the 7th sky of the martial path, and the other was at the 8th sky of the martial path, Li Yuan. This gap was like the difference between heaven and earth. This was not an ordinary kind of squandering. Li Yuan's first thought was that it was a trap. Lin Fei was digging a trap for him to jump into. 100,000 taels of silver, Li Yuan could make the decision. 1,000,000 taels of silver was enough to affect his development. Li Yuan had no choice but to think carefully. Third young Master Lin, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? You are just kneeling down and apologizing, but I have to take out 1,000,000 taels of silver. Don't you think this is too much? Li Yuan said with a sullen face. Lin Fei laughed again. Too much. You are at least at the 8th sky of the martial path, but you are afraid of me, a 7th sky of the martial path. I think you should go home. All these years of training have been for nothing. Beigong brat has the guts to ask me for advice without saying a word. Disdain, not just any ordinary disdain. Li Yuan was usually meticulous, but because of a few words from Lin Fei, he was affected. In reality, a martial artist at the 8th sky of the martial path would not be afraid of a martial artist at the 7th sky of the martial path. If today's words were to spread, he, one of the 4 great young masters, would be afraid of a piece of trash from 5 years ago. He would not be ashamed, but the entire Li family would be ashamed, unable to lift their heads. After thinking about it again and again, Li Yuan thought that Lin Fei was purely scaring people. It was not impossible to defeat an enemy who was a level higher, but could Lin Fei do it? Li Yuan did not think so. Humph, don't try to provoke me, it's useless against me. Li Yuan coldly snorted, if you aren't afraid, then I naturally won't be afraid of you. I agree to your conditions, but I have to remind you, if you can't control your strength during the spar, don't blame me for not warning you in advance. What's wrong with that? Lin Fei laughed, but in reality, his heart was once again blooming with joy. This time, I am going to screw you over. 1,000,000 yuan bet, everyone clicked their tongues. No one was optimistic about Lin Fei. On the contrary, they thought that Li Yuan would definitely be ruthless. Lin Fei was going to be miserable this time, he might even be seriously injured. With the dojo of limits acting as a witness, if the Lin family wanted to cause trouble, they wouldn't have a reason. Fragrant Pavilion was obviously not suitable for sparring. Thus, everyone moved to the dojo of limits. There was no place more suitable than anyone else. The dojo of limits, a special power in the Buluo dynasty. The dojo of limits was spread across 10 counties. It was a huge power with countless elite disciples. Normal powers wouldn't dare provoke them. The dojo of limits, the word limit, was the essence of it. This was a place to surpass limits. Wu Ji acted as a witness and chose a stage for everyone. But for some reason, the news spread. There were many people in the dojo of limits, so when this news came out, it immediately attracted the attention of countless people. The dojo of limits itself was a place to break through limits. Aside from breaking through limits, it was also used to earn money to buy mysterious techniques and pills. In other words, the dojo of limits was a place to risk one's life. Hey, did you hear? The Lin family's third young master is going to spar with the 4 young masters. Your news isn't accurate. I heard that Lin Fei was going to teach a Li family disciple a lesson. Then, he met Li Yuan, one of the 4 young masters. There's going to be a good show to watch. The Lin Fei from 5 years ago? It seems like there's going to be a good show. Li Yuan is one of the 4 young masters. I heard that Lin Fei's strength increased by using some kind of pill. Last time, he revealed his trump card. This time, Lin Fei won't have a good ending. If I were Lin Fei, I would have already admitted defeat. Isn't this embarrassing? Hee, who knows? In any case, the Lin family has always been the enemy of the Li and Zhang families. Just now, I think I saw people from the Zhang and Li families, and even people from the Beigong family. Think about what this means. It has to be said that in front of everyone in Guiyuan City, the influence of these 2 families was huge. Dojo of Limits, 7th stage. For some reason, the originally sealed area was now open to the outside world. Everyone understood that this was done intentionally. Their goal was very simple, to deliberately embarrass Lin Fei. Pest, the situation doesn't seem right. They're obviously targeting you. Luo Tian looked around and couldn't help but feel angry. He understood what was going on, but he couldn't help but feel angry. Lin Fei stood there calmly and didn't even look at them. In fact, from the moment they chose to come here, he understood their intentions. Instead of sparring behind closed doors, it was better to let everyone know that their intentions weren't ordinary. They had a new understanding of their young master, and his methods were more powerful than they had imagined. If he lost today, the Lin family wouldn't be able to find any excuses. On the contrary, this matter would spread like wildfire, and it would directly affect the reputation of the Lin family. Lin Fei patted Luo Tian's shoulder and said casually, they made a big meal for me, so I won't let them down. I guarantee that they won't forget it for the rest of their lives. A cold light flashed in the corner of his eyes. Luo Tian didn't have much confidence. His gang had always been close to the Lin family, so he was most worried that something would happen today. Seeing that Lin Fei said so, he naturally didn't dare to say anything else. He was very clear about Lin Fei's temperament. On the surface, he seemed to be the same as 5 years ago, and he didn't seem to notice that Lin Fei had actually changed into a different person, no longer the Lin Fei of the past. At the same time, Wu Ji brought a middle-aged man over. When this middle-aged man appeared, many people showed a respectful expression. Obviously, this middle-aged man's status in the dojo of limits wasn't low. Chapter 123. From the moment they appeared, Lin Fei keenly thought of something and realized that the extreme dojo didn't want to cause trouble. The appearance of Chen San was the best proof. At first, Chen Dishing didn't put this matter to heart. He was already used to sparring on the stage, but from Wu Ji's words, he heard another layer of meaning. Thus, this scene happened. To put it bluntly, the extreme dojo didn't want to get involved in the power struggle of Guiyuan City. This had nothing to do with their interests. However, Wu Ji wasn't suitable to be the notary as he didn't have enough authority to speak. If Chen Dishing took over, it would be completely different. No matter what they did, they wouldn't step into this matter. Right now, they could only wait for Lin Fei's reply. I'm fine with it. Lin Fei said, with Chen San as the notary, we don't have to worry about people going back on their words. Don't you think so, Chen San? At first, Lin Fei didn't really care about Wu Ji being the notary. But as the matter developed, Wu Ji wasn't suitable to be the notary. He needed to find someone with high moral standing. Chen Dishing was the best choice. Lin Fei almost laughed. This was like having a pillow delivered to him when he wanted to doze off. He wasn't worried about them playing any tricks. 1,000,000 silver wasn't as simple as it sounded. This time, Lin Fei was completely relieved. Reneging on a debt, no one had a chance. Qin Disheng raised his eyebrows and returned to normal. He didn't expect Lin Fei to play a trick, but he didn't expose it. Instead, he looked at Lin Fei. Everyone here is a respectable person in Guiyuan City. Who would go back on their words? Wouldn't that be a joke? These words were very fair. Qin Disheng didn't want to offend them. Qin Disheng was the notary, so of course, he was also the judge. The Extreme Dojo was currently the most qualified. Qin Disheng was the most qualified. He was fair, so everyone believed that Qin Disheng was the most suitable person to be the dojo master. Place your bets, I'll be the banker. Just when everyone wanted to watch the show, Fatty Luo Tian suddenly became the banker for some reason, which made everyone curious. The Extreme Martial Arts Dojo of Limits, privately operated, actually existed. When Fatty Luo Tian became the banker, he immediately attracted everyone's interest. They didn't mind placing their bets. Who didn't know that Luo Tian was the brothers' gang's third young master? Once he opened his mouth, who would dare to question him? In just a short moment, Fatty Luo Tian was surrounded. Motherf *Ker, don't you dare get me into trouble, or else I'm going to suffer a huge loss this time. This was what a certain Fatty was thinking. This was just a small interlude. For a bet of more than 1,000,000 taels of silver, Luo Tian's private bet seemed insignificant. Lin Fei, come up quickly. In the arena, Beigong Wuqing was very excited. He had to crush Lin Fei today to strengthen the Beigong family's reputation. What's the hurry? Lin Fei lazily walked onto the stage. Qin Disheng, who was also the referee, had a strange look in his eyes. He thought to himself, this Lin family's third young master has a good mentality. Facing Beigong Brat's provocation, he can still maintain his composure. Interesting, interesting. Lin Fei, if you kneel and admit defeat now, I can be merciful and let you go. Beigong Wuqing's expression was excited, as if he could already see Lin Fei being defeated by him. Lin Fei said, hee, we haven't even fought yet. Maybe you'll be the one to admit defeat? Is that so? Beigong Wuqing said, then I'd like to give you some pointers. Steel opening hand. Beigong Wuqing moved, releasing his aura. Like a giant, he opened his 5 fingers, and a violent aura wreaked havoc. The void in the arena seemed like it was about to shatter. Steel opening hand, low-grade yellow-class Xian skill. One move. Among experts, Beigong Wuqing's strength was truly unmatched. Among those of the same level, he was considered outstanding. The violent aura whizzed past like a giant crushing down. Everyone could see how powerful it was. A yellow-class martial art was extraordinary. The Li family, the Zhang family, and the others all hoped that Lin Fei would be defeated by Lin Fei in one move. Subconsciously, they thought that Lin Fei would not be so easy to deal with. If he lost to Beigong Wuqing, Lin Fei would be labeled as trash. The Lin family would probably be furious. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, he began to shake his head. Not forceful enough. A yellow-class Xian skill in your hands is simply a humiliation. Let's see what true forcefulness is. Lin Fei's lazy aura suddenly became like an awakened tiger. The tiger roared, and a domineering aura was released from Lin Fei's body. 8 Desolation Fist. If it was anything else, Lin Fei would not be his match. No one could compare to Lin Fei when it came to forceful fist techniques. Lin Fei acted as if there was nothing beneath his feet. The 8 Desolation 6 Harmonies fist wasn't a yellow-class mysterious art. He activated the 9 Revolutions mysterious art, and a ferocious chi burst forth. It was as if numerous giants from ancient times had appeared. His fists clashed with Lin Fei's, causing everyone's eyes to fill with shock. Beigong Wuqing's fist technique seemed like a lone boat on a turbulent sea, about to be swallowed by the waves at any time. In fact, that was indeed the case. You've lost. Actually, the two's combat strength was not on the same level. Bei Gong Wuqing's defeat was the most normal thing. Under the 8 Desolation Fist, everyone knew that Bei Gong Wuqing would lose without a doubt. Under such a ferocious fist technique, only an expert with stellar energy would be able to block it. Bei Gong Wuqing's chest was punched countless times. If not for Lin Fei's mercy, he would have died in the arena. Even so, Bei Gong Wuqing had lost a lot of face. You're good. I'm not your match. Bei Gong Wuqing spat out a lot of blood when he said this. He was secretly shocked. Lin Fei had hidden his strength too well, and he had lost just like that. Apart from this, he felt a pain in his heart. He had lost a 3rd-grade fire talisman, and he had lost 80,000 taels of silver. Defeating Bei Gong Wuqing did not give Lin Fei much of a sense of accomplishment. Young Master Li, it's your turn. Lin Fei's swift defeat of Bei Gong Wuqing caused everyone to take Lin Fei seriously. A non-yellow class Xian skill that could unleash the power of a yellow class Xian skill was worth their attention. Young Master Li, this Lin Fei has some tricks up his sleeve. You have to be careful and don't fall for his tricks. Zhang Qian reminded with a faint smile. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Zhang. Li Yuan said. I don't really care about Lin Fei. He's just some unorthodox tricks. Although that was what Li Yuan said, he was actually starting to pay attention to Lin Fei. He kept searching his mind for any Xian skill that could upgrade his Xian skill. Li Yuan had seen many people use the 8 Desolation Fist just now. In terms of power, it was far from yellow class, but Lin Fei had played a shocking joke on everyone. Chapter 124. Amazing, 3rd Young Master Lin is really amazing. No wonder Zhang Wansong was no match for him. He killed him in an instant. 3rd Young Master Lin's punches were so fierce, almost comparable to a yellow class Xian skill. I didn't even see it clearly before Bei Gong Wuqing lost. Speed is the only thing that can't be broken. Looks like we can't offend 3rd Young Master Lin anymore. Bei Gong Wuqing, who is at level 7 of the martial path, was like a chicken to Lin Fei. Bei Gong Wuqing is famous for his ferocious punches, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow. The Lin family has produced an amazing guy. It's a pity that 3rd Young Master Lin's rear army was too slow. Bei Gong Wuqing couldn't even withstand a single blow, but Li Yuan might not be so simple. He can use his earth energy at will. He won't be easy to deal with. It's one of the 4 young masters again. As the crowd discussed, Luo Tian seemed to be the happiest. These silvers are all mine. Luo Tian, the banker, clearly hadn't expected Lin Fei to be so powerful. The usually arrogant Bei Gong Wuqing had been defeated by Lin Fei in a few moves. He was in an exceptionally good mood. More importantly, Bei Gong Wuqing's loss had earned him a large sum of money. He had been worried about it before. It wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small amount. When Li Yuan walked onto the stage, Luo Tian couldn't help but worry. His expression turned serious. An earth energy expert wasn't so easy to deal with. Those who had lost would definitely choose Li Yuan if they had to choose between the two. Fatty Luo, 500 silvers bet on young Master Li. Do you dare to take it? Who says I don't dare? Uncle Luo's words carry enormous weight. Luo Tian hesitated. Recalling what he had just said, he gritted his teeth. I'll take as much as you have. Luo Tian's words caused those who weren't willing to give up to bet on Li Yuan again. It didn't matter if they lost once, but 3rd Young Master Lin would definitely lose this time. Thus, their bets unknowingly became bigger. Uncle Chen, this Lin Fei isn't simple. Wu Ji said to Chen Dishing from below the stage. Chen Dishing smiled. What did you see? 3rd Young Master Lin must be cultivating a special mysterious art that can increase the power of his mysterious art. Wu Ji said, it seems that other magic skills can't do this except for the mental cultivation methods of magic skills. However, I can't think of any mental cultivation methods that can do this. Uncle Chen, you are so knowledgeable. Do you know this mental cultivation method? Although Wu Ji was one of the four princes, his knowledge wasn't something normal people could compare to. Especially since he came from the dojo of limits, his knowledge of martial arts surpassed normal people. Chen Disheng touched his chin and said approvingly, "You guessed it right. Lin Fei does practice a special heart method, but it's a useless heart method. If your Uncle Chen guessed correctly, Lin Fei practices the 9 revolutions mysterious art." Wu Ji was slightly stunned. 9 revolutions mysterious art? What kind of mental cultivation method is this? Obviously, Wu Ji hadn't heard of it. Chen Disheng said, "This is a mental cultivation method that surpasses yellow rank. As to what level it is, your Uncle Chen doesn't know either. However, I know that this mental cultivation method requires a special perception to comprehend. Once the 9 revolutions mysterious art is cultivated, it can increase the power of the mysterious art. The biggest drawback is that the 9 revolutions mysterious art can at most reach the 9th level of the martial path. It can't become a Xian practitioner." Wu Ji seemed to understand something. Could it be that he will be stuck at the 9th level of the martial path forever? Forever unable to become a Xian practitioner? For the time being, it's like this. Chen Disheng looked at the stage. Pity, what a pity. It's a pity. As for what it is, Chen Disheng himself probably knows. On the stage, Lin Fei didn't know that his fist technique was seen through by others. If he knew, he would definitely be very careful of the people from the dojo of limits. The 9 revolutions mysterious art is a useless mental cultivation method. For Chen Disheng to say that it's a mental cultivation method that has been abandoned for a long time is indeed not simple. Unfortunately, Lin Fei doesn't know it now. The only thing he can think of is how to take care of Li Yuan and get his hands on the spoils of war. They were vaguely involved in what happened 5 years ago. If he doesn't vent his anger, Lin Fei will have a bellyful of anger that can't be vented. He must find a way to vent it. Even if they didn't come today, Lin Fei would still find them and take revenge on them for what they did. As for evidence, in this world where the strong are respected, evidence seems weak. Today, I'll collect some interest from Li Yuan. I can't just let things from 5 years ago go like this. Lin Fei looked at Li Yuan, a cold light flashing in his eyes. This will be the first step to change himself. A direct descendant disciple is far less famous than one of the 4 great young masters. Teaching him a lesson feels completely different. Third young master Lin, I haven't seen you for a few years and you've made me look at you in a new light. Even that Beigong brat isn't your opponent. No wonder you dared to agree. Could it be that this is where your confidence comes from? Li Yuan said disapprovingly. Lin Fei shook his head, my confidence comes from there. You can give it a try. Since that's the case, you can make your move. Li Yuan smiled, let me see where your confidence comes from. 8 Desolation 6 Combination Fist. Lin Fei once again used the ferocious fist technique. This time, it was even more ferocious than before. Like a violent storm, the fist wind whistled, enveloping Li Yuan. The expressions of many people below the stage changed slightly. Lin Fei can be proud of having trained a fist technique to such a level. Especially since he dared to attack when there's a gap in strength between them, his mental strength is not ordinary. Underworld Hand. Li Yuan is indeed worthy of being one of the 4 great young masters. With a smile on his face, he raised his hand and a sinister black giant hand appeared in front of him. It is the Underworld Hand. A wave of cold air covered the entire stage, causing the people nearby to subconsciously shiver. Your fist technique is ferocious. Try taking my Underworld Hand. Using softness to overcome hardness. As expected of one of the 4 great young masters. Li Yuan uses softness to overcome hardness, breaking through all the attacks with one move. I wonder if 3rd young master Lin can withstand this move. Underworld Hand, a low-grade yellow class palm technique. The Underworld Qi can freeze Xian Qi. It is a rather sinister palm technique. If you are not careful, your strength will be greatly reduced. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. His mind was active. This Li Yuan is really vicious. He wants to injure me greatly. Humph, trying to use softness to overcome hardness? It's not that simple. The invincible Vajra body was fully activated. The 9 revolutions Xian Qi spread throughout his body. The side effects of the underworld Qi were forcefully blocked outside, and did not cause too much of an impact. Your underworld hand is only so-so. Although Li Yuan wanted to use softness to overcome hardness, he could not do anything to Lin Fei's fist technique. It was all broken by the fist technique. The two were evenly matched in the first round. What a strange Xian technique. This brat Lin Fei really has some tricks up his sleeve, Li Yuan said to himself. If this is all, I will make sure you are gravely mistaken. The stage looked simple, but the people below the stage started to take it seriously again. Chapter 125. P.S. Thank you to Book 1211041632253556, Book 1211171649424220, for the 100 Chidian coins tip. Who do you think will win between the two of them? On the stage, the fierce battle continued. The result of the battle was completely out of everyone's expectations. Lin Fei, who was rumored to be trash, was actually so powerful. He was not at a disadvantage when facing Li Yuan, who was one stage higher. Li Yuan, one of the 4 princes, was also very powerful. However, he did not have much of an advantage on the stage. On the other hand, 3rd young Master Lin used a fierce fist art from beginning to end, forcefully suppressing Li Yuan's attacks. Who was the stronger one? Everyone had a rough idea. 3rd young Master Lin's performance was unexpected. Some were happy, some were jealous, and some were worried. Zhang Qian was one of them. The situation is a bit complicated. Lin Fei hid his strength so well. It seems that their battle will not end in a short time. The one who spoke was a direct descendant of a second-rate family. He was also a follower of the Zhang family. Seeing that Zhang Qian was unhappy, he quickly added, no matter how strong Lin Fei is, he is not stronger than young Master Li Yuan. Li Yuan is at the 8th celestial layer of the martial path. He has a protective aura qi. Lin Fei is using a fist art. Li Yuan will see through his flaws sooner or later. At that time, he will be able to defeat him in one move. Of course, they did not want Lin Fei to win. Zhang Qian's face was gloomy. His gaze was complicated as if he could not believe the scene in front of him. He did not care about the 100,000 taels of silver, but he could not let Lin Fei get up. Beigong Wuqing was defeated, so Zhang Qian could not care less. Lin Fei and Li Yuan were tied, so Zhang Qian paid attention to this point. From the bottom of his heart, he did not want Lin Fei to stand out, especially when the 5 years competition was about to begin. If Lin Fei defeated Li Yuan, he would undoubtedly become a good card in the hands of the Lin family. Zhang Qian did not want to see that happen. The current Lin family was not the same as before. The geniuses were either dead or injured. However, Lin Fei's appearance made Zhang Qian realize the danger. If Li Yuan were to defeat Lin Fei, Zhang Qian would be at ease. On the other hand, Lin Fei had to be dealt with. Lin Fei was a dangerous person. This was Zhang Qian's subconscious feeling. Below the arena, everyone was guessing. On the arena, the two of them exchanged no less than a few dozen moves, and they were evenly matched. Li Yuangang struck out with his palm, but he didn't dodge. Instead, he laughed coldly, as if he had expected this. He struck out with both palms, and the frigid aura of the netherworld swept out. Li Yuan cultivated the netherworld mantra, and the netherworld cold qi around him was quite vicious. The cold qi invaded his body, corroding his internal organs and injuring his enemies instantly. Bang bang. The one who attacked from behind was Lin Fei. His huge fist smashed down, creating a strong wind that caused cracks to appear on the pillars around the arena. The two of them quickly pulled apart the distance between them. Young Master Li, did my punch taste good? Lin Fei said as he activated the 9 revolutions mystical qi to get rid of the invading netherworld Xian qi. He felt lucky, but he couldn't help but wonder why the 9 revolutions mystical qi could restrain the netherworld Xian qi. At this time, Lin Fei didn't have time to think about the reason. Striking while the iron was hot, he attacked again. It was still the 8 Desolation Liuha fist, and his battle intent was strong. Li Yuan took the punch head-on and suffered a great loss. The blood in his body was boiling, and it took him a lot of effort to calm down. He was shocked. How could Lin Fei have such a terrifying strength? If it wasn't for the protective aura shield blocking part of the force, he might have been seriously injured. Third young Master Lin, you must be feeling bad too. Li Yuan sneered, my netherworld cold qi is specially used to break the meridians. If you choose to admit defeat now, I can help you dissolve the pain of the netherworld cold qi. From the beginning, Li Yuan wanted to end the battle quickly, but the more the battle continued, the more shocked he was. He couldn't beat Lin Fei. Fortunately, he had enough battle experience and used the netherworld cold qi to hurt Lin Fei's meridians. He won without a fight. In the battle just now, he fully used the netherworld cold qi. Li Yuan had enough confidence that Lin Fei would definitely admit defeat. If Lin Fei didn't admit defeat, it would be best. He would completely cripple Lin Fei in the arena. Even if the netherworld cold qi frostbitten his meridians, even if they were healed, most of his strength would be gone, and he would no longer be a threat. Lin Fei's powerful battle strength made Li Yuan realize that if he didn't cripple Lin Fei, in the upcoming profit distribution meeting, Lin Fei might emerge as a new force to be reckoned with. The disciples of the family first thought of the family's interests. Just like Zhang Qian, Beigong Wuqing, and Li Yuan. They all cared about the family's interests. Lin Fei had shown his strength, so they had to suppress Lin Fei. It would be best if they could cripple him in the arena. You want me to admit defeat? Dream on. Lin Fei leaped up. His fists were like cannonballs, smashing down. From afar, it looked like a shooting star. After a round of battle, Lin Fei had already gotten used to Li Yuan's attacking style. It was nothing more than using the netherworld cold qi to restrict him, then using the Yin cold fist art, or even the palm art to suppress the opponent. In terms of true strength, he was only slightly stronger than those of the same level. Netherworld Godly Fist. Li Yuan sneered. He couldn't wait for it to happen. His palm art turned into a fist art. The white cold qi on the arena was like frost in winter. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped, and everyone felt a chill. Fist against fist. On the arena, the netherworld cold qi was all gathered together, and a huge white fist greeted Li Yuan like a cannon. A head-on clash. You came at the right time. Lin Fei's mouth suddenly hung an evil smile. This smile made Li Yuan's heart skip a beat. His whole body couldn't help but tremble. He thought to himself, what's wrong with me? No matter how strong Lin Fei is, how can he be my opponent? Why should I be afraid of him? With the help of the netherworld cold qi, my strength can increase by 1/3. Although I don't know what kind of heart art he cultivates, but if he wants to fight against me, he can only dream. Bang! The fist formed by the netherworld cold qi was said to be able to freeze everything after reaching the realm of great success. When the two met, there wasn't the expected victory. Lin Fei's fist was like a fist from the heavens. It was hard to see how strong it was, but it broke the netherworld godly fist. The aftermath of the battle didn't stop there. This time, Lin Fei deliberately wanted to defeat Li Yuan. Based on the feeling of fighting in the Blackwater Mountain Range, many experts in the Dojo of Limits were paying attention. Lin Fei didn't want to reveal too much information. Beginner battle technique, 9 heavy waves. When Li Yuan's fist met, the netherworld cold qi covering the fist was actually broken in an instant. A wave of aura suddenly rushed out, and his figure stopped in front of everyone. First heavy wave, netherworld cold qi, broken. Second heavy wave, aura shield, broken. Third heavy wave, netherworld cold qi, chaotic. Fourth heavy wave, qi and blood chaotic. Li Yuan vomited blood, his internal organs were injured. Chapter 126. The battle was over, but the crowd was not calm. Those who were close to the arena were dumbfounded by the scene. They did not expect it to be like this, and some of them even suffered an unexpected disaster. Fortunately, their injuries were not serious, but their luck was not good. After the crowd recovered from their shock, they looked at the arena that was covered in dust. Of course, it was now in ruins. Who won, who lost? That was the question that everyone was struggling with. But no one dared to go forward to check. Dust filled the arena, and it was a hazy scene. No one could see what was going on, and their emotions were fluctuating. How could this be? This arena is too sturdy. Yeah, we must be more careful next time. Who would have thought that their battle strength was so strong that the arena was destroyed? Luckily, I ran fast. Who do you think will win? I guess it must be young Master Li. The Netherworld Cold Chi is invincible, and Lin Fei does not understand the power of the Netherworld Cold Chi. He will regret it sooner or later. Hee, of course, it must be young Master Li. The crowd discussed. Only by doing this could they calm down. The scene just now had really shocked them. But in the eyes of some people, it was not like this. For example, Chen Disheng, the third dojo master. At this moment, he was squinting his eyes, and his deep gaze seemed to be able to see through the dust. Wu Ji asked, Uncle Chen, who won? Chen Disheng's gaze stopped at the arena. Hee, you will know in a while. Don't be anxious. After saying this, Chen Disheng seemed to have thought of something and added, try not to offend Lin Fei in the future. This guy is not simple. Maybe he is a trump card that the Lin family deliberately left behind. Wu Ji was shocked. He lowered his voice and said emotionally, Uncle Chen, you said that Li Yuan lost? Wu Ji was very clear about Li Yuan's strength. Even if he fought, it would take at least 1 to 200 moves to determine the winner. They were both Earth Chi experts, and it was not easy to determine the winner. Listening to Uncle Chen's words, Wu Ji understood that Li Yuan had obviously lost in the spar. Chen Disheng did not reply, and there was finally a movement in the ruins. My young Master Li, can you admit defeat now? When the dust settled, everyone saw a figure walking out from the rubble. At the same time, Lin Fei's voice rang out. Therefore, the crowd saw an unimaginable scene, and many people even gasped in shock. The young master of the Li clan, one of the 4 great young masters of the Li clan, was dragged out of the ruins by his throat like a dead dog. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that Li Yuan would lose to Lin Fei. Lin Fei was only at the 7th sky of the martial path. This disparity, silence. The scene fell silent. Let me go, let me go. Li Yuan weakly roared. As you wish. Bang. Li Yuan smashed heavily into the rubble, kicking up a cloud of dust and vomiting blood. He glared at Lin Fei as if he was his mortal enemy. You're courting death. Everyone was once again shocked by Lin Fei's actions. This Lin Fei really didn't know the gravity of the situation. Li Yuan was one of the 4 great young masters. Even if he wanted to vent his anger, he had to look at the right place. Shut up. Lin Fei flew and stepped on Li Yuan's chest, staining his clothes red. Young Master Li, you should know that if I hadn't been lenient, you would have been dead by now. You still dare to talk back to me? You're asking for a beating. Uproar, uproar. Li Yuan was an expert at the 8th sky of the martial path, but he wasn't Lin Fei's opponent. Lin Fei was thinking that this elementary combat skill was quite powerful. Even Li Yuan's 5 heavy waves couldn't withstand it and almost killed him. Lin Fei, let go of Brother Yuan. In a moment, everyone reacted, especially the Li clan. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and lifted Li Yuan up again. Let go of young Master Li. Who am I going to ask for my 1 million silver? Lin Fei shook his head and swept his gaze across everyone. Everyone felt a chill down their spines. At this moment, Lin Fei had become a demon king. Finally, his gaze landed on Chen Disheng. Dojo Master Chen, I'm sorry for destroying your stage. Everyone was attracted by the first sentence. A bet of 1,000,000 silver. This bet was not small. The Li clan had lost this time and would lose money again. Qin Disheng smiled. Congratulations, third young master Lin. You've really impressed me. Lin Fei said modestly, Dojo Master Qin thinks too highly of me. I was just lucky. Next time, I probably won't be so lucky. It would be strange if I believed you. You're just a little fox. Qin Disheng didn't believe you, but of course, he wouldn't expose you. Third young Master Lin, victory has been decided. Do you think we should release young Master Li? Lin Fei shook his head. Dojo Master Qin, I originally wanted to return him to you. But after thinking about it, this guy almost took my life. Furthermore, his methods are sinister. If I release him, what if I become lazy? Who can I find for my 1,000,000? I think it's better to hold on to him. In any case, he won't die anytime soon. Lin Fei, don't be too. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Fei's palm landed on Li Yuan's chest. Li Yuan almost couldn't breathe. It was extremely uncomfortable. Loser, there's no place for you to speak here. Lin Fei said coldly, not giving Li Yuan any chance to speak. No one expected that Lin Fei would play Li Yuan in the palm of his hand in front of everyone. In less than half a day, today's matter would spread throughout the entire Gue Yuan city. The Lin clan had produced another powerful guy. Qin Disheng frowned slightly. He could hear the hidden meaning behind Lin Fei's words. Clearly, this matter wasn't going to be easy. Ever since he became the third dojo master, no one dared to not give him face. Yet, Lin Fei did this. How many youngsters could have this kind of courage? Hee, third young master Lin, with me as the witness, you can rest assured. Qin Disheng said, today, in front of everyone, this dojo master will give you a guarantee. Today, whether it's the Li clan or the Zhang clan, if they don't fulfill today's promise, don't blame the extreme dojo for not giving you face. Third young master Lin, are you satisfied now? The others couldn't help but change their expressions, especially the Zhang clan, Li clan, and Beigong Wuqing. They all realized one thing. This time, they had lost a lot of face. Lin Fei smiled. Satisfied, very satisfied. Dojo Master Chen's words are enough. The previous words were all for this sentence. In order to achieve his goal, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't hold on to Li Yuan. Catch. Lin Fei casually swung his hand. Inadvertently, his palm pressed on Li Yuan's back, and as if nothing had happened, he threw Li Yuan away. Li Qingfeng and the others immediately came up to catch him. A huge force came over, causing them to fall to the ground. Hee, the Li clan is only so-so. They can't even catch a single person. With Lin Fei's godly strength, it would be strange if they could block a light flick. With this, Lin Fei's image in everyone's heart became even more ferocious. Qin Disheng slightly shook his head. This Lin family's third young master's temper is quite bad. It seems that Gue Yuan City is going to be lively. I'll kindly accept these things. Lin Fei put away the money and turned to look at Li Yuan. Remember, hurry up and send my 1,000,000 silver over. Don't make me personally come to collect the debt. When that time comes, no one will look good. Li Yuan was angered and spat out another mouthful of blood. Chapter 127. Fatty, I have some business to attend to. You handle the rest. Let's drink another day. By the time Luo Tian reacted and wanted to say something, Lin Fei's figure had already disappeared into the crowd. He swallowed his words. Looks like I can only do it next time. This guy runs really fast. Luo Tian felt the need to report Lin Fei's performance today. Besides helping him win some money, he also saw hope. Luo Tian began to collect money. As for the Li family, Zhang family, Beigong family, they couldn't sit still. Lin Fei easily won against Beigong Wuqing and Li Yuan. They sensed a hidden danger. They were in a hurry to report this matter. Coming out of the dojo of limits, Lin Fei found a secluded place. Seeing that no one was following him, he quietly slipped into a small alley. Activate runes system? In the quiet alley, a level 3 fire talisman was lying on Lin Fei's palm. In the dojo of limits, Lin Fei had just collected his spoils when the system reacted. This was the first time since he returned. This was a big surprise. Beep. Activate runes system? Runes masters, alchemists, weapon masters, and blacksmiths were one of the specialties of the Xiantian continent. Runes masters were the most special. Runes master was a special profession. Not everyone was qualified to become a runes master. Among 10,000 warriors, there were less than 100 runes masters. Most of them were runes apprentices. The number of runes masters could be counted on one's fingers. Thus, it was hard to find a runes master. In the Xiantian continent, runes masters were even higher than alchemists. Lin Fei didn't expect to accidentally activate the runes system. Activate. Runes master was a good profession. Lin Fei chose to activate runes master without hesitation. He knew better than anyone the importance of runes master. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for activating the runes system. Beep. Player Lin Fei, do you want to enter the virtual runes system? The system prompted him. Lin Fei frowned. Virtual runes system? When Lin Fei first modified the upgrade system, he only focused on bugs, runes, and the like, so he didn't try to understand it. Now that a virtual runes system had popped up, Lin Fei was pleasantly surprised. Enter. Lin Fei walked deeper into the alley. There was no one in the depths of the old alley. He found an abandoned house. The next second, Lin Fei was surprised to find that he was in a virtual world. Or rather, in a virtual town. Lin Fei was dumbfounded. It was too real. It was too realistic. Damn, is this a virtual city? Lin Fei found it hard to imagine. Was this virtual city technology from the future? Could it be that a mutation had occurred? Otherwise, why would it appear on him? Walking in the town, Lin Fei felt that it was unusually realistic. He could not see any flaws. The blue sky, the white clouds, everything was so realistic. After a while, Lin Fei returned to normal. If Sir System could accept time travel, why could he not accept a virtual city? No, it should be a virtual system. Lin Fei knew very well that his consciousness had entered the virtual system, while his body was left outside. Fortunately, the abandoned house was temporarily safe, so he did not have to worry. Runes Tower? The town was not big. Lin Fei noticed the words Runes Tower and immediately thought of the Runes Master. He subconsciously walked towards the Runes Tower. He pushed the door open. The Runes Tower appeared in front of him. It looked like a small castle. There won't be any NPCs, will there? Lin Fei muttered in his heart. This was the first time Lin Fei was further interested in the system. It turned out that the system still hid many undiscovered existences. You're the apprentice, Lin Fei? Lin Fei was looking at the Runes Tower when he heard the voice. He subconsciously struck out with his palm, but it missed. He turned around and saw a middle-aged man in black standing behind him. He was expressionless and very serious. He turned around and walked towards the Runes Tower. You are? The other party wanted to leave. Lin Fei suddenly realized that there would be no enemy in the virtual world. However, the other party could appear silently. He was still very shocked and could not help but ask. You can call me Master Fu. From now on, I will teach you how to become a Runes Master, the Runes Tower. Lin Fei was once again shocked by the virtual system. He originally thought that the system would automatically provide learning materials, but he did not expect it to be taught by a professional. Lin Fei could not help but guess. If Runes Master could have it, then it seemed that alchemists and blacksmiths could have it too. In the exclusive room, there were all kinds of materials placed on the material table. Lin Fei was dazzled. This was the first time he knew that a Runes Master needed so many materials. Regarding Rune's master, what he knew was only what was circulated in the outside world. In the end, he knew nothing about Rune's master. The only thing he knew was that Rune's masters had a high status and many major forces would fight to invite them. Master Fu said, "Every day, you will have 2 hours to learn how to make runes from me. As for how much you can understand, it will depend on your own comprehension." Rune's master is one of the 4 major support professions. Rune's masters rely on mental strength to outline the runes array. Rune's masters can be divided into runes apprentices, level 1 runes masters, level 2 runes masters, level 3 runes masters, level 4 runes masters, level 5 runes masters, level 6 runes masters, level 7 runes masters, level 8 runes masters, level 9 runes masters. Lin Fei listened quietly and gradually gained a preliminary understanding of Rune's masters. Rune's masters were good at using mental strength, which was the power of the soul. It was a special existence, and the power of the soul was the most difficult to cultivate. This was also the reason why Rune's masters were so rare. From the explanation, Lin Fei understood one more thing. Rune's masters could have combat power. They used the power of the soul. The stronger the power of the soul, the stronger the power of the Rune's master. Thus, in the Xiantian continent, there were dual cultivators of martial runes. Can I also become a dual cultivator? Lin Fei asked himself in his heart. Since this is the first time you have come into contact with Rune's masters, if you want to become a strong Rune's master, you must first start cultivating the power of the soul. Rune's masters have a strong power of the soul. Only then can they become strong Rune's masters. This is the 9 heavens of spiritual power that Rune's masters must cultivate. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. He didn't expect the system to come with a cultivation method for cultivating the power of the soul. I wonder what level of Rune's master I will become after mastering this cultivation method. Lin Fei couldn't help but ask. Level 3 Rune's master. Don't level 3 Rune's masters need the cultivation of a Xian practitioner? Immediately, Teacher Fu's cold voice came, who said that level 3 Rune's masters need the cultivation of a Xian practitioner? Chapter 128. My soul power has indeed become stronger. Unfortunately, this 9 levels of spiritual power can only be trained to the peak of the 9 levels of martial arts. If I can become a level 3 Rune's master, my combat power will greatly increase. At that time, even if I encounter a Xian practitioner, I will probably be able to put up a fight. Virtual City, Tower of Runes. Lin Fei sat cross-legged and sighed softly, followed by excitement. For some reason, Lin Fei thought of the night he spent with the woman in white in the Blackwater mountain range. Tenjin Temple, sooner or later, I will personally pay a visit. At that time, Lin Fei was unable to swallow that anger. He was looked down upon by the woman in white, and then counterattacked by her. As a man, Lin Fei's heart had always been unbalanced. Just because of that anger, he would step into Tenjin Temple. If it was before, Lin Fei had great confidence in the system. As long as he had enough time, that day would come sooner or later. But today, in the Tower of Runes, he had a new understanding. Xiantian continent was not as simple as he thought. This was a world where the strong could reach the clouds. He had to have more power in order to have real power in this Xiantian continent. Rune's masters were the best help. After the battle in the dojo of limits, Li family, Zhang family, Beigong family, didn't make any moves. They seemed to have chosen to swallow their anger. Everyone was shocked and surprised by this. In the sky above Guiyuan City, it seemed that a storm was about to appear. Since they didn't come to settle the score, Lin Fei was happy. Since the start of the Rune's master, apart from training, he immersed himself in the virtual world to learn how to make runes. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Finally reached the 7th level of spiritual power. In the house, Lin Fei slowly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed, and there was an earth-shattering change in his spirit. Obviously, this was the benefit of training in soul power. Soul charge. Lin Fei controlled his soul force. His soul force rushed out in the shape of a long spear. The void was like a mirror, and with a single spear, the void shattered. As the spear shot out, Lin Fei's face turned pale. It seems that if I don't cultivate to the 9 heavens of the martial Tao, I can't use my soul power indiscriminately. After using it once, my soul power has been consumed too much. Just now, in his excitement, Lin Fei had wanted to use the soul skill of 9 heavens of spiritual energy. He had thought that it would be easy, but he hadn't expected that it would consume so much soul energy. What Lin Fei didn't know was that, with his strength, the soul charge would probably stun any outsider. Even those profound practitioners would be envious of him. The reason was very simple. Soul energy techniques were extremely precious, and even profound experts might not be able to grasp them. The soul itself was the most miraculous existence, and once the soul was heavily injured, then it would be the end of one's life. Generally speaking, only large sects and clans would be able to grasp soul's secret arts, and only top-notch clans would be able to do so. Once soul's secret arts were spread, the influence would not be limited to Xian techniques. Someone like Lin Fei was a typical case of lucky dog shit. After meditating for a while, Lin Fei's soul power had almost recovered. Only then did he stand up. After studying for a few days, it's time to make some runes. Lin Fei thought for a moment. The fire talisman that he won from Bei Gong Wuqing was something good, but it was later criticized by Teacher Talisman to be worthless. As a result, Lin Fei didn't even have a single runes in his hands. The current situation in Gue Yuan City was uncertain, and Lin Fei felt that it was necessary to make some runes as a trump card. In Lin Fei's words, with runes in hand, I can kill you with runes. In fact, after learning runes in the virtual world, Lin Fei was no longer a rookie. He had a new understanding of runes, and it could be described as advancing by leaps and bounds. In Lin Fei's eyes, runes master was a very powerful profession. In the virtual world, Lin Fei learned from NPCs, and his progress was extraordinarily fast. Although he improved quickly in the virtual world, Lin Fei hadn't tried it in the real world yet. With runes in hand, Lin Fei had an additional trump card. He heard from NPCs that level 5 runes masters and above could use their soul power to draw runes. Becoming a 5th level rune master was another threshold. Coming out of the Lin family, Lin Fei could already feel the pressure brought about by the 5-year competition. The atmosphere in the Lin family was quite tense. Walking on the street, Lin Fei noticed that everyone was looking at him strangely. Lin Fei thought about it and understood what was going on. It should be the matter of the dojo of limits a few days ago. He didn't think much of it and sneered in his heart. Runes masters had to buy specialized runes, purple runes, and runes pens. After turning a few streets, Lin Fei saw the Rune Guild. The Rune Guild existed in the 10 counties of the Unfalling Empire. In fact, the Rune Guild also belonged to another special force. They rarely participated in battles, but if anyone offended the Rune Guild, they would end up in a miserable state. Runes masters were terrifying in themselves. When hundreds or thousands of runes masters attacked, even a major force would be wiped out. Such incidents were not uncommon, which showed how powerful the Rune Guild was. Lin Fei didn't care about these things. He just heard that the Rune Guild had high-quality runes for sale, which could increase the success rate. It had always been popular among people. We failed again. This task is too difficult. It's impossible for us to complete it now. I don't think anyone can complete this task. Lin Fei entered the guild through the main door. With his sensitive ears, he immediately heard the discussion. The first thing he saw was a guild hall. On the left, there was a group of people arguing incessantly. It was hard not to attract attention. Lin Fei shook his head. He didn't pay attention to them. He was just here to buy some materials. There were many people in the Rune Guild, and people were coming and going. Lin Fei asked around and soon found a counter specially set up in the guild hall. There were all kinds of materials for runes. After learning about the virtual world, Lin Fei's eyesight had improved a lot. He could tell at a glance that the rumors were true. The things in the Rune Guild were indeed good. Of course, they were about the same as the materials in the virtual world. After all, the two were not on the same level. It's a so-so. I'll just make do with it. After learning about the virtual world, Lin Fei's eyesight was much higher than usual. Give me 10 sets of all these. The people in the Rune Guild swiftly packed up the materials. To them, there were countless people who came to buy materials every day. People like Lin Fei were most likely apprentices of some teacher. After packing up the materials, Lin Fei carried them. If not for the fact that there were people here, he would have kept them in his bag. He was thinking about what kind of talisman to craft. Just as he turned around, Lin Fei bumped into someone. Walla, walla. A large number of scrolls fell to the ground. I'm sorry. Are you all right? After consuming the mutated fruit, Lin Fei's entire body was filled with godly strength. Even a light bump was powerful. The girl walking over had already fallen to the ground. Chapter 129. What a flirtatious girl. Lin Fei turned his head. When he saw the girl on the ground, he couldn't help but sigh. What are you looking at? Help me up. An arrogant snort sounded. The girl on the ground was wearing a tight-fitting black dress, which accentuated her slim figure. She was extremely voluptuous, especially her devilish waist, which was extremely lethal. Fortunately, Lin Fei's self-control was good, so he couldn't help but take a few more glances. At this moment, the long-haired girl was glaring at him. Oh, a little pepper. Lin Fei reached out to help her up. The girl's hand was very comfortable. Her skin was soft and elastic, so much so that Lin Fei held on for a while longer. But he didn't know that this small action, in the eyes of the long-haired girl, was equivalent to a pervert taking the bait. Can you let go of me now? The cold voice was undoubtedly reminding Lin Fei how long he wanted to take advantage of her. I'm sorry. Lin Fei hurriedly said, I'll help you pick it up. Humph, the weasel has no good intentions when paying respects to the chicken. Lin Fei regretted meeting this little pepper just now. Forget it, I'm a good person. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. On the ground were scrolls. Lin Fei casually glanced at them and couldn't help but feel surprised. The scrolls were all answers to some runes, as well as some questions. If it was a few days ago, Lin Fei might be a complete noob. But after a few days of studying, his knowledge of runes had improved by leaps and bounds. He wasn't much worse than those geniuses. After all, he was in the virtual space and had the help of experienced NPCs. As long as he wasn't an idiot, he could become a genius. After reading a few scrolls, Lin Fei couldn't help but shake his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. What kind of standard was this? The answers were too bad. Could it be that the Xiantian continent's runes skills were this bad? In particular, there were a few questions that Lin Fei could solve with his eyes closed. The long-haired girl obviously didn't notice the change in Lin Fei. When he saw the last question, Lin Fei's interest was piqued. This was because no one had answered this last question, and he had heard this question mentioned by an NPC before. This is the improved runes diagram for runes. Here. Lin Fei gave the scrolls to the long-haired girl. The long-haired girl coldly snorted, Humph, next time you better wear your eyes when you walk. It's not every time you meet a good person like me. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He turned around and left. Humph, what's so great about it? The long-haired girl couldn't help but feel a little angry. She was a famous beauty in the Rune Guild, yet this guy didn't even look at her. Could it be that this beauty's eyes weren't as good as his? Xiao Ning, who made you unhappy? Do you want me to comfort you? Mu Ning was not in a good mood. She frowned, if you want to die, then come at me. These people were just moving their lips and laughing. Because of Mu Ning's position in the Rune Guild, they did not dare to offend her. Mu Ning hugged the scroll and walked forward. Grandpa, I have brought all the scrolls for you. Leave them first. Coming out from the Rune Guild, Lin Fei didn't wander around outside. He directly returned to his house and took out all the materials. I can make level 2 runes now. What should I make first? After laying out the materials, Lin Fei stopped. He hadn't thought about what runes to make. Runes were divided into many branches. Among them were attack runes, support runes, and special runes. Attack runes were the best. They had an attack function, such as the level 3 fire talisman. Support runes were even more varied. They were not inferior to attack runes. For example, increased defense. Special runes could not be learned by ordinary runes. It was a special existence that was rarely passed down. The majority of runes that were circulated in the outside world were attack runes and support runes. As for special runes, they were rarely sold to the outside world. They were usually in the hands of families and big sections. With my current strength, I have a high chance of winning against an early-stage martial path 9th sky. But against a veteran enemy, it would be a big problem to win. Since my blade is mainly used for killing, should choose to attack runes and kill them in one strike. Lin Fei thought for a while and finally chose to make attack runes. As the saying goes, the best defense is offense. Lin Fei liked to attack and was not good at defense. Therefore, it was best to attack runes and kill them in one strike to determine the winner in the shortest time possible. Rune Guild. As usual, Mu Changkong checked the questions submitted by his disciples. This was a habit he had developed over a long period of time. As the only level 5 runes master in Gue Yuan City, Mu Changkong had been depressed because he did not receive a suitable disciple. Runes master was different from others. It was extremely difficult to find a good disciple. Runes master had always been very strict in accepting disciples. The first point was talent, followed by character. Today, Mu Changkong was looking at the questions of his disciples as usual. Nonsense. Biting off more than you can chew. As a level 5 runes master, Mu Changkong rarely lost his temper. But in the face of the questions and questions from above, he could not help but get angry. Runes master was quite particular about knowledge. They had to be very strong in theory to be able to assist in practical actions. As for his disciples and even the guild members, they were often biting off more than they could chew. They set foot in areas that many runes masters did not dare to enter. For example, several of the scrolls just now were examples of this. When he saw the last scroll, Mu Changkong only glanced at it. Because this scroll recorded a difficult problem, it was about the improvement of runes. This problem had existed for a long time. However, it had never been solved and was regarded as impossible. Therefore, Mu Changkong took it back. Casually glancing at it, he found that the runes on it had been modified a few times. Is it that arrogant kid who wants to show off again? This was the first thought that came to Mu Changkong's mind. This was because Mu Changkong had once left behind a sentence. Whoever was able to solve this difficult problem would become his personal disciple. Unfortunately, no one had been able to succeed. Mu Changkong did not take it to heart. He did not think that they could solve it. He casually put it on the table and prepared to study runes. Something is strange. Mu Changkong was able to become a level 5 runes master. His theoretical knowledge was not just for show. At first, he did not think much of it. However, that stroke of genius was kept in his mind and he casually calculated it. This calculation was not important. Mu Changkong stood up with his eyes twitching. He was shocked. Genius, genius. I didn't know that runes could be improved like this. Mu Changkong grabbed the scroll and stared at the runes' blueprint. His hands were slightly trembling as he subconsciously described the runes' route in the air. The problem of runes that no one had ever solved was actually solved by someone. Mu Changkong immediately swept away his previous irritation. He could not wait to dig out the person immediately. The improvement of runes was not something that could be done by anyone. Even Mu Changkong did not dare to say that he could improve runes 100%. However, after looking at it just now, Mu Changkong could pat his chest and say, after the improvement of these level 3 runes, their power would increase by 1/3. Chapter 130. Rune Guild. Greetings, President. Greetings, President. Mu Changkong walked leisurely, but in fact, he was very anxious. As the president of the Rune Guild, Mu Changkong had not been so nervous for a long time. Even when he became a level 5 runes master, he was not as excited as today. The only thing Mu Changkong wanted to do now was to find that genius. A genius who could improve a runes with just a few strokes was definitely a genius. Not only could he improve level 3 runes, he might even be able to improve higher runes. This kind of genius, Mu Changkong must accept him as a disciple no matter what. Grandpa, why are you here? Mu Ning was arranging the materials. As Mu Changkong's granddaughter, Mu Ning's talent was not bad. Her martial arts cultivation had reached level 7, and her runes master was a level 1 runes master. It was said that she was about to become a level 2 runes master. She could be considered as an outstanding figure in the Rune Guild. The appearance of Mu Changkong shocked many people. In their eyes, Chairman Mu rarely appeared in the hall, but today he appeared in the hall. Follow me. Mu Changkong turned around and walked back. It was not easy for a genius to appear in the Rune Guild. Mu Changkong did not want the news to leak out. If someone else got it first, he would have no place to cry. Secret, absolutely secret. This was the only thought in Mu Changkong's mind. Mu Ning felt strange. Her grandpa rarely seemed to be so anxious. As his granddaughter, she could see the clues. Grandpa, what happened? Mu Ning closed the door and could not help but ask. Mu Changkong said excitedly, Xiao Ning, do you know what Grandpa found today? Mu Ning blinked her eyes. Grandpa, look at how happy you are. Could it be that you have become a level 6 runes master? No, no. If outsiders were to see Mu Changkong's current expression, they would probably be dumbfounded. Even the usually serious Chairman Mu would act like a child one day. Even the quick-witted Mu Ning couldn't guess the reason. Grandpa, tell me quickly. What's the good news? Mu Ning pouted and acted like a spoiled child. Mu Changkong stopped teasing his granddaughter and picked up a scroll. Take a look. You'll know immediately. Mu Ning was a level 1 runes master, so her talent wasn't bad. She stared at the runes design, and her cherry lips immediately turned into an O shape. Congratulations Grandpa, you've finally improved the level 3 runes. Mu Ning was very clear about this runes map. Her grandfather had been studying it for a long time, but he hadn't made any progress. She didn't expect that he would succeed in improving it today. She was sincerely happy for her grandfather. Mu Changkong laughed. Xiao Ning, you've guessed wrong this time. It's not Grandpa who improved it, but someone from our guild. Hurry up and tell Grandpa who improved this runes map. Grandpa must accept him as his personal disciple. Ah. Mu Ning was surprised. Grandpa wanted to accept a personal disciple. In the Rune Guild, a personal disciple's status was much higher. Unfortunately, there were very few people who could become a personal disciple. This was because the requirements of the runes master were too strict. They didn't even agree to become an apprentice of the runes master, let alone a personal disciple. This was a watershed. Mu Changkong had a few guesses in his heart. Other than them, there seemed to be very few people who could improve it. Every time he saw the improvement on the scroll, Mu Changkong would feel that it was a stroke of God. It turned out that level 3 runes could be improved. Xiao Ning, don't just stand there. Hurry up and tell me. Mu Ning held the scroll. Her mind was blank. She clearly remembered that she had taken a look at the last scroll, especially the last scroll. She liked to pay attention to it. She also wanted to know who had the ability to improve this level 3 runes. Today, she remembered that the last scroll was clearly blank. When did it have a few more strokes? Mu Ning was confused. Her pretty face revealed a blank expression. Grandpa, I'm sorry. I also don't know who did it. Mu Ning lowered her head in shame. Mu Changkong suddenly felt like he was struck by lightning. He sat on the chair and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Xiao Ning, you really didn't lie to Grandpa? Thinking that he was only one step away from being a genius, Mu Changkong was very depressed. All along, Mu Changkong wanted a personal disciple to pass down his knowledge. Now that there was finally a genius, he didn't know who it was. Mu Ning was about to cry. When I received the scroll, my granddaughter especially took a look at it. You also know that I usually like this. Today, when I received it, there was really no one who could solve this problem. I remember it clearly. There is absolutely no mistake. Although Mu Changkong was disappointed, he still wanted to know who it was. Do you think it was your senior brothers? Mu Ning shook her head. I don't think so. When I walked over, I especially took a look. Mu Changkong thought for a while. If you can't remember who it was, then forget it. This person appeared in our guild. Maybe he's from our guild. Maybe he'll appear again next time. Xiao Ning, you don't have to feel too guilty. Mu Ning really didn't feel good. Oh yeah, Xiao Ning remembered something. Could it be that he did it? A scene suddenly appeared in Mu Ning's mind. The scene of the young man helping to pick up the scrolls in the hall. Could it be him? Xiao Ning, did you remember something? Mu Changkong was spirited again. The Rune Guild wouldn't give up on any outstanding disciple. Mu Changkong wouldn't miss any runes genius either. Thus, Mu Ning told him what happened in the hall. Apart from him, there seemed to be no one else who was suspicious. You said that he helped you pick up the scrolls? Mu Ning nodded. Yes, the scrolls fell on the ground. He picked them up behind my back. Apart from him, no one else touched the scrolls. But he's very young. I think he's not even 20 years old. I also saw him buying a lot of materials for Runes Master. It shouldn't be possible for him to improve the runes, right? Mu Changkong closed his eyes and slowly opened his mouth. Regardless of whether it's him or not, send someone to pay attention. Since that person appeared here, maybe he'll appear again next time. Gue Yuan City had a huge population. It wouldn't be easy to find such a person. The only thing they could do was to wait. Mu Ning said, Grandpa, don't worry. I'll definitely help you find that person. It's done. In the house, Lin Fei was holding a level 2 wind talisman in his hand. He grinned and laughed. Learning in the virtual world is really different. I didn't expect to succeed on my second try. This was the first time Lin Fei had created a level 2 runes. The wind talisman in his hand wasn't big. It wasn't even half the size of a palm. The aura of the wind was gently pulsating. Let me test its power first. Lin Fei held the wind talisman in his hand and looked at the stone table in the house. Open. The wind talisman left the air. A wind blade cut out like a white light. Chapter 131. My level 2 wine talisman shouldn't be any worse than a level 3 fire talisman, right? Looking at the cut stone table, Lin Fei was very satisfied with the power of the level 2 wind talisman. It had reached his expectations. From the moment he made it, Lin Fei had reason to believe that a level 2 wind talisman could beat a level 3 fire talisman. Learning in the virtual world, whether it was runes or runes making, was far better than learning in the Shantian continent. What he learned in the virtual world was the most orthodox runes technique. The runes technique in the Shantian continent had been lost for a long time. The power of a level 2 wind talisman made using the orthodox runes technique was certainly not inferior to a level 3 fire talisman. One was authentic, the other was incomplete. There was a big difference in power. If the news of today's scene were to spread out, perhaps all runemasters would be dealt a blow. Generally, one could only make second-level runes, and they needed to be at least at the 8th level of the martial path and have a high level of talent to have the opportunity to make them. There were very few people like Lin Fei. In the virtual world, Lin Fei also spent a lot of time learning. Just making virtual runes took up a lot of time. In reality, if Lin Fei was not good at making runes, even NPCs would jump at him. The wind talisman has this kind of power. It's more or less enough. If I encounter an expert, I can throw out a handful of talismans and kill him instantly. Lin Fei smiled proudly. I have to quickly refine more talismans. To outsiders, runes were priceless items. Every single one of them was priceless. But for Lin Fei, runes were just a tool to enhance his strength. Runes masters were very difficult to make runes, and the success rate was not high. That was why runes masters were so popular. Lin Fei was different. He learned the authentic runes technique. His production level was better than ordinary runes masters, and his success rate was higher than theirs. Young master, mistress invites you. Just as Lin Fei was concentrating on creating runes, a voice suddenly rang out. Qing Wan's voice came from outside the door, with a hint of anxiety. Come in. Qing Wan was still dressed in green, pure and moving. My mother is looking for me? Lin Fei asked casually. When Qing Wan saw her young master making runes, she was very surprised. How does young master know how to make runes? Could it be that young master is also a runes master? A question arose in his mind. After getting along for a few days, Qing Wan felt that young master was not as bad as the outside world said. On the contrary, he was a good person. At least, that was what the Green Phoenix thought. Qing Wan hesitated. Master's entourage is back. He seems to be injured. Lin Fei stopped what he was doing and put down his runes. He frowned and stood up. I'll be right there. By the way, this runes is for you. Lin Fei had a good impression of the blue wand, so he took out a level 2 fire talisman. Especially since the atmosphere was not right recently and the blue wand did not have much strength, it was good to have runes in hand. Lin Fei did not know that this runes had caused a lot of trouble. This is too valuable, I can't take it. Qing Wan waved her hands and was shocked. Lin Fei did not care about the consequences. He pulled Qing Wan over and placed it on her hand. With a sullen face, he said, there is no reason to take back young master's things. After saying that, he turned and left. Young master gave runes, could it be that he wants? Qing Wan's face blushed. Meeting hall. When Lin Fei arrived, he found that his second brother Lin Feng was also there. Mother, you're looking for me? Lin Fei strode into the hall and nodded at his second brother. Fortunately, the little loli was not here. Lu Qing called her youngest son over because she had no other choice. Have you rested well these few days? Very well. I slept all the way until dawn. It was more comfortable than living in the Divine Martial sect. I was really scared of that place. Lin Fei laughed. Mother, I heard that father's entourage is back. Did something happen? After returning from the Divine Martial sect, Lin Fei did not want to continue to be idle. It was time to help. Guiyuan City was a remote place belonging to a tribal dynasty. In this area, the strongest cultivator was only a profound practitioner. Lin Fei's father was a profound practitioner. As long as he did not encounter a profound practitioner, Lin Fei believed that he could deal with it. Now that he had the runes in his hands, he had more confidence. Lin Feng was someone who could not hide the truth. He said angrily, Third brother, our people in the mining area were attacked by men in black for 3 consecutive days. Dozens of people were killed or injured. The mining area is now in a state of panic. Damn it, it must be done by them. Feng, don't talk nonsense. There is no evidence. It will not be good if it is spread out. Lu Qing scolded Lin Feng. Lin Feng wanted to say something but he held it back. Lin Fei understood that this must be done by the forces of Guiyuan City. The Lin family had a weapon shop. Outside of Guiyuan City, there were a few mining areas that were specially used to relieve the needs of the weapon shop. This was an attack on the Lin family's business. The mining area was a place where oil was coming out. They wanted to rob the mining area. At the moment, they would not do it by force. Once the meeting was over, the mining area might change hands. At the moment, it was just a test, a blow. Mother, do we need to go and deal with the mining area? Lin Fei was very straightforward. Lu Qing did have this idea. The Lin family was not as good as before. As the mistress, Lu Qing had to deal with everything. If something happened in the mining area, she had to deal with it. Currently, everyone in the Lin family was arranged to work. The mining area was important and could not be delayed. She had to deal with it as soon as possible. Thus, Lu Qing thought of the two brothers. Little Fei, you have grown up. Lu Qing sighed, your mother has to stay in the Lin family to prevent trouble. The mining area can only rely on you two brothers. Mother will take out a team of black armored guards to help you manage the mining area. Lin Fei took a step forward. Mother, leave this matter to me. There is no need for second brother to do it. I can handle it. Besides, I have grown up. It is time to go out and take charge. The latter words were added by Lin Fei at the last minute. Third brother, this absolutely cannot be done. Lin Feng stopped him. The mining area was currently in a crisis. He was worried that something would happen to Lin Fei if he went alone. Second brother, I know what to do. Lin Fei said, it has been 5 years. Our Lin family has been in trouble because of me. Can't I make it up to them? I want to use my actions to tell everyone that I, Lin Fei, am not the Lin Fei from 5 years ago. I can still take charge. Lin Feng was silent. He could not understand his younger brother. If it was not for what happened before, Lin Feng would not believe that his younger brother had changed so much. Lu Qing was also silent. A trace of joy flashed in her beautiful eyes. Which mother did not want their son to be successful? Her son's change was beyond imagination. She felt a burst of joy in her heart. Lin Fei understood that they were worried about him. If he wanted to go to the mining area, he had to add fuel to the fire. Mother, leave the mining area to me. I forgot to tell you that I am also a runes master. A level 2 runes master. Chapter 132. Gue Yuan City, City Gate. Get out of the way, get out of the way, don't block the way. Get out of the way, don't block the way. A group of men dressed in black rushed out from the end of the street, and the people on both sides subconsciously made way for them. No one dared to stand in their way. Those with a discerning eye could tell that they were the Lin clan's black troopers, the second strongest group of guards in the Lin clan. They had a strong murderous aura, and every one of them was an elite. There were at least 100 enemies who had died in their hands, and not everyone could join them. Why does the leader look so familiar? It seems to be the Lin family's third young master. How can it be him? Did something happen? Maybe Lin Fei went out to pick up girls. Did you guys hear about what happened a few days ago? Third young master Lin is really something. He offended the Li family, the Zhang family, the Beigong family, and many other big and small families in one go. He's afraid of danger. So that's how it is. Third young master Lin also has times when he's afraid. He's quite bold to go out at this time. Isn't he afraid of being targeted? Then you should go ask third young master Lin. I thought that Lin Fei would change, but he's still as arrogant and show-loving as before. Third young master Lin had been in the limelight for the past few days. After the incident at the dojo of limits, everyone thought that Lin Fei had changed, but it seemed that he hadn't changed at all today. When third young master Lin led his men out, they realized that the Lin family's young master also had a day when he was afraid. Who would have thought that third young master Lin would go to the mining area? Gue Yuan City, City Wall. Someone was looking in the direction that Lin Fei had left. If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely recognize them. They were none other than Li Yuan and Beigong Wuqing. Beigong Wuqing had always been Li Yuan's follower. Wherever Li Yuan went, he would follow. It's a pity that Lin Feng didn't go. This Lu Qing is quite bold to let her son go to the mining area. I really don't know what she's thinking. Does she think that a single Lin Fei can solve the problem? Beigong Wuqing felt slightly regretful. Li Yuan smiled. Other than Lin Fei, the other person in the Lin family is his big brother Lin Yun. These two are the most talented. Now that Lin Fei has stepped into hell, the Lin family is isolated and helpless. Bei Gong Wuqing flattered him. Brother Yuan's analysis is very correct. This time, we must completely destroy all hope of the Lin family. Li Yuan retracted his gaze. Let's go. We can't miss this good show. Also, that 1,000,000 taels of silver isn't that easy to get. On the other side, in an elegant room, our young master Zhang Qian was leisurely sipping on a cup of tea while tapping his fingers on the table. Brother gone, good news. Lin Fei went out with the dark troopers. Someone came in from outside. Lin Fei is dead this time. A cold glint flashed across Zhang Qian's eyes as he downed the tea in one gulp. Zhang Qian had lost all his face in front of the family elders. He couldn't lift his head for a while. In particular, the people who tried to kill Lin Fei were discovered. However, they couldn't be sure if they were killed by Lin Fei. The wounds were blurry and they couldn't determine what kind of injury it was. No matter who did it, Lin Fei was undoubtedly the number one suspect. The Zhang family couldn't swallow this anger. They had to find someone to vent it on. Lin Fei was the best target to vent his anger on. They had received news about the mining area. As for who did it, there was no news for the time being. This wasn't a big problem. The important thing was that Lin Fei had left Guiyuan City. In Guiyuan City, they didn't dare to make a move openly. Everyone needed a cloth to cover their faces. Knowing that the Lin family wasn't as powerful as before, they didn't dare to force their way in. They didn't dare in public, but it was different in private. Who knew what they wanted to do? If they didn't let others know and didn't leave any evidence, the other party could only swallow their anger. Brother Qian, do you want to arrange a few people to deal with that brat at night? Zhang Qian shook his head. There is no need for us to do it. There are many people who want Lin Fei dead. Let's just go and watch the show. Maybe we can even be the fishermen. Outside Guiyuan City, on a hillside. Lin Fei stopped his horse on the hillside. He could vaguely see Guiyuan City with a smile on his face. When this young master leaves the city, you must be tempted. Lin Fei said in his heart, this young master wants to see who wants to deal with me. When the time comes, I will take care of all of you, saving me trouble. Lin Fei wasn't pretending. He was considering the gains and losses, which was why he left Guiyuan City. In Guiyuan City, no matter how bad Lin Fei's temper was, he didn't dare to kill anyone. But outside of Guiyuan City, it was different. Lin Fei believed that the news of him leaving the city would fall into the eyes of some people. Hee, I have already dug a pit, waiting for you to jump. Don't give me hope. Everyone listen up, we must reach the mining area before nightfall. Lin Fei patted the horse, causing it to feel pain and gallop forward. Behind him, the black troopers followed. A large cloud of dust was raised on the official road. The Lin family's mining area was outside of Guiyuan City, in a place called Shatterstone Town. It was half a day's journey from Guiyuan City. Lin Fei and his group rode on horses, so half a day's time was more than enough. In the afternoon, the sun set. Lin Fei arrived at Shatterstone Town as he wished. This place is really poor. Shatterstone Town corresponded to its name. Everywhere in sight were stones, big and small, countless of them. It was like a country of stones. Welcome, third young Master Lin. Just as Lin Fei arrived at the entrance, before he got off his horse, a few people came to Lin Fei. When he arrived, Lin Fei did some research and immediately took a seat for the person who came. The one who came was the clan member in charge of the mining area, Lin San. Uncle Lin, why are you here? Lin San was the first to be surprised when the Lin family arranged for third young Master Lin to come. After all, Lin Fei had a bad reputation, especially since he hadn't returned to Guiyuan City recently. Originally, Lin San thought that the family would send a few experts over, but he didn't expect it to be like this. He was very disappointed. Fortunately, he brought the black troopers, so they had the ability to resist. Lin Fei was polite. No matter how dissatisfied Lin San was, he didn't dare to show it, because Lin Fei represented the Lin family. Since third young master Lin has come personally, as your uncle, how can I not come out? Lin San smiled. Third young master, you haven't eaten yet, right? I've prepared a banquet for you in town. Lin Fei smiled. Uncle Lin, now that you mention it, I'm a little hungry. Then I won't stand on ceremony. From Lin San's appearance, Lin Fei could hear the dissatisfaction in his tone. If the other party didn't welcome him, then maybe the banquet was to welcome others. It was just an act. Lin Fei would not make life difficult for Lin San. Taking advantage of Lin San with words was far less effective than taking action. Other than the Lin family, Shatterstone Town had many other powers. Chapter 133. Shatterstone Town wasn't big and the powers involved were complicated. The reason was simple. Shatterstone Town was rich in all kinds of ores. In other words, there were many mines in this area. With more mines came more powers. Hence, Shatterstone Town got another name, Mining City. It was a place where ores were produced. The powers around Gue Yuan City basically bought ores from Shatterstone Town. Uncle Lin, how about we have a chat? Lin Fei made his request after eating and drinking. Lin San was slightly stunned and smiled. Third young master, if you don't mind, there's a tea room upstairs. Why don't we go there? Then I'll have to trouble Uncle Lin. Lin Fei was very polite. The corners of Lin San's eyes twitched. Since when did Lin Fei become so polite? In the tea room upstairs. Lin Fei and Lin San sat down and someone immediately served them a pot of scented tea. The aroma of the tea wafted through the air. Good tea. Lin Fei took a sip and said with a smile. Third young master, you have a good eye. This scented tea can only be harvested once every 30 years. This batch was recently harvested. Before you leave, I'll get someone to get a packet. Lin Fei spoke. Lin San couldn't stay silent anymore. He was curious. What was Lin Fei trying to do? Didn't he know the current situation? Under normal circumstances, Lin Fei should be heading to the mining area and not Shatterstone Town. Lin San wanted to ask but didn't dare to. After all, Lin Fei's impression of him was still 5 years ago. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Lin Fei took a sip of tea and changed the topic. Uncle Lin, this is my first time in Shatterstone Town. There are many things I don't understand. Please enlighten me. The mining area could not be delayed. Lin Fei didn't rush to the mining area. Instead, he wanted to know the situation in Shatterstone Town. On the way back, Lin Fei had thought about what to do next. And this was just the first step. Lin San was surprised. He sat up straight. Third young master, what do you want to know? About the identity of the man in black who attacked us. Lin San shook his head and voiced his suspicions. We've used all our means to investigate, but the men in black who ambushed us seem to have appeared out of thin air. After they ambushed our mining area, they disappeared. I suspect that the men in black who ambushed us are from this area and are familiar with our mining area's defenses. This result was within Lin Fei's expectations. There was nothing surprising about it. Oh, got it. Lin Fei said. Tell me about the power distribution in Shatterstone Town. Lin San was taken aback once again. He had wanted to explain his own understanding of the situation, but Lin Fei had changed the subject. He was a bit angry, but in his heart, the most important thing right now was to find the black-robed man as soon as possible. However, he couldn't figure out what Lin Fei was trying to do. Lin Fei glanced at it and took a sip of his scented tea. It seemed to be saying, I'm in charge of the mining area now. You're just assisting me at most. An hour later. Lin Fei came out of the tea room. In an hour, Lin Fei had found out everything he wanted to know. He had a rough understanding of Shatterstone Town. Lin San was definitely unhappy. Uncle Lin, let's call it a night. I'll bring some men to the mining area tomorrow. After saying this, Lin Fei turned around and returned to his room. Lin San wanted to say something, but he sighed as he looked at Lin Fei's back. After such a short period of interaction, he couldn't understand Lin Fei. You could say that Lin Fei was muddle-headed, but many of his words were on point. He seemed to be very intelligent. You could say that Lin Fei was reasonable, but he couldn't figure out what he meant. It was as if he was here for an inspection. Lin San was conflicted. He had no choice. Lin Fei was in charge of the mining area now. I hope young Master Lin won't do anything stupid. Lin Fei returned to his room. He pushed open the window. The bright moon hung high in the sky. Lin Fei stood by the window, letting the moonlight shine on him. The first shot at the Lin family will start here. Lin Fei didn't ask the question for nothing. He had to deal with the men in black. Similarly, Lin Fei was very interested in Shatterstone Town. From Lin San, Lin Fei knew that there were many powers in Shatterstone Town and it was very complicated. The mining area could be the Zhang family, the Li family. Similarly, it could be the other powers in the town. The trail of the men in black seemed to be broken. It was impossible to not find them in a short period of time. Lin Fei's idea was simple. He would tear open a hole and make them panic. The next morning, Lin Fei brought the black guards to the Lin family mining area. This scene was seen by many people. In their opinion, the Lin family didn't seem to care much about the mining area by sending a useless young master over. If this continued, it would be impossible to find out who did it. In the end, all their efforts would be in vain. At first, everyone thought that Lin Fei wouldn't come back after going to the mining area. However, he came back in the afternoon and stayed in his room without coming out. This went on for 3 days. He left in the morning and came back in the afternoon. This went on for 3 days and he didn't seem to care much. Shatterstone Town didn't lack spectators. All kinds of rumors popped up like mushrooms after the rain. The situation was very bad for the Lin family. As mentioned before, there were many mining areas in Shatterstone Town and the power was very complicated. Back then, the Lin family took over the big mining area because they were strong. No one dared to say anything. After all, in this world, the one with the bigger fist would get the most benefits. Especially in a cultivation continent, benefits were equivalent to all kinds of resources. In the past 5 years, the Lin family's power was not as great as it was in the past. The deterrence of their fists had lost its effect. Everyone began to become restless, especially after the Lin family occupied a mine that produced high-purity black iron stones. Greed and desire came crashing in like waves. Anyone who saw the existence of the Lin family, this big fat piece of meat, would want to take a bite out of it. If the Lin family was more decisive, these powers wouldn't have the guts to take a bite. Unfortunately, Lin Fei wasn't decisive, which satisfied their desire to take action. They felt that they could occupy the Lin family, a big fat piece of meat. The opportunity was right in front of them. In Shatterstone Town, all the powers started to move. This morning, the sky had just brightened. Everyone was still sound asleep. The sound of horses galloping came from outside. Some people recognized them. Weren't these the black guards of the Lin family? Why did they go out so early in the morning? They seemed very strange. They seemed to be in a hurry, as if something big had happened. What was it that attracted a lot of attention when seen by people with intentions? At noon, through all kinds of methods, they finally received a piece of news. A very shocking piece of news. The Lin family's mining area dug out premium black iron ore. Chapter 134. P.S. Thanks to Xiaoyi002 for tipping 100 Chidian coins. A premium black iron ore has been found in the Lin family's mine. The news exploded like a bomb in Shatterstone Town, causing an uproar. Black iron ore was one of the main materials for forging weapons. The fact that the Lin family controlled the black iron ore mine had attracted many people. Now that a premium black iron ore had appeared, it was a huge blow to everyone. Everyone knew that it was not easy to form a top-grade black iron ore again. It was almost impossible for a top-grade black iron ore to appear in a black iron ore mining area. Every time a top-grade black iron ore appeared, it would definitely cause a big fight. It was clear how difficult it was to form, and the consequences were equally unpredictable. Now that a premium black iron ore had appeared in the Lin family's mine, everyone could not sit still, afraid that it would fall into someone else's hands. A regular black iron ore could be forged into a regular weapon, or a low-grade mortal weapon if one was lucky. If a premium black iron ore fell into the hands of a master blacksmith, it could be forged into a top or even a premium mortal weapon. For a warrior, a good weapon could increase their combat power by 30 to 40%. A high-grade or supreme-grade mortal weapon could raise one's combat strength to an unimaginable level. Everyone was tempted by the premium black iron ore. In their eyes, a premium black iron ore could increase their combat power. It was a rare opportunity. Hence, the various factions in Shatterstone Town arranged for their men to head to the Lin family's mine. They would snatch the premium black iron ore the moment they saw it. A premium black iron ore was worth their time. Moreover, almost all the factions were mobilized this time. They did not need to worry about the Lin family. On the contrary, getting the premium black iron ore was the way to go. The factions in Shatterstone Town were complicated. Pulling one hair could affect everything. As for whether the news was true or not, they did not need to care. They would rather believe it than let go of any opportunity. Lin family's mine. The once bustling mine had quieted down. The sneak attack by the men in black sent the mine into a temporary panic, especially when it happened twice in a row. Third young master, why are you still here? Something big is going to happen. Lin San got off his horse and ran to Lin Fei. When Lin San woke up in the morning and heard the news, he immediately felt his scalp go numb. If it was any other time, a piece of top-grade black iron stone would definitely be enough to suppress him. But now, the situation was different, and everyone was ready to make a move. The top-grade black iron stone became the bait, luring them to attack. Lin San scolded Lin Fei in his heart. Why didn't Lin Fei seal off such a big piece of news first? Now that everyone knew about it, he took a shortcut to get here. He knew better than anyone else that if this matter wasn't handled well, the Lin family would be in big trouble. The Lin family stood on the hillside of the mining area. Uncle Lin, look at how nervous you are. It's just a small matter. With me here, you don't have to worry. Lin Fei said calmly. Lin San said in a low voice, Third young master, this is no small matter. The black iron ore should not have appeared at this time. Have you informed the clan yet? Tell them to send the black troopers over as soon as possible, just in case. Lin Fei shook his head. No need. Lin San finally said angrily, what are you trying to do? A top-grade black iron ore appeared in the mining area, and you still say that this matter isn't important? Do you know what a top-grade black iron ore is now? It's a big fat piece of meat. Everyone wants to have a bite of it. In the past few days, Lin Fei's actions had completely infuriated Lin San. Especially now that such a big matter had happened, Lin Fei wasn't anxious at all. Didn't he know the importance of this matter? He was hopeless. Uncle Lin, I will personally take responsibility for this matter. I won't care about this matter anymore. Lin San was really angry. He didn't expect third young master Lin to be so obstinate and self-opinionated. Dust rose from afar, and he realized that this matter wouldn't be easily resolved. Young master, I've arranged the matter that you asked me to. A middle-aged man appeared beside Lin Fei. This person was the captain of the black troopers, Zhao Yong. When they came, the black troopers were disobedient. Lin Fei sparred with them and immediately controlled them. Lin Fei said, Good, now we're just waiting for someone to take the bait. Zhao Yong asked carefully, Third young master, are we really going to do this? If we lose control, the consequences will be unimaginable. Lin Fei waved his hand and smiled, I dared to set up this trap because I'm not afraid of anything happening. Don't you think that there are too many powers in Shatterstone Town and we need to control them? Zhao Yong didn't dare to speak. As the captain of the black troopers, he didn't have any right to question. Seeing Zhao Yong's silence, Lin Fei patted his shoulder. Don't worry, everything is under control. The Lin family isn't someone that any random person can deal with. This time, I will let them know what regret is. Zhao Yong sneaked a glance. This was the first time he knew that his young master was so ruthless. Once he made a move, it would be like a thunderbolt. He really didn't know who would fall for the trap this time. An hour later. Most of the powers in Shatterstone Town had arrived. When they arrived, they found that the mining area was very quiet. They must have entered the mining pit. The item must be inside. We can't let the Lin family get it. Go in, go in. Many people came. No one wanted to be left behind. Especially after they couldn't see the Lin family, their first thought was that the Lin family was close to the mining pit. The top-grade black iron ore was most likely inside. The top-grade black iron ore was born in the mine. It wasn't easy to take it out. It would take a lot of time. The top-grade black iron ore was definitely still inside. The Lin family wasn't as good as before. They had so many people now. So what if they robbed the Lin family's item? As for the third young master of the Lin family, he had long been neglected. What use could a kid who was still wet behind the ears do? The group didn't suspect anything. They got off their mounts and headed straight for the mining pit. The temptation of the top-grade black iron ore was like cheese to them. Little did they know, there was someone watching every move in the mining pit from afar. This person was none other than Lin Fei. Lin San was the most surprised. After those people entered the mining area, he had a bad feeling for some reason. From Lin Fei's calm face, Lin San felt that something was about to happen. Do it. As expected. Following Lin Fei's order, Zhao Yong, who was standing at the side, immediately made a hand gesture. Rumble. Rumble. A loud sound reverberated through the sky. The place they were standing on shook the mountain. They almost lost their balance. In front of the mining area, the mounts all scattered in fear. The scene was a mess. Only a few people stayed outside. When they heard the sound of the earth shaking, they all sat on the ground in fright. Not good, something happened. It's over, it's all over. Those who climbed up from the ground had fear on their faces. Chapter 135. No one would have thought that such a terrifying scene would occur today. The Lin family had discovered supreme-grade black iron ore in the mine. Every faction in Shatterstone Town had sent representatives. Their goal was simple, to check if the news was reliable. Another goal was to steal the supreme-grade black iron ore if the news was true. About 50 to 60 people had come today. But not long after, they had lost a large number of people. There were less than 10 people outside the mine. They watched the mine cave collapse in a daze. They couldn't imagine what had happened. With their combined power, who would dare attack them? Pfft! The person at the outermost part of the mine stared at the mine cave in a daze. The next moment, his eyes widened, and blood spurted out. His head had been pierced by an arrow, and he fell to the ground, blood everywhere. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another arrow was fired from the shadows, and another 3 people died. The others finally realized that the Lin family was going to kill them. Run. Go back and tell everyone that the Lin family is going to attack us. If they still didn't know what was going on with the Lin family, then they would be fools. Their first priority was to escape from the mine. They believed that the Lin family wouldn't have a good ending. Who would have thought that the Lin family would be so cruel and kill so many elite disciples in one go? There were no stellar energy experts at the scene. Even if they were, they wouldn't be any better off. Unfortunately, they reacted too slowly. By the time they realized the danger, the mine had already been locked down. When the black troopers appeared, they couldn't muster any will to resist. Everyone knew how powerful the black troopers were. They might not be a match even if they worked together, especially when they used bows and crossbows that specialized in destroying mystical energy protection. The black troopers wouldn't waste time with them. Don't kill us. We surrender, we admit defeat. When they realized that they couldn't escape, they chose to surrender. Unfortunately, Lin Fei wouldn't give them the chance, and neither would the black troopers. A moment later, the remaining people were all shot to death. To deal with them, Lin Fei had mobilized crossbows that specialized in destroying mystical energy protection. If they used another type of bow and arrow, even stellar energy experts wouldn't dare to expose themselves to them unless they were willing to be shot full of holes. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. In order to deal with them, Lin Fei had made all kinds of preparations, and the result was much simpler than he had imagined. Clear the corpses immediately. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the operation. The first step was done perfectly. Got it. Zhao Yong immediately rushed down. Lin San's jaw dropped to the ground. He couldn't believe that third young master Lin had killed all the representatives of the forces in Shatterstone Town. Something big had happened. Lin San didn't even dare to speak. At first, he thought that Lin Fei didn't know anything, so he went back to remind him. But who would have thought that in just a few days, third young master Lin would do something so sensational? Lin San gulped. The news about the top-grade black ironstone is fake? Lin Fei walked down and said with a smile, "When did I say that there was a top-grade black iron ore in our mine? That was just their wishful thinking. No one forced them." Lin San took a deep breath. "But do you know the consequences of your actions?" Lin Fei acted as if he didn't hear it. "Consequences? If I don't say it, if you don't say it, who would know that they died here? I want to find out who stole the black ironstone." After saying that, he turned and walked down. There were some things that needed Lin Fei to deal with. Killing them was Lin Fei's first step. The second step was to tear a hole in the current situation. Behind Lin Fei was Lin San, who was dumbfounded. Something big was going to happen in Shatterstone Town. Back at the mine, the corpses were piled up. Zhao Yong didn't know why, but in their eyes, there was only an order. Because of this incident, their eyes were filled with respect. The Lin family had been low profile for a long time. Killing them all at once made them heave a sigh of relief. Third young master Lin had left a deep impression in their hearts. "Third young master, these corpses?" Lin Fei waved his hand and looked at Zhao Yong. "Are they almost cleaned up?" Zhao Yong nodded. "Young master, don't worry. We never leave any traces behind." Lin Fei was very satisfied. He took out a piece of runes from his pocket. After tearing it apart, he threw it on the corpses. The corpses were all frozen. Following that, he threw a fire talisman. In an instant, the corpses that couldn't be dealt with disappeared completely, as if they were never there. "Young master, could it be that he was a runes master?" From the looks of it, he seemed to be a level 3 runes master. Runes masters had a high status. Even in Gue Yuan City, runes masters were highly respected, especially the level 2 and 3 runes masters. They never thought that their third young master was an expert at the 7th level of the martial path, and also a runes master. This was beyond their imagination. Once they became a runes master, they would have a rune guild behind them. It was equivalent to having a backer. This time, they finally understood why their young master wanted to make a move. He had the ability to do so. "From today onwards, we will camp here and be on high alert. Does everyone understand?" "Understood." After Lin Fei dealt with the corpses, he turned around and announced another piece of news. Everyone started to get busy again. Lin Fei came to the front of the destroyed mine with a faint smile on his face. As for what he had done, Lin Fei had nothing to feel guilty about. He chose to make a move from this aspect because he was familiar with it. "Young master, this mine?" Lin San was worried. With such a big incident, Lin San believed that it would be impossible to hide it from them. Sooner or later, they would find out. Especially with this destroyed mine, anyone with a discerning eye would be able to tell. Lin Fei laughed. "Uncle Lin, have you forgotten who I am? But this mine? Lin Fei smiled. He took out another runes and threw it at the collapsed mine. With a flash of white light, an incredible scene appeared. For some reason, the collapsed area had returned to its original state, and there was not a single flaw to be seen. Of course, it was an exaggeration to say that it was restored. In fact, it was the rubble that overlapped with each other, forming a new stone wall. The exit of the mine was restored to a stone wall. If they had not seen it earlier, they would not have believed that it was a mountain wall. But everything happened in front of them. They had no choice but to believe that it was real. The place that had returned to its original state without any flaws. It had blended with the surrounding environment. Who would have thought that there was a world within the mountain wall? Young master, Lin San had seen a lot of things, but the scene in front of him had truly frightened him. Lin Fei's face showed that he did not care, but he was more shocked than anyone else. This was the auxiliary runes. In the entire Guiyuan city, Lin Fei believed that there were not many people who could make it, let alone think of doing it. There were many types of auxiliary runes. As time passed, all kinds of auxiliary runes were no longer made public. Auxiliary runes might seem useless, but their effects were no worse than attack runes. Chapter 136. That morning, the Lin family's mining area was in a closed state, and it only returned to normal in the afternoon. If it wasn't for what had happened in the morning, who would have thought that the mine had devoured countless lives? But now, it was as if nothing had happened. Of course, in the Xiantian continent, the most worthless thing was human life. Large numbers of people, large numbers of cities, and countless martial artists were born. Dozens of lives were nothing to the people above them. At least for now. That afternoon, the people of Shatterstone Town noticed something wasn't right. Under normal circumstances, with so many people going over, no matter what kind of news there was, they would at least be able to send it back by now. But now, from beginning to end, the people they had sent out had not returned. It was the same for the other forces. The people they had sent out had not returned. This time, many forces felt that the situation was not good. The only thing he could think of was that something had happened to them. This was the only explanation. Although they were going out together, if the news was true, it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be any friction. Top-grade black iron ore itself was extremely valuable. Regardless of whether it was used as a gift or forged into a weapon, it would be like adding wings to a tiger, making it unstoppable. Thus, some of them were restless and decided to personally go and find out what was going on. They wanted to see who dared to lay their hands on their people. In their eyes, they represented a powerful force when they went to the Lin family's mining area. Even if the Lin family had any thoughts, they wouldn't dare to express them. One of the shops in Shatterstone Town was upstairs. Zhang Qian was drinking wine, his brows slightly furrowed. He had just found out about what had happened outside. Little Qian, what do you think of this? Sitting opposite him was Zhang Tianba, the person in charge of the Zhang family's mining area in Shatterstone Town. He had a full beard that made him look like a black man. Something's wrong. Zhang Qian furrowed his brows and continued, under normal circumstances, our men should have returned as soon as they're done investigating. Yet, there's been no news from them. I'm afraid that something has happened. Zhang Tianba said in a low voice, could it be the Lin family's doing? The people he had sent out were not weak, and they were adept at gathering information. Furthermore, with so many people going together, there shouldn't have been any problems. Yet, half a day had passed, and there was no news at all. The Lin family was the first person they thought of when something happened to the Zhang family's disciple. Then, they began to doubt whether the Lin family would dare to make a move at this time. Zhang Qian thought that he was smarter than most people, but he never thought that all of this was done by the Lin family. Uncle Tianba, I don't think the Lin family did it. They don't have the guts to do it, Zhang Qian said. Someone must have done it secretly. We must go there. Zhang Tianba's face darkened. Let's see who has the guts to do this. She turned her head and said, the Lin family's third young master has been in the limelight recently. Uncle Tian will help you vent your anger later. Zhang Qian said, "Thank you, Uncle Tianba." The factions of power in Shatterstone Town headed to the Lin family's mining area one after another. Everyone felt that something was wrong. "Young Master Zhang, I didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence." On the way, Li Yuan bumped into Zhang Qian and smiled. "It's quite a coincidence." Zhang Qian didn't really like Li Yuan, but he still had a smile on his face. "You're also aiming for the top-grade black iron ore." Li Yuan's face turned awkward. "I'm just going to take a look." In his heart, he despised Zhang Qian. Who would speak like that? The Lin family had lost their position, and the Li family would be their biggest enemy in the future. Zhang Qian didn't mind stepping on them, especially since the Li family and the Beigong family were very close. "We won't disturb young Master Li. We'll be leaving first." Zhang Qian left these words, whipped his horse, and galloped away. "Brother Yuan, Zhang Qian is too disrespectful." Beigong Wuqing caught up from behind. Looking at the disappearing silhouette, he said coldly, "I think he's the one aiming for the top-grade black iron ore." Li Yuan's smile darkened, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Humph, it's not that easy to get things." The Lin family's mining area. "Young master, they're here." Zhao Yong ran back and said to Lin Fei. Ever since he witnessed the strength of the rune's master, this Zhao Yong, who was at the 8th level of the martial path, treated Lin Fei as the real young master of the Lin family. There were many experts in the black armor guards, and they admired the strong ones. At first, Lin Fei was just a playboy in their eyes. Who asked the incident back then to spread throughout Guiyuan City, and the impact was very bad. In the end, after the spar, they didn't dare to look down on Lin Fei anymore. Especially after this scene, this usually amiable young master, once he started fighting, he was not just an ordinary kind of ferocious. He killed dozens of people without even blinking an eye. Moreover, the powers behind them were complicated. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't dare to do that. Lin Fei stood up lazily. They came pretty fast. "The show is about to start." Zhao Yong said, "What do we need to do?" "Young master, just tell us." The powers of Shatterstone Town used to be as obedient as mice, but after a few years, they'd become hungry wolves. Young master should teach them a lesson and let them know the power of the Lin family. Lin Fei was very clear that based on the incident in the morning, he had established absolute authority in their hearts. "Don't worry, the Lin family isn't someone anyone can bully." The few major powers of Shatterstone Town, including some second and third-rate families, all came. That day, they appeared at the Lin family's mining area and immediately surrounded the area. However, the silence in the surroundings made them have a huge question. Where did their people go? There were no signs of battle at the mining area. This made them even more puzzled. Under normal circumstances, such a situation shouldn't have happened, but they couldn't see the presence of profound energy at the scene. They couldn't figure it out. Other than the black armor guards being on guard, they couldn't see any signs of battle. However, because of their appearance, the black armor guards revealed serious expressions. "Get out of the way, get out of the way. All of you, get out of the way. If you don't, I'll get angry and kill you all. That's right, get out of the way." Those people were all impulsive. First, they wanted to find someone. Second, to find out if the news about the supreme-grade black ironstone was accurate. When they saw their appearance, they believed that the news was most likely true. This is the Lin family's mining area. Let's see who dares to come in. Zhao Yong walked out with a murderous aura. As for the person you're talking about, we don't have him here at all. I advise everyone not to cause trouble here, or else we, the black armor guards, won't show mercy. Zhao Yong's tone was extremely cold. This angered the crowd, and many people were enraged. You're just a small black armor guard captain. Don't you want to live anymore? A burly man walked out from the crowd and walked all the way up. Whoever dares to block my path, I'll slap you to death. I'll see who dares. Zhao Yong said in a daze, his eyes glaring at the burly man. Chapter 137. Get lost. The tall and sturdy man charged over like a tank. You are courting death. The black armored guards attacked together. Their blades were like shadows and they didn't hold back at all. This was the habit of the black armored guards. Once they attacked, they would use their killing moves and try their best to kill their target. 2 black armored guards attacked fiercely. The reason why the black armored guards dared to attack was because they had received orders from their young master to kill anyone who attacked. That was why the black armored guards were so cruel. Put on. Before the tall and sturdy man could attack, the 2 of them changed their attacks and were instantly killed by the black armored guards. The smell of blood filled the air. Lin family, how dare you? You even dare to kill people from our Skull Gang. The death of the tall and sturdy man caused quite a commotion. At least, no one expected the Lin family to be so ruthless. They killed the man right away and didn't leave anyone alive. There were so many powers here and the Lin family still dared to kill. Their guts weren't just ordinary. Especially when the black armored guards killed someone from the Skull Gang. The Skull Gang had always been vengeful and would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Countless martial artists had died in their hands. In this region of Shatterstone Town, the Skull Gang controlled 3 mid-sized iron mines and 1 small black iron mine. The Lin family killing someone from the Skull Gang was the same as lighting the fuse. Everyone was happy to see the truth first. Today's incident was too strange. They couldn't see any men or traces of battle. It was unbelievable and hard to understand. Now was the time for the leader of the Skull Gang to appear. Everyone knew that the leader of the Skull Gang was cruel and did all kinds of evil. Normal people wouldn't dare to offend him. But in front of the Li, Zhang, and Beigong clans, the Skull Gang wasn't a threat at all. They could wipe them out with a flick of their fingers. It was the best way to test the Lin family. That was why no one stood out to stop him. They were all scheming in their hearts. Top-grade black iron stone. Disappeared subordinates. This was the thing they wanted to know the most. Now that the leader of the Skull Gang, Chen Gang, made his move, they were more than happy. Chen Gang was furious. He was like a volcano that was on the verge of exploding. When Chen Gang walked out, Zhao Yong's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect this person to be from the Skull Gang. People from the Skull Gang were known not to be provoked. If it was in the past, the Lin family could just move their lips and the Skull Gang would be annihilated. But now was different, the Lin family's influence had weakened, which was why Chen Gang dared to stand out. Faction leader Chen, what do you want? Zhao Yong stepped forward and said coldly. Chen Gang frowned, it's not up to you to teach people from the Skull Gang a lesson. His gaze was as sharp as a knife as it landed on the 2. Die. Chen Gang had a fiery temperament, not to mention that his disciple had been killed on the spot. He actually bypassed Zhao Yong and appeared in front of the 2 black armored guards. His fists were like cannonballs as he punched at the 2 of them. Stop. Zhao Yong didn't expect that Chen Gang would really dare to make a move. He immediately pounced forward and clawed at Chen Gang's back. If this claw landed, Chen Gang would definitely be injured. The 2 black armored guards reacted very quickly, because this punch was too ferocious, and because Chen Gang cultivated in a yellow class fist art. Although they reacted very quickly, facing this fist art, the 2 of them were unable to block it. Poochie. The 2 of them were sent flying. Soon after, a figure appeared behind them, dispersing the violent force. Even so, the 2 of them still suffered heavy injuries. Thank you, young master. The 2 of them were pale and ashamed. The person who attacked was none other than Lin Fei. If it wasn't for him dissipating the force, the 2 of them would probably be heavily injured. This faction leader Chen is quite capable. Lin Fei caught the 2 of them. On the battlefield, Zhao Yong and Chen Gang were fighting, causing sand and stones to fly everywhere. Azure Dragon Break. A faint dragon roar rang out in everyone's ears. The crowd saw Zhao Yong's figure fly out. Obviously, he was injured by that punch. The way they looked at Chen Gang changed. Zhao Yong was at the 8th sky of the martial path, but he couldn't block Chen Gang's attack. It could be seen that this faction leader Chen wasn't as weak as the rumors said. On the contrary, he was extremely powerful. "You black armored guards are only so-so," Chen Gang said. "Today, all of you will be buried together with my men." As the sound of his voice faded, Chen Gang pounced over. His movement technique was extremely fast, surprising everyone once again. Movement technique was an important thing for martial artists because it could be used in conjunction with attacks. Movement techniques were unique and had great effects when used. "You're courting death." Zhao Yong was injured, but he wasn't afraid of Chen Gang. He coldly snorted and was about to go up. "Captain Zhao, come down. You're not his opponent." Lin Fei's eyes were like torches. He could tell that Zhao Yong wasn't Chen Gang's opponent at a glance. This was the most powerful fist technique he had seen so far. If he wasn't wrong, Chen Gang must be born with divine strength and cultivated a firm and fierce heart technique. Although he seemed to be at the 8th sky of the martial path, he was actually comparable to the 9th sky of the martial path. Ordinary people would not be a match for such a brutal fist technique unless they cultivated both internal and external energy. Lin Fei had this kind of insight. Therefore, Lin Fei suddenly became interested. Zhao Yong was stunned for a moment. In fact, he didn't want to fight Chen Gang from the bottom of his heart. He originally thought that the two of them were about the same, but after the exchange just now, Chen Gang's strength was obviously higher than his. He was not Chen Gang's opponent. He decisively chose to retreat. He believed that the young master had his own reasons. "Want to leave?" "It's too late." Chen Gang sneered. "Azure Dragon break." The fist whistled down, and the shadow of an azure dragon appeared. This was obviously a fist technique that hadn't reached the great accomplishment. Even so, the terrifying power still brought about a great threat, which surprised everyone. Chen Gang was going to go all out. Everyone could see that. This was a test of the Lin family by Chen Gang. A captain of the Black Troopers had been killed. If the Lin family lowered their heads and kept quiet, it would be equivalent to giving up their original qualifications. This Master Chen is really good. Even Zhao Yong has been defeated. I'm afraid only Lin San can suppress the situation here. Unfortunately, his strength is not Master Chen's opponent. The Lin family is going to be unlucky. Everyone was eager for Chen Gang to do so. The reason was very simple. They wanted to see where the bottom line of the Lin family was. Impudent. A loud voice, like a bell from the sky, rang in the mine, startling countless birds. This was not a sound wave technique, but the effect of mystic qi. 8 Desolation's return. A black shadow appeared in front of Zhao Yong and met it with a punch. The shadow of the azure dragon was broken. "Lie down." Lin Fei closed in and punched again. This time, he didn't use a fist technique, but pure divine power. "You're courting death." Chapter 138. Lin Fei was just worried that no one would jump out to cause trouble. It was the same as losing an opening. The Skull Gang's move was exactly what Lin Fei wanted. If no one was present, he might praise them for their actions. Furthermore, the leader of the Skull Gang had made a move, and the meaning behind it was self-evident, especially when the other factions were probing them. Chen Gang became the blade in his hand. This blade was really sharp. It could slice through everything. However, this sharp blade had to face Lin Fei, who was a thick metal board. A victor had to be decided. Along with Lin Fei's domineering attacks, everyone expected that they would reach their goal soon. If third young Master Lin lost, that would be the best. It didn't matter if Chen Gang lost. On the contrary, if Lin Fei killed him, that would be the best. After all, the Skull Gang was not a small gang, they controlled a few of the mines and could be considered as a powerful faction. They could take over the mines. Thus, it didn't affect them much who won or lost. Green Dragon Tail Whip. As Qin Gang punched out, he transformed into an azure dragon and a berserk aura spread out. Even though his form was different, he was very proficient in controlling his aura. He used the aura to suppress Lin Fei and then used his fists to injure him. It was a two-pronged attack. Qin Gang had relied on this fist technique to kill many people. Lin Fei didn't dodge or dodge. His fists smashed down as usual. Since you sent yourself to me, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Fei wanted to establish his dominance. After consuming the God Force fruit, Lin Fei hadn't truly used his God Force. Even when he faced enemies, he restrained himself. To establish dominance, Qin Gang could only blame himself for being unlucky. He could have done anything else, but he just had to come to him. He deserved it. That fist contained all of Lin Fei's God Force. Outsiders couldn't see the God Force, but the mountain-like fist could still be seen. They couldn't help but be confused. Kang! Qin Gang's fists rained down on Lin Fei's body like a storm. His movements were really quick. Third young Master Lin, this is all your fault. Qin Gang laughed, now you've been hit by my black dragon chi. If I don't help you, you won't live for more than 7 days. As long as you hand over the top-grade black iron stone, I can save your life and help you get rid of the chi. The Azure Dragon Heart Sutra possessed the cold Een characteristics of the ancient Azure Dragon. Lin Fei was poisoned by his own Azure Dragon chi. Qin Gang subconsciously brought the other party in. Except for him, no one else could break it. If the patriarch of the Lin family was still here, he wouldn't have the confidence to do so. Unfortunately, the patriarch of the Lin family had yet to return and there was no one in Guiyuan City who could resolve it. Lin Fei laughed. That's not necessarily true. Everything has an exception. His smile was filled with disapproval. At this moment, Lin Fei's hands moved. With the invincible Vajra body and the 9 revolutions Xian Qi, the cold Een Qi in his body had long been mostly neutralized, and it did not affect him at all. Then, it was time to fight back. Lin Fei immediately grabbed the other party's hands. All of this happened in a split second. Qin Gang was secretly shocked. He immediately activated the Azure Dragon Chi, wanting to shake Lin Fei away. A question popped up in his heart. How could his strength be so strong? He felt as if his hands were being pressed by a mountain. The Xian Qi rebounded as if it was on a hard boulder. Not good. Sect leader Chen was indeed the sect leader. His hands could not escape from Lin Fei's grasp. Instead, he chose to attack from close range. It turned out that Qin Gang's leg technique was still good. In an instant, Qin Gang kicked more than 10 times in one breath. All of them landed on the other party's body. It was so fast that one could not even see the traces of his kicks. This was obviously the result of training his leg technique to a certain level. Very good leg technique. Unfortunately, it's useless against me. Lin Fei said indifferently. In fact, when he kicked, Lin Fei moved on his own. The flowing wind footwork was not just for show. It looked like the leg technique landed on Lin Fei's body. In fact, he dodged it one by one. But in the eyes of others, it seemed like Lin Fei was hit. In fact, the difference was huge. How did you dodge it? Qin Gang finally felt uneasy. It was understandable that he could dodge the fist technique, but his leg technique could even smash a giant rock. But why was it useless against Lin Fei? Unfortunately, what he got in return was Lin Fei's cold voice. You can slowly think about it in hell. Lin Fei raised his fist and punched down. It was as fast as the wind. Qin Gang's eyes were filled with fear. No. This punch gathered all of Lin Fei's strength. When it landed, Qin Gang's Xian Qi was unable to cover his entire head. Lin Fei's punch felt like he had punched a watermelon. Instantly, the red and white parts gathered together, and Qin Gang fell to the ground. Qin Gang was dead. The Skull Gang's sect leader was dead just like that. The spectating forces all knew one thing. Lin family's third young master wasn't weak. But the scene in front of them toppled their imaginations. The Skull Gang's sect leader was killed just like that? It was inconceivable. Of course, most of them were grumbling about how useless the Skull Gang's sect leader was to be killed in just a few moves. How embarrassing. To some of them, they realized that they knew too little about third young Master Lin. Many of them secretly decided that if there was a chance, they would definitely investigate him. Lin Fei threw the corpse on the ground like he was throwing rubbish. Everyone came here for the supreme grade black iron ore. I can tell you that the supreme grade black iron ore isn't with me. Lin Fei's gaze was cold as he spoke indifferently. No one expected Lin Fei to say such a thing. The supreme grade black iron ore was gone. Third young Master Lin, if you say that it's gone, you should at least give us a reason. Someone shouted from the crowd. Lin Fei's gaze was like lightning. He used his drifting wind movement technique and returned to the person who brought it back. Without asking for a reason, he punched him. Just like Chen Gang, his head exploded. This is the reason I'm giving you. Lin Fei said, the supreme grade black iron ore was stolen. As for who stole it, all of you know it. The Lin family's mining area doesn't have the supreme grade black iron ore that you all want. From the moment Lin Fei defeated Chen Gang to the time he defeated another martial artist at the seventh firmament of the martial path, everyone finally understood that they were facing a powerful third young Master Lin. Fresh blood stained his body, but Lin Fei didn't care at all. He allowed the blood to drip onto the ground. Stolen? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. The supreme grade black iron ore was stolen. How was that possible? That was everyone's first thought. If it was before, they definitely wouldn't believe it. They would think that the Lin family had hidden the black iron ore. But there was something that was suspicious. The representatives that came in the morning had all disappeared. There were no signs of a battle at the scene. They couldn't help but be prejudiced. Was the supreme grade black iron ore really stolen? Was that why third young Master Lin was so angry? Who asked Lin Fei to kill two people just now? One of them was even the sect leader. His strength was at the 8th stage of the martial path. It was a little hard to accept. Third young Master Lin, I don't really believe you. Chapter 139. Lin Fei had brutally killed two people in a row. To the crowd, this was not a small amount of pressure, especially the leader of the Skull Gang. Lin Fei had killed him without a second word. Direct. Not just any kind of direct. Brutal. Not just any kind of brutal. Among them, many of the weaker forces were only here to watch the show or steal something in passing. Seeing the famous gang leader Chen die just like that, they could not help but think of themselves. They were afraid that the same thing would happen to them as well. After killing Chen Gang, Lin Fei killed another person without saying a word. This was clearly directed at them. It could be said that they all had a certain amount of fear, and this fear was based on Lin Fei's methods. Chen Gang had died without even knowing what had happened. They did not want to repeat the same mistake. Thus, Lin Fei threw out a huge bomb. At the very least, no one dared to attack Lin Fei first, afraid that they would be the next unlucky person. Of course, this did not mean that everyone was afraid of Lin Fei. It had to be said that Lin Fei's display of power had suppressed many forces. They did not dare to act blindly for the time being. For the top forces, Lin Fei's methods would at most make their eyes light up. They would not be too worried. The family behind them was their source of confidence. The one who spoke was Beigong Wuqing. It was undeniable that Beigong Wuqing was a follower, but he had many advantages when it came to handling matters. For example, he had turned the situation around with a single sentence. Everyone knew that if Lin Fei continued, their operation this time would completely fail. Lin Fei looked at Beigong Wuqing. What a joke. What a joke. Do you think the Lin family can kill all of them? If you want to cause trouble, you'll have to cause trouble yourself first. Lin Fei thought to himself. Killing two people in a row just now was indeed a deliberate move by Lin Fei. It was nothing more than to intimidate those who wanted to take advantage of the situation. He was telling them directly that if they were not afraid of death, they could come at him. This move was very effective. Lin Fei thought it was normal for Bei Gong Wuqing to stand up for him. Lin Fei countered with a question that left Bei Gong Wuqing with no way to explain. Who asked them to leave no evidence at the scene? He just didn't like them. If it wasn't your Lin family who killed them, then who else could it be? Obviously, this was Bei Gong Wuqing's shameless way of putting the blame on the Lin family. This was their simplest goal. Everyone wanted the top-grade black iron ore. Pushing the top-grade black iron ore to the Lin family would bring about a series of repercussions. In particular, on their way here, they wanted to see the Lin family offending various forces. How could they let Lin Fei deal with this trouble so easily? It seemed like a shameless move, but the Bei Gong family was currently the most powerful family to replace the Lin family. Outsiders did not dare to say anything, and they could not afford to offend them. Bei Gong Wuqing was very pleased. I'm slandering you, what can you do to me? Who asked the Lin family to not be the Lin family of the past? If I don't bully you, who else should I bully? Many people were silent. This matter was not something they could interfere with. More importantly, the people they had arranged in the morning had all disappeared. Everyone at the scene began to suspect if they had done it in secret. They did not want to miss out on the top-grade black iron ore. Lin Fei smiled. Do you think the Lin family has the ability to do it? You saw the scene. If the Lin family could really do it, they would not have been ambushed by the men in black. I can tell you clearly that the top-grade black iron ore has long been snatched away. You have all become a tool in their hands. If you really don't believe me, I can't do anything about it. But if anyone dares to falsely place the blame on the Lin family, I don't mind sending you to hell. Lin Fei looked at the crowd coldly. With the previous example, many people wisely chose to avoid his gaze. If Lin Fei really got angry, they did not want to be the unlucky ones. Seeing that these people were frightened, Bei Gong Wuqing was not willing. This was against his goal. He laughed coldly. Third young Master Lin, you don't have to continue lying. You keep saying that the top-grade black iron ore is gone. Who knows if it's still inside? We want to check your mine. This is the best proof. Bei Gong Wuqing was not stupid. He could not think of a good idea. Bei Gong Wuqing even saw Li Yuan's approving gaze. Li Yuan had always held a grudge against him for what had happened in the extreme arena. Originally, they did not want to do anything. Just the top-grade black iron ore alone was enough to give the Lin family a headache for a while. In the end, Lin Fei scared everyone with a few words. Li Yuan was very disappointed. Luckily, Bei Gong Wuqing did not disappoint him. With a few words, he gained the upper hand. Just like what he said, didn't you keep saying that the top-grade black iron ore was not there? Then let everyone see clearly. They believed that the top-grade black iron ore was definitely inside. They had no doubts. This included many people's thoughts. Due to Lin Fei's methods, they did not dare to say anything. From the bottom of their hearts, they wanted to find out the truth. Words had no proof. They would rather believe their own eyes. Bei Gong Wuqing's words stirred up their desire to find out. No one would miss this opportunity. This guy does have some skills. Lin Fei snickered in his heart. Wanting to find clues about the top-grade black iron ore in the mine? Dream on. On the surface, Lin Fei still refused flatly. I don't agree. This decision fell into the eyes of the others, especially with such a firm tone. If there was not an accident, then there was definitely a problem. There were only these 2 points. Bei Gong Wuqing and Li Yuan laughed. This was exactly what they wanted from Lin Fei. Third young Master Lin, didn't you say that the top-grade black iron ore was stolen? Then what do you mean? Bei Gong Wuqing asked very cleverly. Of course, what he meant was to let everyone know that Lin Fei was lying. The item must be in the mine. They just needed a reason. Third young Master Lin, I think you should let everyone go in and have a look. If there is no top-grade black iron ore, I can guarantee that we will turn around and leave. At this time, Zhang Qian also stood out. Both clans were major forces. When it came to the top-grade black iron ore, the Zhang clan would not just stand by and watch. They had to intervene and not let the Li clan and Beigong clan reap all the benefits. Zhang Qian's appearance was equivalent to forcing them to abdicate. The Li clan, the Beigong clan, the Zhang clan, no matter which one it was, they could not be underestimated. As for the Zhang clan's interference, Li Yuan was very unhappy. In this situation, they could only do this. Once a commotion was made, it would not look good and they would lose face. The Zhang clan's appearance undoubtedly brought a lot of pressure to Lin Fei. It was enough to force Lin Fei to make the best choice. The most important thing now was to check if the information was accurate. As for the top-grade material being stolen, they did not take it to heart for the time being. They thought it was an excuse from Lin Fei, an excuse to stop them. However, this excuse was too funny and could not withstand the storm. Chapter 140. P.S. Thank you for the 100 Chidian coins from Dragon on the journey and you'll regret it later. Lin Fei was amused. Sooner or later, these guys would experience what it meant to shoot themselves in the foot. The supreme-grade black ironstone was just a fake news to create chaos among them. No matter how they searched, the result was the same. It was like drawing water with a sieve. The pressure from the few families undoubtedly made the others restless again, and they had to find out the truth. Unless Lin Fei wanted to offend all of them. Lin Fei had a sullen expression. In reality, this was just an act. If he remained indifferent when others forced him, it would be too unbecoming. Who didn't know how to act? Lin Fei was also good at acting. Young Master Zhang, do you also think that I'm lying to you? Do you want to swallow the supreme-grade black ironstone? Lin Fei stared at Zhang Qian and said. Zhang Qian smiled. Third young Master Lin, you're mistaken. I'm not saying that the Lin family wants to swallow it alone. We just want to know the truth. This is also what everyone wants. This was too much. Zhang Qian would not say that he wanted to check and directly pull everyone over. What he meant was that he had no choice but to agree. If he offended all of these people, the Lin family would not be able to continue operating here. Third young Master Lin, we want to check the mine. We want to check the mine. If there's no supreme-grade black ironstone, we'll leave immediately. Many leaders of the forces spoke up. In addition to checking the mine, they also wanted to check if there had been a battle. Their people had disappeared without a trace, and they had to find the mastermind. The most suspicious ones were the Lin family. But then again, if the Lin family killed them silently, there would definitely be traces left at the scene. Hence, the mine was the best place to do it, be it for a sneak attack or an ambush. They had to go to the mine. Everyone's eyes fell on Lin Fei. Lin Fei did not take the gazes of the crowd to heart at all. Do you really want to check the mine? Lin Fei's tone was firm. The crowd was not surprised by his performance at all. Now that the Lin family was weak, they had no choice but to agree. Third young Master Lin, as long as there's no top-grade black iron ore, we'll turn around and leave immediately. Li Yuan stepped forward and said. In his heart, there had to be something wrong with the mine, especially when there were people guarding outside. Coupled with Lin Fei's tone of refusal, it was not difficult to guess the problem. There's something wrong with the Lin family's mine. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's ruthlessness, they wouldn't mind rushing in to take a look. Lin Fei snorted coldly, Young Master Li, Young Master Zhang, you are the four great young masters. Let me ask you, if a bandit came over and said he wanted to see the situation in your house, would you be willing? Neither of them expected Lin Fei to be so sharp. Zhang Qian said, then what do you want? This was what Lin Fei wanted. After a moment of deliberate silence, he said, actually, there's nothing wrong with letting you check the mine. However, I don't want the Lin family to be wronged, so I would like to pledge something to you as compensation. How about it? Everyone was shocked and looked at Lin Fei with complicated gazes. What was this third young master of the Lin family trying to do? Li Yuan, Bei Gong Wuqing, and the rest felt their hearts skip a beat. Li Yuan had been unable to lift his head for the million taels of silver. He didn't expect Lin Fei to offer something as collateral and couldn't help but think of the silver. First, they thought of a trap. After all, they had suffered a huge setback that day. Almost the entire Gue Yuan city knew about it. When Lin Fei brought up this matter again, they couldn't help but be cautious, wondering if there was a trap. After falling for it once, they didn't dare to foolishly continue. Lin Fei, how dare you? Do you think you have this right? Bei Gong Wuqing sneered. Lin Fei said, whether I have this right or not, you can try. I want to see who dares to barge in. I don't mind keeping you here. Lin Fei believed that they would all agree. And this was one of Lin Fei's steps. Lin San, Zhao Yong, and the rest also didn't understand why Lin Fei wanted to do this. They couldn't figure it out. What do you want us to pledge? Li Yuan asked. After pondering for a while, Li Yuan couldn't figure out Lin Fei's purpose. Lin Fei knew it would be like this. This was already in his imagination. The top-grade black iron ore has long been stolen. If you want to see it, each of you can take out 1,000,000 taels of silver. I can let you go in and see what's going on. If it turns out that everything is wrong, I'm sorry, this silver will be our compensation. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They wanted to say something, but when they thought of what happened just now, they didn't dare to say it. They were afraid of becoming the next unlucky person. After all, they had seen Lin Fei's brutality. Third young Master Lin, do you think we're fools? You want to pledge 1,000,000 taels of silver just to see a mine? Li Yuan's eyes were filled with anger. Lin Fei pointed at the mine behind him, as if he had already expected this. If we can prove that all of this was done by the Lin family, you can take this black iron mine away. Are you satisfied? His voice was sonorous and forceful. Black iron mine. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They were all very clear about the value of the black iron mine. The first thing they thought of was whether something had happened to Lin Fei. Although they didn't show any change in their expressions, they were all thinking about the chances of success. If they could really get their hands on it, it would definitely be a big deal. Everyone was tempted. In the black iron mine, there was a treasure bowl. Especially since this black iron mine had a top-grade black iron ore, there might be a chance for another one to appear. No one was willing to give up such a good opportunity. Regardless of whether Lin Fei was real or not, they were tempted. It would be strange if they weren't tempted by a black iron mine. If it was someone else who said it, they wouldn't believe it. But since it was Lin Fei, there was nothing for them to worry about. Lin Fei's words made Lin San jump in fright. He wondered if he had heard wrongly. Third young master, this won't do. Lin San lowered his voice. Uncle Lin, I know what to do, Lin Fei said. Third young Master Lin, you're very courageous. Based on your words, we'll fork out 1,000,000 taels of silver. Zhang Qian was the first to speak. Using 1,000,000 taels of silver in exchange for the right to control the black iron mine. The benefits of this were tempting. They believed that they could find the secret of the mine. As long as they could prove something, they would be able to take over the mine. As for what the Lin family would do, they didn't have to worry. This huge pie that fell from the sky made them feel like they were about to faint from happiness. Chapter 141. Regardless of third young Master Lin's motives for making such a promise, they chose to participate and share in the benefits. They had to get their hands on the black iron mine first. This was the common thought of many factions. Everyone in the mine had money in their pockets. Even if they didn't, they could send someone back to get the money. After all, they wouldn't lose anything. 1,000,000 seemed like a lot, but it wasn't. Many people didn't want to miss this opportunity. Those who thought they had some ability all bet 1,000,000 silver taels to get a share. 1,000,000. 2,000,000. 3,000,000. 21 million. That was the final number, a huge number that had been put together. Third young Master Lin, can we go in and check now? Bei Gong Wuching sneered. If not for Lin Fei's threat earlier, they definitely wouldn't have given him face. It could be said that the following scene happened because they had given him face. 21 million silver taels was a huge sum. Even they didn't expect it to be 21 million silver taels. They were a little envious and wanted nothing more than to get their hands on it. If this sum of silver fell into the hands of the Lin family, it would definitely be a great help. Of course, they didn't think that Lin Fei would have a chance to take this sum of money. Instead, he would hand over the black iron mine. As long as they went in, there were no clues they couldn't find. The mine was only so big, and they knew exactly where the supreme-grade black iron ore was. No problem. Lin Fei said, you can go in now. I'll wait for you outside. If you're worried that I'll escape, you can arrange for people to stay outside. Hearing this, the crowd was surprised. Had the supreme-grade black iron ore really been stolen? They left their men behind to keep an eye on Lin Fei, afraid that something might happen. Lin Fei stood outside with a leisurely expression. Go, go, all of you. This 21 million is all mine. Lin Fei was a little tempted by the 21 million silver taels. Lin Fei didn't care about the 1 million silver taels from before, but 21 million was a completely different story. This sum of money was nothing more than the interest Lin Fei had collected. Watching them rush in one by one, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel amused. If they realized that there was nothing inside, what kind of expression would they have? There are traces of battle. There's blood here. It seems like someone really did come in. Young master, your ability to pass off the fake as the real one is too amazing. Zhao Yong was impressed. The mental damage of 21 million was once again toyed with. Zhao Yong knew that he wouldn't be able to do it. Hee, this is just interest. Lin Fei laughed. There will be a good show soon. An hour later. The miners came out of the mine. They didn't walk out calmly. Instead, they ran out aggressively. This is bad. Seeing their actions, Lin San's heart skipped a beat. He thought that something had happened, but he didn't know what to do. Everyone, I'm not wrong, am I? Lin Fei said, the item is indeed not in our hands, and because of this, we have lost many people in the mine. The top-grade black iron ore was truly gone. That was why they were so angry. This included the scouts they had arranged in the morning. They couldn't find any traces in the mine, so they couldn't achieve their goal. Lin Fei, are you the one behind all this? Bei Gong Wuching jumped out and pointed angrily at Lin Fei. He was the angrier one. Under normal circumstances, there would definitely be what they wanted in the mine, but there were no clues at all. The only clue was that someone had killed their way into the mine and stolen the top-grade black iron ore. However, Bei Gong Wuching's heart ached at the loss of 1 million silver, which was why he had jumped out. F***CKU. Lin Fei moved like the wind and grabbed Bei Gong Wuching's finger. Bei Gong Wuching's pained voice rang out, and he knelt on the ground with a thud. The gravel on the ground exploded into pieces. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Lin Fei attacked again. His target was still Bei Gong Wuching. Bei Gong Wuching fell into Lin Fei's hands in a single move. It was a tragic sight. Ah, it hurts so much. Let go, let go. Lin Fei looked down from above and kicked Bei Gong Wuching. Now you know pain. Why didn't you think about it when you were talking nonsense just now? How dare you slander our Lin family? You must have eaten a leopard's gall. Bei Gong Wuching's divine power surged out, and he almost wanted to roll around in pain. However, a huge mountain was pressing down on him, so he couldn't move. He could only look at Li Yuan and ask him to save him, afraid that he would become an unlucky fellow in Lin Fei's hands. Bei Gong Wuching indeed had no confidence in Lin Fei. Even though he was prepared, he still didn't expect Lin Fei to attack without saying a word and lose face in front of everyone. Bei Gong Wuching regretted opening his mouth. If he had known earlier, he would have asked someone else to do it. Young Master Lin, what do you mean? Li Yuan had no choice but to stand up. After coming out of the mine, Li Yuan understood that he had fallen into Lin Fei's trap. The top-grade black iron ore must have been stolen, but this brat had arranged for the black troopers to be on guard and mislead them. That was why the current scene happened. Lin Fei laughed. What can I mean? It's just to remind some people that everything has to follow the rules. The item is not in my hands. Do you really think our Lin family is easy to bully? If you have the ability, go find the mastermind. What's the point of acting tough here? In front of everyone, Lin Fei scolded them like this. Li Yuan secretly cursed Beigong Wuqing for being a busybody. Why did he have to be the one to stand up? Now, not only did he not stand up, but he also became a big joke. He deserved it. The word rules. Saying it at this time did have some effect. Everyone was indeed angry. They didn't expect to work for nothing and instead give away 1,000,000 silver. This was really a big loss of face. But they really didn't dare to do anything. Previously, they thought that they would definitely find a clue. Who would have thought that it would be like drawing water with a wicker basket? At this time, they naturally didn't dare to say anything. I know Wuqing's personality. He probably didn't deliberately target you. He just wanted to find a clue. Li Yuan looked at Lin Fei. I think Wuqing must know his mistake and won't question anything anymore. How about giving me face and letting me go? Seeing Li Yuan's expression, Beigong Wuqing knew that he wouldn't be able to gain anything for now. It was better to escape first. Young Master Lin, I was too anxious this time. I shouldn't have gotten angry at you. I admit defeat. Beigong Wuqing really didn't want to lower his head, but the pain from his body made it impossible for him to do so. Lin Fei's kick had scattered Beigong Wuqing's Xian Qi. Without the protection of Xian Qi, Beigong Wuqing shouldn't have suffered. Now that he wanted to escape, he had no choice but to lower his head. He really couldn't bear the pain, and his face was already twisted. Lin Fei let go. You're lucky this time. I don't mind killing you next time. Now scram. Beigong Wuqing was kicked away like a dead dog. The others secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. This time, he really had to lower his head. The important thing was to find the mastermind and find out about the top-grade black iron stone and his subordinates. Chapter 142. The bright moon hung high in the sky. The night was like water. The Lin family's mining area was silent. Other than the flickering lights, everything was as usual. In a small wooden house in the mining area. Third young master, will they really come? Lin San asked. His tone was filled with doubt and confusion. They will definitely come. A sharp gaze flashed in the night. The person who answered was Lin Fei. During the day, the forces in the mining area had suffered a setback. They brought their men back reluctantly and left 1,000,000 taels of silver each. It would be strange if they didn't take revenge. More importantly, they were unwilling. Lin Fei was calmer than anyone else. Tonight, he was waiting for the show to start. How are the preparations going? Everything is ready. Lin San gritted his teeth. If they dare to come tonight, we dare to make them stay here. I guarantee they won't be able to return. This is all part of Third Young Master's plan. After witnessing the scene during the day, Lin San didn't dare to object. Lin San didn't have the guts to kill so many scouts in one go. Winning 21,000,000 taels of silver without anyone noticing was also something Lin San couldn't do. Lin San was sincerely convinced. A white light flashed and the two seemed to disappear. In the forest outside the mining area, streaks of black shadows flashed past like ghosts in the dark night. Follow. Don't fall behind. Tonight, we will massacre the Lin family's mining area. Leave no one alive. We must find the whereabouts of the supreme black iron ore. The two men in black had ferocious eyes and murderous intent. Are you sure Lin Fei is in the mining area? One of them asked. Don't worry, boss. Our men will be watching. If Lin Fei returns to Shatterstone Town, we will get news. The man in black nodded in satisfaction. The supreme black iron ore is very important to us. Killing Lin Fei is equally important. We can't afford to make any mistakes. Don't worry. I will personally kill Lin Fei. The two nodded and disappeared into the night. Someone was making a move here. There were also movements elsewhere. Brother Yuan, are we going to make a move tonight? On a hillside, Bei Gong Wuqing's face was full of murderous intent. Li Yuan was dressed in black, his face expressionless. We can't let this drag on any longer. Lin Fei is more powerful than we imagined. Leaving him alive is only a matter of time. Besides, even if we don't make a move tonight, someone else will. This young master will make Lin Fei spit out everything he's eaten. Neither of them could forget what had happened during the day. Shame. Lin Fei must die tonight. Bei Gong Wuqing sneered. We can play the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Ha, that's right. Let them fight to the death with the Lin family before we make our move. At that time, we can shift the blame to the other party and let them fight each other. Lin family mining area. A gentle breeze blew past. Two ordinary patrolling guards let out muffled groans and fell to the ground. Countless black shadows emerged from the surroundings of the mining area and sneaked into the mining area. Kill. The man in black made a throat-slitting gesture. In the wooden hut. Lin Fei frowned. A cold light shot out from his eyes. His entire body was like a knife. They're here. Motherf asterisk Kerr, they're looking for death. Lin San said angrily. Uncle Lin, we can start according to the plan. Third young master, don't worry. This time, we'll make them go for wool and come home shorn. Our Lin family isn't that easy to bully. Huh, I found a top-grade black iron ore. I found a top-grade black iron ore. In the dark night, maniacal laughter echoed in the Lin family mining area for a long time. Motherf asterisk Kerr, get lost. This thing is mine. Ah, if you dare to make a move, I'll kill you. The top-grade black iron ore is mine. The commotion in the mining area immediately attracted everyone's attention. During the day, everyone came in a threatening manner but returned in disappointment. They couldn't miss a top-grade black iron ore. No matter what, they had to see it. The people who were hiding heard the commotion in the mining area, especially the news of the top-grade black iron ore. No one could hold back. The top-grade black iron ore was like a magic stone, tempting them. Everyone, kill. Snatch the top-grade black iron ore. No matter who it is, kill them all. Whoever snatches the top-grade black iron ore, I'll reward them with 1,000 silvers and a first-rate mysterious technique. The surrounding people all rushed out. They didn't hide anymore. Their target was the top-grade black iron ore. Hence, there were people pouring into the mining area from all directions. After pouring in, they didn't differentiate between you and me. Their blades flashed and swords flashed, creating a bloody disaster. The originally quiet mining area immediately became a battlefield. Killing intent rose and the smell of blood began to permeate the mining area. The first batch of black-clothed people obviously realized that the situation wasn't right. At this time, the top-grade black iron ore was irresistible to the 5 people. Hence, no one analyzed what had just happened. The killing continued. The corpses on the ground were strewn all over. Fresh blood dyed the rubble red. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot. Broken arms and legs were everywhere, proving how tragic it was. The top-grade black iron ore is in here. Someone shouted. A metal box entered everyone's vision. This time, everyone started to go crazy. The metal box revealed the tip of the iceberg. However, the black color flashed by, making it extremely eye-catching. Together with the holes on the ground, no one would suspect that it was fake. They had never thought that there would be such a big piece of top-grade black iron ore. Everyone became even more ruthless and unscrupulous. F***ck off, this thing is ours. Kill them all. Following the appearance of the top-grade black iron ore, the killing in the mining area became even more intense and bloody. An hour later, blood flowed like a river in the mining area. There weren't many people left standing. The thick smell of blood permeated the air. Finally, no one is going to snatch it from us. A burly man slashed a person in half. The metal box was only a few steps away from him. He finally revealed an excited smile. With this thing, it was equivalent to having a trump card. Pooh! In the night, a crossbow arrow flew out. A bloody hole appeared on the burly man's body. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, he would have died without a doubt. Who is it? Come out! The burly man roared. He held his long blade horizontally and looked around vigilantly. This box, our Li family wants it. If you don't want to die, scram immediately. Li Yuan walked out with a group of people. The burly man was shocked. This thing belongs to our Wang family. Don't go too far. Li Yuan laughed loudly. Wang family is nothing. Today, no one can take this thing away. I'll give you a choice. Hand it over and I'll spare your life. Hand over the metal box. Bei Gong Wuqing also walked out. Greed flickered in his eyes. Li Yuan, when did your Li family become so tyrannical? Just as Li Yuan was feeling proud, another group of people came out of the mining area. Hearing this voice, Li Yuan couldn't help but be startled. He frowned and cursed in his heart. Damn, why are they here? Chapter 143. If not for the supreme black iron ore's appearance, Li Yuan would never appear with his men. After all, the supreme black iron ore's importance was unparalleled. He could not afford to lose it. In other words, he could not allow any problems to occur. In the end, Li Yuan underestimated the situation. The Li family could not hold back, so could the Zhang family. Hence, both sides appeared. Why are you here? Li Yuan had arranged for spies to check this area. Only after confirming that there was no one around did he show up from behind the scenes. Zhang Qian smiled. If you can be here, why can't we? You must be wondering why you couldn't find any traces of us after searching this area. Li Yuan was furious. The situation was not good for him to kill his way out of the Zhang family. Zhang Qian was very proud. I forgot to tell you. In order to get the supreme black iron ore, I specially invited a runes master from my family. Thump. Li Yuan had a bad feeling. He vaguely understood what had happened. You are just a runes master. Do you think we will be afraid of you? Of course we are not afraid of a level 1 or 2 runes master. Zhang Qian said. But what about a level 3 runes master? An old man walked out from behind Zhang Qian. He was wrapped in a black robe. His whole body was covered, revealing a cold aura. I am Sang Mo. Am I qualified? A gloomy aura shrouded the sky above the mine. Zhang Qian, how dare you? You even dare to take in a wanted criminal of the Rune Association. Li Yuan's expression changed. He recognized the identity of the person and knew his background. He could not help but reveal a vigilant expression. Sang Mo, a wanted criminal of the Rune Guild. He had once used runes to kill a large number of warriors. His reputation was ruined. He had escaped capture many times. There was no news of him after that. Everyone thought that he had died in the hands of someone else. It turned out that he had been hiding in the Zhang family. The Zhang family was powerful. However, once they went against the Runes Master Guild, they could not resist at all. They had become a thing of the past. Zhang Qian clapped his hands. I have my own plans since I dared to bring my men out. But don't think of leaving here today. Kill. The people behind Zhang Qian rushed into the battlefield. Kill them all. Li Yuan had also brought experts over. Even though he was afraid of the level 3 runes, he was not willing to give up and leave just like that. Especially when he gave up on the juicy meat in his hands, he had to fight for it no matter what. Kill that level 3 runes master first. Don't let him get away. Li Yuan's eyesight was not bad, and he realized how difficult it was to deal with runes masters. The reason why Zhang Qian hadn't been discovered was because he was a level 3 runes master, and he had used his runes to escape their detection. It was most important to kill the runes first. There was no lack of experts around Li Yuan. After all, the mining area needed an expert to oversee it. Young Master Li, don't worry. A dark-faced man walked out from behind Li Yuan. His skin was as black as charcoal, but his strength had reached the 9th layer of the martial Dao. In the wooden hut, Lin Fei used runes to conceal himself, isolating all his aura. They're fighting. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's request, Lin San wouldn't have been able to sit still. I want them to fight. Lin Fei wasn't surprised. Everything was within his expectations. Making use of their greed, do you know that runes master? There was an additional runes master at the scene, and Lin Fei was more or less interested. Lin San, who was excited, tensed up when he heard about the runes master. Third young master, that runes master is very scary. He's the Rune Guild's wanted criminal, Sang Mo. He's a guy who doesn't shrink from any evil deeds. Many of our Lin family members died in his hands. Wanted criminal, interesting. Lin Fei pinched his chin. Ever since he became a runes master, Lin Fei had never met a runes master, especially a level 3 runes master. As for level 1 and level 2 runes masters, with his current ability, he didn't care about them at all. After training in the virtual world, Lin Fei was more confident than the average person. If it was someone else who heard about a level 3 runes master, they would either turn pale with fright or run away. They wouldn't stay at the scene. Lin San had seen Lin Fei's methods, but when he thought about how scary a level 3 runes master was, he couldn't help but advise him to prevent any accidents. Third young master, a level 3 runes master is very scary, especially when he's an expert at the 9th level of the martial path. Before Lin San could finish, he was interrupted by Lin Fei. You're worried that I'm not a match for a runes master, right? Lin Fei laughed. Since I dare to dig a hole, I dare to bury them all. Don't you believe in young master's words? Lin San sneaked a glance and realized that his young master was full of confidence. Could it be that young master had this ability? I believe. At the mine, the massacre continued. It was a war between the Li family and the Zhang family. As for the people who died earlier, they had all turned into corpses on the ground. Their blood was mixed with the corpses, becoming a part of them. Pung! Li Yuan and Zhang Qian collided with each other and a strong gust of wind blew out. The surrounding rocks were instantly turned into dust by the wind. Both of them were at the 8th level of the martial path, one of the young experts of Gue Yuan City. Both of them couldn't do anything to each other. Zhang Qian, your blazing palm is only so-so. Li Yuan stood proudly. Your heaven-breaking fist can't even block my blazing palm. Zhang Qian's clothes were a little messy, showing his strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't be one of the 4 young masters. Both of them were about to attack again. The situation changed. Scram! It turned out that the outcome of the battle between the experts at the 9th level of the martial path had been decided. The expert arranged by Li Yuan had just come out of the ice. Following that, Sang Mo's runes technique was used, and the black-faced man was sent flying like a broken kite. Young Master Zhang, I've helped you settle the matter. Sang Mo said calmly, as if he had done something insignificant. However, when his eyes fell on the black iron rock, a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. Thank you, Master Sang, for your help. Zhang Qian's face was filled with joy. The 9th level of the martial path was defeated just like that. Young master, I'm not his match. The black-faced man was helped up by someone. He vomited blood and felt ashamed. At the same time, he was fearful of Sang Mo, that rune's division is very powerful. Let's leave quickly. Li Yuan's face was ugly. The situation was more dangerous than he had imagined. He finally understood how terrifying the runes division was. Retreat. Since the experts around him were all injured, Li Yuan naturally wouldn't stay, especially when he knew the big secret. Seeing that they were about to leave, Zhang Qian naturally refused. In order to fight for the Black Iron Rock, Zhang Qian had brought the runes division. How could he let them leave? If the news got out, the Zhang family would be the first to suffer. Sang Mo's eyes were cold. Young Master Zhang, don't worry. No one has ever escaped from me. Howling cold wind. A piece of runes division flew out. With a flash of white light, it turned into a black tornado. The tornado howled towards the crowd. As the tornado flew, the people in its path were all sucked into it. The cold wind landed on their bodies like blades. It was like minced meat, turning them into a rain of blood. Under the methods of the runes division, the crowd witnessed how terrifying it was. Once those people were sucked into the tornado, the cold wind sliced them like blades. Even an earth energy expert would be cut by the cold wind if they were caught in it. Li Yuan's subordinates were sucked in and instantly turned into piles of bones. Such a cruel method made everyone retreat subconsciously. They couldn't imagine that the magical powers of the runes division could kill people so easily. Zhang Qian, you will die a horrible death. Our Li family will not let you off. Li Yuan roared. I surrender. Don't kill me. Beigong Wuqing was so scared that his face was pale and his legs were trembling. Against the magical powers of the runes division, they really couldn't block it. Just as he finished speaking, the whistling tornado swept them into it. Miserable cries echoed in the sky. Li Yuan and Beigong Wuqing were killed by the magical powers of the runes division, leaving behind a pile of bones. Zhang Qian was very happy to have eliminated a great enemy. However, this happiness only lasted for a moment. Young Master Zhang, good move. You killed Li Yuan and Beigong Wuqing. I'm afraid Gue Yuan City will have to respect you from now on. Chapter 144. P.S. Thank you to Emu for the 100 Qidian coins tip. My recommendation tickets are bleak. Please give me the last recommendation ticket for 2012. It's you. Zhang Qian, who was in a state of excitement, looked at Lin Fei, who walked out of the wooden house with a hint of surprise in his eyes. The massacre in the mine lasted for more than 2 hours. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be anyone at the scene. However, there was someone, and it was one of the Zhang family's biggest enemies. Apart from that, Zhang Qian was the first to think that something was wrong. Before they appeared, they had also investigated the area, just like Li Yuan and the others. They only came out after confirming that there was no danger. More importantly, Zhang Qian had invited a runes master, a level 3 runes master, so he had confidence. When Lin Fei appeared, he still felt a lot of pressure. Zhang Qian didn't take this pressure to heart. Why can't I? Lin Fei smiled. This is my territory. Haven't you heard of the saying, I call the shots in my territory? Choosing to appear at this time was undoubtedly the same as pulling in the net. A group of figures appeared around the mine. They were holding crossbows, and the cold light of the crossbows flashed as they aimed at the people in the mine. In order to ambush these people, Lin Fei spent a lot of effort. If he wasn't a runes master and trained in the virtual world, it would be impossible for him to complete this series of actions. Lin Fei was very excited to take care of a big fish tonight. Sang Mo, a level 3 runes master, was a big fish. Runes masters were rare, and a level 3 runes master was considered a top figure in Gue Yuan City. Lin Fei believed that if a level 3 runes master was killed, it would be a big blow to the Zhang family. It was equivalent to losing a right-hand man. Of course, the appearance of a level 3 runes master tonight was indeed out of Lin Fei's expectations. The Zhang family was more powerful than he thought. Zhang Qian looked around with a smile on his face. It's been 5 years since we last met. Third young master's skills have improved a lot. Unknowingly, you set up a trap so that we can both benefit from it. Unfortunately, you didn't expect that our Zhang family would invite a runes master, did you? The final winner will still be our Zhang clan, and your Lin family will bear the infamy of slaughtering the Li clan's northern court disciples. With the level 3 runes master present, Zhang Qian was very confident. The crossbows were powerful, but with runes on the scene, there was nothing to be afraid of. The importance of a runes master was clearly different. Really? Lin Fei laughed, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. Idiot, you are the #1 idiot in the world. Aren't you surprised that the Lin family has been in business for so long, but only today did news of a top-quality material come out? No, that wasn't right. Zhang Qian raised his eyebrows. What are you trying to say? A bad feeling emerged from his heart. You really are an idiot. My young master said it so clearly. Don't you know that our Lin family didn't dig out any top-quality material? Lin San laughed out loud, looking down on the other party. Ever since the Lin family's power declined, the competition for the mine was cruel. As the person in charge of the mine, Lin San didn't have a good time. He had been holding it in. Now that he had a place to vent his anger, he naturally didn't hold back. Thump, thump, thump. Zhang Qian took 3 steps back and said angrily, "Impossible, you are lying." After the excitement, the pain was not something that anyone could bear. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong, Zhang Qian invited Demon Sang, offended the Li and Beigong families, and killed them all. His goal was to get the top-quality material. But now, in other words, the top-quality material didn't exist in the first place. Zhang Qian suddenly felt like the sky was falling down. He panicked. It was no different from being slapped in the face, and it was extremely loud. 2 sword lights flashed, and the metal box was split into 2. It's fake. This isn't top-quality black iron ore. It's fake, we were fooled. Many of the people Zhang Qian brought were in charge of the mine. They immediately recognized that the stone in the metal box was not top-quality black iron ore. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They were fooled. It was all for nothing. Zhang Qian's face was pale. If it weren't for the existence of the top-quality material, he wouldn't have been so ruthless. He even wanted to frame the Lin family and shift the blame. But now, everything was for nothing. The Lin family didn't have any top-quality material at all. The ancient saying goes, a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. I admit that I made a mistake this time. Zhang Qian tried his best to calm himself down. He stared at Lin Fei with a venomous gaze. However, your biggest mistake shouldn't be left here. Lin Fei saw Zhang Qian's expression from beginning to end, and he felt very happy. You messed with my Lin family, now you feel good. Although he didn't have any feelings for the Lin family, his identity made it impossible for him to abandon the Lin family. Therefore, Lin Fei wouldn't let go of anyone who went against the Lin family. Only by solving the problem in Gue Yuan City could he cultivate in peace and not be affected by other things. Your plan is to keep us here, Lin Fei said. Using the Lin family as a scapegoat is a good idea. Unfortunately, you used it in the wrong place. Zhang Qian laughed sinisterly. That might not be the case. Kill them all. Zhang Qian was very angry. He knew that if today's matter spread, it would have a great impact. The only way was to kill everyone in the mine and not let any information leak. At that time, the Lin family would go down in history in infamy. They would be destroyed without the need for the Zhang family to do anything. At the order, the Zhang family immediately brandished their swords and attacked. Kill. The Zhang family had just moved. In the dark night, countless crossbow arrows covered the sky and covered the earth. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Martial artists were powerful, and crossbows were still the most commonly used weapon in the family army. Crossbows were intensive attacks. They specialized in breaking through Xian Qi protection and Gang Qi protection. Of course, the latter required special crossbow arrows. Usually, families used Xian piercing arrows. Xian piercing arrows could break through Xian Qi protection and did not have much effect on Gang Qi experts. However, Gang Qi experts could not withstand the overwhelming crossbow arrows. They consumed too much Xian Qi. As the crossbows attacked, many of Zhang Qian's men died. No matter how powerful Xian Qi protection was, they were shot like hedgehogs by hundreds and thousands of crossbow arrows. One was a long-range attack, while the other was a close-range attack. The results were immediately clear. In a short while, Zhang Qian's men suffered heavy losses. After all, Zhang Qian's men could not reach the level of Gang Qi protection. Even he was not comfortable facing so many crossbow arrows, especially Xian piercing arrows. Grandmaster Sang, we need you to do this. Zhang Qian said to Sang Mo after knocking away the crossbow arrows. In fact, Zhang Qian did not expect Lin Fei's plan to be so meticulous. He was not prepared to use crossbows to attack them in a large area. Looking at his men dying, Zhang Qian knew that he had suffered a double loss tonight. He did not know how to explain this to his family. The only thing he could do now was to kill them all. However, the crossbowmen Lin Fei deployed were very difficult to deal with. If they were not dealt with first, there would be endless trouble in the future. Chapter 145. Sang Mo was indeed furious. As a runes master, he was deceived by a good-for-nothing disciple. That disciple even dared to kill someone in front of him. This was unforgivable. Even if Zhang Qian didn't say anything, Sang Mo would have done something for the Zhang family. Sang Mo was able to escape from the Rune Guild with the help of the Zhang family. If not for the Zhang family, he would have died in the hands of the Rune Guild. He definitely had to help him with this. Level 3 runes masters couldn't draw talismans in the air. Normally, only level 5 runes masters could draw talismans in the air. However, not all level 5 runes masters could do it. Drawing talismans in the air had become a secret skill. Level 5 runes masters and below usually used runes to injure others. They weren't fighting with runes, but with silver. Lots and lots of silver. Normally, runes masters rarely made a move. At least, before they mastered the use of soul, they wouldn't make a move unless it was absolutely beneficial. Who would be willing to burn money? Sang Mo slapped his pocket and a runes appeared in his hand. With a cold gaze, he threw the runes at them. Frost arrow. Be careful, this is the sacred art of runes. After the runes were torn apart, a cold aura whizzed past. Within a large area, frost arrows shot towards them like white dots. The frost arrows covered the entire area. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The crossbow and frost arrows collided. Even so, some frost arrows still hit the black troopers. Fortunately, the black troopers had armor that blocked some of the attacks. Under the cover of the frost arrows, they lost some of their combat abilities. The frost arrows were terrifying. This was why runes masters were so terrifying. Your armor is not bad. Against my frost arrows, all of you will die. Sang Mo sneered as if he could see them dying under the frost arrows. He was an offensive type of runes master. Frost arrows were his attack method. Boom boom boom. Just when Sang Mo thought that his sacred art of runes would kill them all. Suddenly, a blazing fireball came like a meteor shower. Water and fire do not get along. Frost arrow was a variation of water. Fireballs were a type of pure fire. The frost arrows faced the countless fireballs, and many of them immediately evaporated, turning into water droplets that fell to the ground. In an instant, the fireball suppressed the frost arrow. Runes master. Sang Mo's eyelids twitched. He looked around, trying to find the runes master. Of course, he was shocked. To be able to break his frost arrow, it had to be a level 3 runes. Who is it? Come out. Zhang Qian's face was gloomy. He did not expect a runes master to appear, and it might even be a level 3 runes master. That was the most unbearable part. Runes masters must die. Zhang Qian was very confident in Master Sang Mo's ability. Right now, he had to figure out one thing first. Where was the rune's master? In this short period of time, most of the ice arrows had been destroyed. There's no need to look. The rune's master you're looking for is me. Lin Fei walked out from the dark. If not for the rune's master, Lin Fei would not have come out. You're a rune's master? Zhang Qian jumped up, doubting the validity of Lin Fei's words. In fact, Lin Fei was too young. He did not look like a rune's master at all. After all, becoming a rune's master required a certain level of talent. Could Lin Fei be a rune's master? Zhang Qian believed that the sun came from the west, and he did not believe that a playboy like Lin Fei could become a rune's master. Even he himself could not become a rune's master. Based on this, one could tell that Lin Fei was a rune's master. Lin Fei laughed. Ask him then. Of course, he was referring to Sang Mo. Hee. I hate the rune guild the most. It's been a long time since I killed a rune's master. Sang Mo licked his lips and stared at Lin Fei with glowing eyes. He admitted to what he said earlier. Today, I'll start with you. Come at me if you can. Lin Fei turned around and pointed his middle finger at Sang Mo. Then, he ran towards a remote area. Although Zhang Qian did not understand what Sang Mo meant, he knew that it was not a good move. You're courting death. Sang Mo quickly chased after Lin Fei. T. Zhang Qian was about to say something when Sang Mo disappeared from his sight. What he wanted to say was that it was a diversion. Unfortunately, he did not manage to say it. In the dark night, arrows were shot again. Zhang Qian realized that the situation was not right. Without the help of a rune's master, their combat ability against arrows was suppressed. He finally understood why Lin Fei had appeared out of nowhere. Zhang Qian hated Lin Fei to the core. However, it was useless. At the same time, a dangerous aura locked onto him. Broken arrow. At the edge of the mining area, in the sandy area. Brat, why aren't you running? Sang Mo caught up and saw the brat standing there motionless. Sang Mo thought that Wang Xian wanted to fight him. In fact, as a level 3 runes master, Sang Mo was superior in both runes and martial arts. Killing an insignificant rune master was not worth mentioning. Why should I run? Lin Fei raised his head with a gleam of pride in his eyes. Hee, have you chosen how you want to die? Sang Mo was not in a hurry to attack. Judging from Wang Xian's spiritual aura, Wang Xian was only a level 2 runes master. He was no match for Sang Mo. Lin Fei shook his head and said seriously, you are mistaken. It should be your choice. Why didn't you choose to die? Was it an instant kill? Or would you be tortured to death? In my opinion, it would be best to kill you in an instant. A level 2 runes master could kill a level 3 runes master in an instant? Sang Mo, the wanted criminal of the Rune Guild, almost burst out laughing. No one had ever dared to say that in front of him. You want to kill me in an instant? Lin Fei nodded. If everything goes according to plan, should be able to kill you in an instant. Sang Mo threw his head back and laughed. You are talking big. I shall kill you in an instant then. Frost arrow. Sang Mo's movement technique was very fast. With a wave of his hand, the frost talisman was cast. The frost arrow was like an inescapable net, surrounding Lin Fei tightly. Anyone at such a close distance would be killed in an instant. Sang Mo was indeed capable. The frost talisman is quite powerful. It's a pity that the refining process is too complicated. It's not as powerful as it should be. Lin Fei did not dodge. Earth shield. In an instant, a 10 feet tall brown earth wall appeared in front of Lin Fei, blocking the attack. Sang Mo was stunned. The frost talisman was useless? This was just a thought. The earth shield broke suddenly. Lin Fei came out with a smile on his face. The frost talisman is only so-so. You can die now. In Sang Mo's eyes, a large runes appeared in Lin Fei's hands. His eyes widened and a sense of danger rose in his heart. Fire talisman. Frost talisman. Gravity talisman. Boulder talisman. All sorts of attacks rained down like a meteor shower. Sang Imo was still in shock. He hurriedly threw out his runes and erected a shield. However, the shield of the runes shattered under the barrage of runes. Immediately, it was engulfed by the mystique of the runes. Oh! I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Chapter 146. P.S. Thank you, Glacier Bookworm, for your 100 Chidian coins tip. Today is New Year's Day. I wish everyone a Happy New Year. Please give me your first recommendation ticket for 2013. Sang Imo, the wanted criminal of the Rune Guild, had never thought that he would one day die under a pile of runes. Not only that, he would die in such a dignified and humiliating way. Even though Sang Imo had the strength of a level 9 martial artist and was a level 3 runes master, it was normal for him to die under Lin Fei's sudden attack. After all, Lin Fei's runes skills were flawless. Even though he was only a level 2 runes master, the runes that Lin Fei created were not any weaker than level 3 runes. Think about it, with so many level 3 runes crashing down, apart from mystic cultivators, no one would be able to block them. Therefore, Sang Mo's death was not unjust. Lin Fei had so many runes that he could kill Sang Imo instantly with runes. Who would have thought that Lin Fei would use runes as if they were free? Unlike Sang Imo, who used runes one by one, every runes was painful to use. That was the difference. If Sang Imo knew that he had met someone who did not treat runes as treasures, he would not have attacked him personally. That was why he lost his life. Pathetic, pathetic. F***ck, he really killed him in an instant? Lin Fei took a deep breath. If not for the things on the ground, Lin Fei would not have believed that he killed a level 3 runes master in an instant. Even though he had guessed that level 3 runes would be very powerful, he had not tested it before. He had never thought that a pile of runes would be so powerful. Even Sang Imo, a level 3 runes master, could not defend himself and was killed in an instant. Runes really are good stuff. I'll have to make more of them when I get back and use them as a trump card. In the future, if I encounter a profound practitioner expert, I'll have a certain degree of confidence. Perhaps I'll be able to kill a profound practitioner. Tonight, Lin Fei was actually here to experiment with the runes. The effect of the runes was surprisingly good. Level 2 runes against level 3 runes, a great victory. Lin Fei was in a good mood. In the future, he would have a good trump card. People treated the runes as treasures, and he would treat them as a tool. Wasn't this the right tool to use? Killed level 3 runes master Sang Imo 10,000 EXP gained. Lin Fei was still surprised to receive so much experience. Normally, he would only get 1 or 2,000 EXP. Today, he had encountered a boss. After thinking about it carefully, Lin Fei seemed to understand that the Sang Imo he killed was not an ordinary person. Could this be the reason why the runes practiced martial arts at the same time? Just as Lin Fei was feeling puzzled, a system notification popped up. Killed level 3 runes master Sang Imo successfully hunted dark runes master. 10 reputation points gained. Lin Fei was slightly stunned. Reputation points? He opened the system and took a closer look. Lin Fei understood what was going on and could not help but be excited. I finally understand why killing a runes master gives so many experience points. It turned out that Sang Imo had killed more than 200 people and was classified as a dark runes master. His sin points had reached 200. Lin Fei killing him was equivalent to clearing his sin points. Hence, the experience points were so high. Apart from this, Lin Fei also realized the use of reputation points. It turned out that he had just activated the reputation system. Those whose sin points had reached 100 and above would receive corresponding reputation points based on their sin points. This reputation point could be used to obtain medals. Lin Fei had experienced the effects of medals. This time, there were many similar reputation medals. The duration of usage was extended and the effect was longer. It was a pity that Lin Fei could not see the attributes of the metals. The lowest metal required 500 reputation points. Now, Lin Fei could only stare at it. Could it be that those with sin points are all sinners? If I kill someone with 10,000 sin points, wouldn't I get hundreds of thousands, or even millions of experience points? Lin Fei was tempted. Ever since he reached the seventh sky of Martial Path, his experience points had been increasing. Other than hunting demonic beasts or killing bandits, Lin Fei could not think of anything else to level up. But when he activated the reputation system, Lin Fei seemed to realize that another one had appeared in front of him. Sin points. This seemed to be a good idea. He retracted his thoughts. Lin Fei began to check his spoils of war. Because of the pile of runes, even Lin Fei could not remember them clearly. The destructive power was extraordinary, and the Sang Devil's body was blown to pieces. Damn, it can't all be gone, right? Lin Fei regretted that he was too ruthless. He had forgotten that some items could not withstand attacks. Now, all the items were gone. Amidst the rubble, Lin Fei found a bag. A black bag. Could it be a special Runes Master's runes bag? Lin Fei finally recalled something that he had seen in the virtual world. It seemed to be very similar to that thing. His soul force rushed in. It is indeed a runes bag. Unfortunately, the quality is too low. Lin Fei shook his head. If Sang Yimou knew about this, he would probably jump out and scold him. For a runes bag, he had killed over 30 runes masters to get it. Now that it was said to be worthless, he was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. In fact, Lin Fei did not understand the value of a runes bag. Runes bag was a unique space. It was not very big, but it could be used to store runes. Other things could not be stored in it. It was a corresponding bag. Runes bag could only be used by level 3 runes masters. As for the production of a runes bag, one had to be at least a level 5 runes master. They also needed special runes tools. Therefore, every runes bag was very precious. In the outside world, a runes bag was worth at least a few million silvers. Among runes masters, Lin Fei was probably the only one who dared to treat a runes bag lightly. Not bad, not bad. Lin Fei liked the runes bag very much. There were quite a lot of runes in the bag. He did not have the time to look at them. They should be level 3 runes. It could be said that he had gained a lot from this trip. With the runes bag, Lin Fei would not expose the fact that he had a space. He could use it to cover it up. With the runes bag, Lin Fei's identity as a runes master would be more real. At least no one would dare to doubt it in the future. Although now, Lin Fei was an unorthodox runes master and had never been to justice. However, it had to be said that Lin Fei, an unorthodox runes master, killed a wanted criminal of a level 3 runes master. If Lin Fei brought the bones back, there would be many benefits. Unfortunately, Lin Fei did not know. For him, the harvest tonight was not small. The runes bag was secondary. The most important thing was to know the use of sin value and reputation. Reputation was still secondary. Sin value was very important. 200 sin value could be exchanged for 10,000 experience. 400 sin value. What about 1,000 sin value? These were all worth looking forward to. Right now, it was better to settle the matter first. Chapter 147. P.S. Thanks to Resident Evil Terminator. Snowy Rabbit, Peach Blossom Brother, Xiaoyao LF2, and other readers' tips. I went hiking yesterday and came back too late. I only updated once. I'm really sorry. The battle in the mine was coming to an end. The black troopers were well prepared and used the crossbows in their hands, which included some piercing arrows, to gain the upper hand. Under the attack of the crossbows, the Zhang family disciples suffered heavy casualties. Under the large-scale attack, they completely lost the ability to fight. Especially after losing the help of the Runes Division, the balance gradually tilted to one side. The thick smell of blood in the mine proved how heavy the casualties were. Under the night sky, the Lin family's mine could be said to be littered with corpses, and blood flowed like a river. Bang, bang, bang. Under the dim light of the fire, the two punched and kicked continuously, sending sand and stones flying. No one dared to approach this area, lest they get caught in the crossfire. Young Master Zhang, surrender. You're no match for me. Lin San was panting. After the battle, he had used up a lot of his qi. Zhang Qian's face was gloomy. There was not a single part of his body that was unharmed. His chest was stained with blood. It was obvious that he did not gain the upper hand in the battle. They were both at the 8th sky of martial path, but Zhang Qian was slightly inferior. Why isn't Master Sang back yet? Did something happen? Almost all of his subordinates were dead, but Zhang Qian still held on to a glimmer of hope. Once Grandmaster Sang returned, it did not matter if they were at a disadvantage. Against a 3rd-level rune master, a mere martial artist could easily turn the tide of the battle. This was Zhang Qian's only source of confidence. Surrender without a fight? What a joke! Zhang Qian grinned. When Master Sang returns, this place will be your grave. Those who adapt to the times are wise. Surrender to me, be my dog, and I'll let you live. Zhang Qian's words were an attempt to break up the internal conflict. Once they thought it through, they would definitely not go against him. The power of the Runes Division was not something they could imagine. Previously, when the Runes Division used their supernatural power to easily kill the Li family's Beigong people, it left a deep impression in their hearts. Unfortunately, Zhang Qian neglected one thing. Lin Fei was a Runes Division. How stubborn, Lin San said. Prepare the energy-piercing arrows. The battle in the mine was basically over, and the only one left was Zhang Qian. In the previous battle, Zhang Qian had consumed a lot of Xian Qi. He had consumed 60% of his Xian Qi, leaving him with only 40% of his Xian Qi. His strength was greatly reduced. Hearing this, Zhang Qian cursed inwardly. The astral-piercing arrow was specialized in dealing with protective aura. With his mystical qi recovered, he was confident that he could dodge it. However, the current situation was different. He had the astral-piercing arrow in front of him and Lin San, who was at the same level of strength as him, behind him. He was at a complete disadvantage. No matter which side it was, he would not be able to deal with it. Are we really going to use this thing? Zhang Qian hesitated, as if this was his only chance. Get ready to break the astral energy. Lin San waved his hand, not giving Zhang Qian a chance. Swish swish swish. You forced me to do this. Zhang Qian took out a bottle, rolled out a black pill, and swallowed it without any hesitation. Ah! A violent aura burst out from Zhang Qian's body, and a dangerous aura swept out. Zhang Qian's entire body swelled up. Veins popped out on his hands and face, making him look extremely ferocious. His eyes were filled with hatred, as if he was a completely different person. His aura of the 8th heavenly layer had strangely soared to the 9th heavenly layer of the martial path. Clang clang clang. The astral-piercing arrows landed on Zhang Qian's body, as if they had hit an iron plate. You took the berserker pill. Lin San finally recalled it, and he pointed at Zhang Qian with a look of disbelief. You're right, but all of you will die tonight. Zhang Qian's voice was like a demon from beyond the heavens, and the sinister smile on his face struck fear in the hearts of those who heard him. The berserker pill was a taboo pill that consumed one's vitality to form a temporary burst of energy that could allow one to break through one's current cultivation. However, the duration was less than the time it takes for an incense to burn. Once the effect of the pill wore off, one's cultivation would plummet, and one's strength would plummet as well. Usually, it would take half a year for one's physical body to recuperate. Usually, no one would use the berserker pill unless it was a matter of life and death. The berserker pill was rare, and it was rarely circulated in the market. To some, it could be considered as a trump card. Capturing hand. Under the berserker state, Zhang Qian's mind was filled with killing intent. Kill, kill, kill. With a swipe of his claw, the closest subordinate of Zhang Qian was torn apart. His entire body was torn apart, and blood gushed out like a mist. He looked like a demon that had just walked out of hell. Ha ha ha, so this is the power of the 9th level of the martial path. This young noble loves it the most. Licking his lips, Zhang Qian stared at Lin San. Lin San felt as if he was being stared at by a venomous snake. Shoot, shoot. Swish. Swish. You're courting death. Zhang Qian ignored the astral-piercing arrows and increased his movement technique. 5 cold rays of light tore through the air. His target was Lin San, and he wanted to kill him to vent his anger. Lin San was instantly at a disadvantage due to the difference in cultivation. What incredible speed! Bang! Lin San was sent flying, crashing into the ground. He couldn't even block a single claw attack. Huh, you can't even block a single claw attack from this young noble. Trash. Zhang Qian laughed. I'll send you to hell. Another claw attack came at him. My life is over. Lin San's face was filled with despair. He knew that he couldn't block the claw attack, so he closed his eyes subconsciously. Kacha. The sound of ice breaking could be heard. After hesitating for a moment, Lin San opened his eyes. He didn't know when, but a white shield appeared in front of him, blocking the claw attack. There were countless cracks on the shield, but it blocked the attack. Young noble Zhang, you dare to bully people in my territory? Are you tired of living? A mocking voice came from afar. Young master is back. Zhang Qian turned his head and saw Lin Fei approaching from afar. His eyes were filled with endless hatred as if he had seen a ghost. You. Why are you back? Where's Master Sang? Dead. Lin Fei said. You're going to die soon too. Young master, be careful. He took the berserker pill, and his strength has reached the 9th level of the martial path. Zhao Yong warned loudly. I'll kill you. Zhang Qian could ignore the death of his subordinate, but he couldn't stay calm when Master Sang died. Even if he returned to the clan, he wouldn't have a good life. All of this was caused by Lin Fei. At this moment, his anger took over. He had to kill Lin Fei no matter what. Die, he must die. Zhang Qian gave up on dealing with Lin San. His body swayed, leaving a shadow behind, and appeared in front of Lin Fei. He punched the door, splitting the air in half. Zhang Qian wanted to seriously injure Lin Fei with this punch. He wanted to slowly torture Lin Fei to death to vent his anger. Lin Fei's face remained calm despite the violent attack. Humph, borrowed power won't amount to anything. I'll show you what real power is. Lin Fei was as straight as a pine tree. He turned, exerted force, and threw a punch in one go. Chapter 148. P.S. Thanks to Snow's Love for the tips and comments. How arrogant. You're dead meat. Lin Fei didn't dodge, and Zhang Qian seemed to be anticipating what would happen next. Even though he hadn't been at the 9th level for long, it was more than enough to kill Lin Fei and the others. Lin Fei's movement technique was powerful, and if he wanted to escape, Zhang Qian would have to spend some effort. However, Lin Fei's actions were in line with his intentions. Since he had already killed Li Yuan and Beigong Wuqing, he wouldn't feel any pressure killing Lin Fei. If he settled everything tonight, no one would know that he was the culprit. Zhang Qian already had a plan for the aftermath. 2 people, 2 punches. What violent energy. Luckily, I'm used to this aura after hunting demonic beasts in the Blackwater mountain range. The violent energy not only affected the body, but also the mind. Anyone would lose their chance to fight if they were dazed for a moment. Fortunately, Lin Fei managed to block it. Under the protection of the Vajra body, Lin Fei managed to suppress the violent energy. The impact of this punch wasn't too great. Nuns of the runes were proficient in using the mind, and mental influence could barely be considered one of them. On the other hand, Zhang Qian wasn't so lucky. An unprecedented force crashed into Zhang Qian's body. Unable to suppress it, it broke through the layers of seals and reached his organs. Ugh! Zhang Qian spat out a mouthful of blood. The rebound force forced Zhang Qian to take 5 steps back before he could stop. It was as if he had punched a boulder with his fist. It didn't budge at all, and his fist was hurting instead. The outcome of this punch was clear. I'm at the 9th level of the martial path. How can you block my punch? Zhang Qian was about to go crazy. He let the blood flow as he stared at Lin Fei. Zhang Qian hadn't gained any advantage in that punch. Instead, he was injured, aggravating the injuries he had left behind. Hatred. Incomparable hatred. He thought that he could easily kill Lin Fei, but in the end, the heavens played a big joke on him. Lin Fei's strength was so powerful that Zhang Qian felt like he was struck by lightning. It wouldn't be easy for him to kill Lin Fei with a single punch. This is just borrowed power. You are just a pitiful worm. Using the Berserker pill on you is nothing more than this. Lin Fei blocking Zhang Qian's punch was undoubtedly a victory for the others. I don't believe you, this young master will definitely kill you. This time, Zhang Qian was stubborn. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be Lin Fei's match if he freely consumed the Berserker pill. He didn't believe it. Someone like you isn't fit to fight me. Lin Fei shook his head. Zhang Qian was bedeviled. If he left this place, it wouldn't be easy for him to stay, but he just had to fight with him. This wasn't like the god of longevity wanting to hang himself and seek death. Lin Fei's eyes darted around, and he immediately had an idea. I'll kill you. Zhang Qian was once again provoked. Lin Fei retreated, while Zhang Qian advanced. The sound of punches and kicks resounded in the sky. However, even though Lin Fei's movement technique was only at the 1st realm, it was still very effective. Zhang Qian was about to go crazy. He was being toyed with his cultivation at the 9th level of the martial path. His anger had reached a boiling point, but it was a pity that he couldn't do anything to Lin Fei. As time passed, the medicinal effect of the pill continued to decrease. If you don't fight with me, I don't believe that you'll be willing to let your subordinates die. Zhang Qian feigned a punch before turning around and charging at Lin San. Lin Fei was even faster than Zhang Qian. With a single thought, he appeared not far away from Zhang Qian and threw out runes. A white light flashed and a chilling aura flashed. It was a freezing talisman. A spoil of war from the Sang Mo. Lin Fei didn't have the intention to treasure these incomplete runes, so he might as well use them. For example, now. Under the freezing talisman, Zhang Qian was like a statue. The chilling aura around him made it so that no one dared to approach him. Kacha, Kacha. Zhang Qian came out of the statue again and grinned. Are you regretful that you want to use the freezing talisman to deal with me? There's no way. Let me tell you, in front of the 9 heavens of the martial path, everything else is nothing. Lin Fei's use of the freezing talisman made Zhang Qian even angrier. Zhang Qian attacked again. However, an unimaginable scene appeared. Another freezing talisman and Zhang Qian was instantly frozen. There was nothing more tragic than this in the world. Lin Fei was very satisfied. He used the runes and checked the internal structure of the runes to prove that the Xiantian continent's runes had indeed lost their ability to draw. If he made these freezing talismans, the effect would be far greater. Zhang Qian was furious again. His eyes were about to spurt blood. I don't believe that you still have more runes. Zhang Qian had used up a lot of Xian Qi to break the seal twice. He hated Lin Fei to the core. However, the tragedy did not end there. Lin Fei threw out another freezing talisman and said helplessly, I'm really sorry. I don't have many other runes, but the freezing talisman is not bad at all. This was the truth. Most of the Sang Mo runes were freezing talismans. This kind of rune could be used as an attack, but it could also be used as a necessary item for escape. Using both at the same time, it had endless wonderful uses. Zhang Qian broke the seal. Lin Fei threw out runes. It went on and on without stopping. The black troopers in the mine regarded third young Master Lin as a god. An expert who was temporarily at the 9th level of the martial path was beaten to a pulp by the runes. It was easy to imagine how miserable it was. Zhang Qian cursed again and again. At the beginning, his confidence was constantly crumbling. Once he broke the seal, he would immediately be frozen. The time kept extending. If God gave him a chance, Zhang Qian would rather turn around and run. He would never make life difficult for Lin Fei. Zhang Qian was really afraid. In his eyes, Lin Fei was a true demon. He kept using priceless runes on himself. Don't you know that this is throwing away money? Don't you know that you can't afford to keep them? At least let me experience the feeling of the 9th level of the martial path. Crack. Zhang Qian broke the seal once again. He collapsed on the ground. The moonlight shone on his body. His face was as pale as a corpse that had been dug out. The cold air invaded his body, causing him to shiver. It was a miserable sight. Kill. Zhang Qian lay on the ground weakly. He couldn't even move his fingers. He broke the seal again and was frozen again and again. His confidence was constantly being crushed and his spirit was collapsing. The pain of not being able to vent was extremely tragic. There was nothing more tragic than this. Zhang Qian wanted to commit suicide. How did he meet such a demon? Unfortunately, the cold air had invaded his body. His limbs were weak and the berserker pill had lost its effect. The tragedy had begun. Zhang Qian only wanted to die now. If this were to spread, no one would believe that one of the 4 young masters was begging for death. Lin Fei looked down from above and shook his head. I really wanted to kill you just now, but now I don't. I feel that keeping you here is more useful. Zhang Qian was enraged. Don't think about it. I won't agree to it. If you have the guts, kill me now. Lin Fei shook his head. Why should I kill you? I feel that you have a good chance of becoming the future patriarch of the Zhang clan. Are you willing to die? Are you willing to give up power and wealth? Zhang clan's patriarch? Zhang Qian's eyes flashed with surprise and disappointment. He couldn't figure out what Lin Fei was trying to do. Lin Fei squatted down and lowered his voice. You didn't hear wrongly. I didn't say anything wrong either. Giving up your life as the future patriarch, you want to court death. It's a pity. You are a direct descendant of the Zhang clan, but you can't become the patriarch. However, as long as you become my dog, I will help you become the future patriarch. Patriarch. As for everything else, they were all ignored. Zhang Qian's mind was filled with the words patriarch. In fact, he had a secret in his heart. He had always wanted to become the future patriarch. Chapter 149. P.S. Thank you to ZKHS123 for the tip. The night was like water. Only half the night had passed. For the Lin family mine, tonight was a sleepless night. The intense conflict during the day, followed by the dangerous night attack at night, from the danger to the safety, was like a dream. No one could forget everything that happened tonight. On the official road at night. A group of black armored guards rushed past. Fortunately, there were not many people on the official road at night. Otherwise, it would have attracted a lot of attention. This group of people was none other than Lin Fei and a group of black armored guards. From the way they were moving, one could imagine that something big was going to happen. 4 hours later. The sky was about to brighten, and the morning star was about to recede. At this moment, a group of people quietly advanced in a forest. Everyone, pay attention to your feet. Don't make any noise. The group of black armored guards had serious expressions, but there was still a trace of excitement between their brows. After going over a mountain, their vision was clear, and they could vaguely see the situation nearby. It turned out that there was a col in the mountain ahead. On the left and right sides of the col, there were observation towers built. In addition, the surroundings were blocked by towering trees. If one was not familiar with the place, it would be difficult to discover the mystery. Young master, the Black Wind stronghold is in front. Zhang Qian was carried by the black armored guards. He weakly pointed at the building in the call and said these words. He had made up his mind. Outsiders did not know that the Black Wind stronghold was deliberately supported by the Zhang family. Other than the core disciples of the Zhang family, outsiders did not know. Even Zhang Qian only found out by chance. In the Lin family mine, Zhang Qian chose to side with Lin Fei. Destroying the Black Wind stronghold was Zhang Qian's proof of allegiance. In order to support the Black Wind stronghold, the Zhang family spent a lot of money and resources. They relied on the Black Wind stronghold as a sharp knife to accomplish many things that could not be done on the surface. If the Black Wind stronghold was destroyed, it was equivalent to cutting off the Zhang family's left and right arms. Are you sure? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes, revealing killing intent. I'm sure that the Black Wind stockade is right in front of us. Zhang Qian insisted. Young master, the Black Wind stronghold is the largest group of bandits in Shatterstone Town. Many of our Lin family's mines were stolen by them. It turns out that their headquarters is located here. They sure are well hidden. These damnable bastards. The Zhang family is truly scheming. Lin San gritted his teeth and stared at the call in the forest. Lin Fei patted Lin San's shoulder. Don't worry. Today, the Black Wind stronghold will become a thing of the past. Destroying the Black Wind stronghold was just an accident. It was undeniable that this move was quite useful. Destroying the Black Wind stronghold was equivalent to cutting off one of the Zhang clan's greatest supporters. At the same time, it would allow the Li clan and the Zhang clan to fight each other. It was a very good chess piece. Looking at Lin Fei's murderous intent, Zhang Qian did not know if he was right. In fact, Zhang Qian was indeed persuaded by Lin Fei. In a short 5 years, Lin Fei's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Even he, who had taken the Berserker pill, was no match for him. Moreover, his opponent was a runes master. What did this mean? That was a genius. Would a genius spend the rest of his life in a place like this? It was impossible. It didn't seem to be a problem for him to become the clan head. Later, we will kill our way in. No need to show mercy. Kill without mercy. Regardless of whether this Black Wind stronghold was the black-clothed men who ambushed them or not, Lin Fei would not let them go. Tonight, most of the leaders were dead. Shatterstone Town had undergone a huge change, and what appeared before everyone was a huge cake. If he didn't take a bite out of it, Lin Fei would feel sorry for himself. This was also one of the things that Lin Fei could do. Young master, don't worry. After today, the Black Wind stronghold will no longer exist. Zhao Yong said. Lin Fei waved his hand, let's go. On both sides of the call, there were people patrolling. As it was early in the morning, the bandits were sleepy and naturally did not pay attention to the surroundings. Shio shio shio. Facing the well-prepared black armored guards, the Black Wind Mountain bandits died in their sleep. 1, 2, 3, in just a moment, the Black Wind Mountain bandits at the periphery were all cleaned up. After killing their way into the call, they realized that the Black Wind stronghold was very powerful. If it wasn't for the sudden attack, it would be very difficult to break through the stronghold. Of course, no one would have thought that someone would come to this place. Kill. Under Lin Fei's order, the black armored guards charged in from both sides. This is a rare chance, I can't miss it. The baleful black saber was drawn, and a cold light flickered as it charged into the stronghold. Sin points, 50. Seeing the first Black Wind stronghold, Lin Fei was slightly surprised as he saw a few red words above the opponent's head. Sin points, 50. This was not the case before. Damn, could it be that after activating the sin point system, I can differentiate between good and bad people? Lin Fei was only surprised for a moment before he suddenly closed in. With a swing of his saber, the head fell to the ground. Killed Wang Qi, 50 sin points, 2,500 experience points. Despite having guessed it, Lin Fei felt a surge of happiness when he heard the voice again. At the same time, he had one more goal to strive for. Huh? Something dropped? Lin Fei was dumbfounded once again. In the past, when he killed someone, he would not find anything unless he searched for it himself. But today, when he killed someone with 50 sin points, he got some silver. Damn, I'm a monster now. Killed Li Fei, 30 sin points, 1,500 experience points. Killed Zhang Wu, 20 sin points, 1,000 experience points. Killed Lu Mang, 70 sin points, 3,500 experience points. Lin Fei was not a homicidal maniac, and he rarely killed indiscriminately. With the sin points, he did not feel any pressure anymore. Every time he killed someone, he would get something. There were silver, weapons, secret manuals. Lin Fei swung his saber, and the Black Wind stronghold could not resist at all. It was like a fierce tiger in a flock of sheep, opening its bloody mouth. One by one, the Black Wind stronghold bandits died under Chen Fan's saber. Lin Fei's chest was already covered in blood, and the road behind him was littered with corpses. Under the surprise attack of the Black Wind stronghold, there was almost no time to defend. The black armored guards were not to be trifled with. They had never been kind to mountain bandits. This time, when dealing with the Black Wind stronghold, they would not show mercy. In just a moment, Black Wind stronghold suffered heavy losses, and they couldn't even form a defense. On Lin Fei's side, he killed his way over. The Black Wind mountain bandits were not very strong, but there were many of them. Almost all of them were at the 6th level of the martial path. It was no wonder that the Black Wind stronghold could become the sharp knife of the Zhang clan. Everyone, attack together and kill him. Lin Fei kept killing his way in. His cruel methods made the Black Wind mountain bandits unwilling to come forward and throw away their lives. The brothers had charged forward, but they could not withstand a single slash and were killed. In their eyes, this person was a demon, a great demon. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a saber light flashed, and the nearby bandits all fell to the ground, clutching their necks. Evildoers deserve death. Lin Fei was expressionless. Blood dripped from the baleful black saber. Your Excellency, who are you? Why did you kill the people of the Black Wind stronghold? P.S. Recommended a book to a friend. Accidentally got the game system. Log in every day, receive gift packs, and be a hero. Experience points, elixirs, divine weapons, martial arts, divine beasts will be randomly given. VIP also has a mysterious prize. God rewards the diligent, continuously log in, and complete attendance award. What? You are a genius? Chapter 150. P.S. Thank you, Resident Evil Terror Terminator. Once again, congratulations on becoming an apprentice. Thank you for your support. The leader is here. Huh, that little bastard is dead. Who can survive after the leader makes his move? I'll skin him alive and light him on a lantern to vent my anger. Accompanied by the violent sounds, the Black Gale mountain bandits, who were retreating, seemed to have found a pillar of stability and immediately stopped moving. The Black Wind Mountain stronghold's current scale was all because of the leader. In the Black Wind Mountain stronghold, the leader was the sky and the earth. He was the strongest in the eyes of the bandits. Once the leader made his move, he could turn the situation around. Everyone was full of confidence in the leader. The reason was simple. The leader, Black Wind, was an expert at the 9th sky of the martial path. Black Wind was just like his name. He was tall, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He had a full beard and looked like a bandit. No matter where he stood, he would stand out like a crane among chickens. Damn, it's a boss. Lin Fei casually glanced at him and his eyes lit up. It wasn't because the opponent was at the 9th sky of the martial path, but because of the red words above his head. Sin value 5,000. The sin value system was activated. Until now, the highest sin value that Lin Fei had ever seen was 200, which could be exchanged for 10,000 experience. Now, there was a guy with 5,000 sin value. It was unimaginable. Killing him would give him at least 100,000 experience. Who knows, he might even get a lot of items. Lin Fei licked his lips in excitement. He had met a small boss in the mountains. He stared at the boss for a while. Those who didn't know would think that they were old acquaintances. Only the leader Black Wind's expression changed slightly. He subconsciously shivered, as if he had become a piece of fatty meat. That gaze was unbearable. He couldn't help but frown and coldly laugh. "Brat, just who sent you here to kill my subordinates in my territory?" Black Wind's anger soared to the limit. He saw the countless casualties of his men. However, the person in front of him made Black Wind clench his teeth. He wanted to tear him apart to vent his anger. Lin Fei stood there with his blade. "Boss Black Wind? Not bad looking. If you want to live, kneel down and apologize. Hand over everything. Otherwise, don't blame me for destroying your Black Wind stronghold." Domineering. A guy who had not even grown his hair was saying that he wanted to destroy the Black Wind stronghold. This was undoubtedly provoking the leader of the Black Wind stronghold. "Leader, this guy is too arrogant. Let's kill him and take revenge for our brothers. The fifth head and fourth head have both died in the hands of this lad. They died so tragically. We must definitely take revenge for them." Black Wind was normally quite scheming, but today, the Black Wind stronghold had been ambushed. Their subordinates had suffered heavy casualties, so they couldn't just let this matter rest. They had to find the mastermind. Normally, Black Wind wouldn't be so impulsive and would definitely think things through carefully. However, there was no time for him to think about it now. If he didn't, he wouldn't do something like this. If he didn't, he would be. "Little brat, how dare you come to my territory to kill people? I'll make you understand the consequences of offending the Black Wind stronghold." The leader of Black Wind decided to take this kid down first. Everyone had seen what had happened just now. This person was a powerful opponent. His saber techniques were very efficient, and he had killed the fifth and fourth bosses. If they did not act now, the Great Black Wind stronghold would be finished. The moment the Black Wind first headmaster made his move, his massive body was like a ferocious tiger. He suddenly closed the distance between them and struck down with his palm. Lin Fei seemed to have expected this. Using the flowing wind footwork, the baleful black saber in his hand flashed, turning into a white light as he attacked the bandit. So south. Another 7 or 8 people fell to the ground in hatred. "You people from the Black Wind stronghold really can't be killed. Looks like your reputation is undeserved." Black Wind was enraged. This brat was too arrogant. He even dared to kill his subordinates when facing him. This was simply a great humiliation. No matter what, the leader of Black Wind didn't expect this brat to be so slippery. He killed his subordinates in front of him and still dared to be so arrogant. He said angrily, "Aw, little brat, you're courting death. I will definitely kill you." Lin Fei was probably the only person in the entire Guiyuan city who didn't take Black Wind seriously. He was an expert at the 9th layer of the martial path. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Fei raised his saber again. Countless heads fell to the ground. Lin Fei's goal was to provoke the leader. In fact, the series of words just now was nothing more than to provoke the leader so that he would attack him. Once the leader left, it would be his black armor guards that would be lost. Black Wind's eyes turned red. His face revealed a ferocious expression. A blood-red long saber appeared in his hand. He slashed down from the front, and the saber light whistled like a white line. Black Wind's saber was furious. Since when was he looked down on like this? Bang! Lin Fei dodged sideways. The 2 Black Wind mountain bandits behind him were unlucky. They were split into 2. Even at death's door, they didn't know why the leader attacked them. "You killed your own people. Leader, you're really something." "Shut up, you bastard." Black Wind was a saber expert. His saber technique was also big and powerful. He wasn't weak at all. Countless experts had died under his hands. But today, he met Lin Fei. So south. The saber light interweaved into a net. The surrounding sand and stones flew everywhere. Black wind slashed dozens of times in one breath. A real fast saber user would be proud if it was during normal times. But now, he wasn't excited at all. Instead, he felt helpless. If it was someone else, no matter speed or saber technique, they would definitely die. But it was useless on this brat. In terms of movement technique, the other party's movement technique was better than his. He left afterimages everywhere. This was the afterimage that would be left when one's speed reached the limit. A brat at the 7th layer of the martial path did it. Bullshit, absolute bullshit. I feel that your strength at the 9th layer of the martial path is really exaggerated. It's been so long and you still can't kill me. Lin Fei said seriously. He killed a few more people while he was busy. With Lin Fei's merciless attacks, those bandits who thought that they would be able to turn the situation around saw their companions fall one by one. They were already terrified. When had they ever seen someone kill so quickly, especially under the attack of a 9th layer of the martial path expert? No one would believe it if this spread out. But this person was like a demon. Every time he attacked, the black saber was like a death god's scythe, constantly taking their lives. Devil, he must be a devil. Don't kill me, I don't want to be a bandit, I don't want to be a bandit anymore. Lin Fei's massacre scared the bandits out of their wits. If they didn't run now, they might become headless ghosts. The originally confident bandits' line of defense collapsed. They no longer dared to surround the area and fled in all directions, wanting to escape this dangerous place. Even the leader wasn't strong enough, so it would be weird if they didn't run. Because Lin Fei was too strong. Under battle, he still killed them. This kind of fear, who could bear it? Hee, your people are all running. Lin Fei dodged left and right, walking among the saber light, laughing at He Feng. He Feng was so angry that he almost vomited blood. His mentality was very stable. So what if it was a surprise attack? He could definitely turn the situation around. Unfortunately, he met a guy who was like a loach, repeatedly suffering losses. In this area of Guiyuan City, He Feng's name was known by everyone. Hate. A 9th layer of the martial path couldn't do anything to a small figure. There wasn't a single person like this in the entire Guiyuan City. Similar to the peerless movement technique that Lin Fei learned, he had reached the limit of speed in the first realm. Unless his movement technique reached the same level, he wouldn't be a match for him. He Feng just happened to not be such a person. If you have guts, don't dodge. He Feng said angrily. A dignified expert being forced to this point, he was more ashamed than anyone else. So what if his saber technique was good? Facing a person who kept dodging, not being able to break this movement technique wasn't a solution. He Feng, the leader, was in a dilemma. If he couldn't kill someone, everything was useless. Isn't it just not dodging? I want to see how powerful you are. I'm standing here, and you still can't kill me. Lin Fei pulled back 5 feet and said leisurely. Lin Fei was clear about He Feng's anger. It felt great to tease a 9th layer of the martial path. If this was spread out, no one would believe it. Really not dodging? He Feng was suspicious. This kid was like a loach, would he really agree to his request? Thinking about it, he felt that there shouldn't be a problem. He Feng must be too arrogant. Once he used his saber technique, he would definitely take this brat's life. He Feng had great confidence in his saber technique. If he couldn't kill this brat, he would lose face as the leader. He would be laughed at by others. Space-breaking slash. He Feng's toes touched the ground and he used his strength at the 9th layer of the martial path, instantly closing the distance of 5 feet. Not dodging, really not dodging? He Feng almost cried. Ever since he became an expert, this was the first time he looked forward to a close combat attack. This saber pierced through the air. It wasn't piercing through the air, but it was extremely fast. It couldn't be seen by the naked eye at all. At the same time, Lin Fei grinned. He Feng was stunned. How could he smile? Why did he smile? Why? Why are you smiling? In that smile, He Feng seemed to see disdain and even disapproval. This was the first time He Feng, the ferocious leader, doubted his own strength. Was he really that weak? He couldn't even deal with a kid at the 7th layer of the martial path? Then how could he be the leader of the Black Wind's stronghold? He Feng felt that he had to use his actions to prove that the 9th layer of the martial path wasn't something that a brat like him could look down on. Yes, he had to do that. What he said next was like a bolt of lightning striking his head. I'm laughing at how you don't even know that you're about to die. Lin Fei looked at him as if he was looking at a dead man. He didn't panic, and a few runes flew out. Open. 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 Chapter 151. The leader of Black Wind was so frightened that his body froze in the air. Would an expert at the 9th heaven of the martial Tao be afraid? Of course not. If it were runes, the situation would be completely different. Runes were considered life-saving items, so ordinary people would not be willing to use them. However, when used at critical moments, the power of runes would not be weak. As for why Black Wind was momentarily distracted, it was actually because of Lin Fei's runes. That's right, it was a runes. Because of the appearance of the runes, Black Wind's victory was in his grasp. Fireball Charm. Freezing Spell. Frost Talisman. Boulder Talisman. Black Wind couldn't come back to his senses. He couldn't figure out how a brat could have so many runes. It was not that Black Wind had never killed runes masters before. The number of runes masters who had died in his hands was at least in the double digits. Of course, most of them were low-level runes masters, such as level 1 runes masters or runes master apprentices. You're lazy. Facing the sky full of runes, Black Wind's scalp went numb. Since he had come out at the last minute, he didn't even bring the protective runes with him. Space-breaking slash. Under Black Wind's roar, he retracted his blade and started to deal with the runes. If he couldn't block the runes, even if he was at the 9th level of martial path, he wouldn't be able to come out unscathed. What a vicious heart. He wanted to kill him. It had always been He Feng who killed people, and no one had ever dared to have any ideas about him. But today, there was someone who had ideas about him, and he almost fell for it and died a tragic death. There is no cheating in killing. Lin Fei found it very funny. This Black Wind head honcho did not seem to be very competent. If it was any other situation, he wouldn't mind taking in Black Wind and becoming one of their helpers. However, for the sake of 5,000 sin points, he would rather choose the latter. As for the runes just now, they were left behind by Devil Sang. Sang Imo only had 200 sin points, while the Black Wind stockade leader had 5,000 sin points. Lin Fei could not understand what was going on. Could it be that the bandits themselves had a lot of sin value? Now was not the time to consider this problem. He had to kill the boss of the Black Wind stronghold first. Ice, ice, fireball, boulder. After a series of runes, Black Wind was battered and exhausted. His clothes were torn and tattered, revealing his sturdy muscles. He was covered in wounds and fresh blood flowed from his wounds. If it wasn't for the fact that Black Wind had cultivated an outer sect kung fu, that runes would have killed him for sure. The Black Wind first head no longer dared to underestimate this fellow. This fellow who hid a dagger in his smile had nearly taken his life. You've got guts. I'll let you be complacent today, but I'll definitely exterminate your entire family in the future. Not even a chicken or dog will be spared. He Feng said ruthlessly and ran to the back. This was the usual style of mountain bandits, even the leader was no exception. This person is very powerful. He threw out so many runes in one breath. Who knows if there are more runes? If there are still more runes, it will be very difficult to kill him today. But if we give up this place, those things will definitely fall into the hands of that brat. Oh right, how could I forget about the things that were set up in that place? The dignified leader of Black Wind chose to run. This was beyond Lin Fei's imagination. Good fellow, he's really thick-skinned. It's not that easy to run away from my 5,000 sin value. Lin Fei grinned and chased after Black Wind. Your boss doesn't want you anymore. Why are you still fighting with your lives? With a burst of Xian Qi, many people in the stronghold saw their first head running away. Those who were still resisting completely lost their confidence. Even the first head was running away. If they stayed, wouldn't that be courting death? Not good, the first head is running away. Everyone, run. We'll die if we don't run. The Black Wind stronghold was cruel, but the target was Black Wind. Now that Black Wind had run away, they naturally lost their confidence in fighting. They gave up resisting and turned to run. The front line was completely broken. The black armor guards rushed in like hungry wolves, and the corpses on the ground increased again. There was no other way. Under the careful preparation, these mountain bandits couldn't escape in time and all died in the hands of the black armor guards. With the existence of the inner and outer layers, even the Black Wind mountain bandits couldn't escape. Good fellow, where is this fellow going? Lin Fei's movement technique was very fast, especially after opening the sin value system. Anyone who was locked on, as long as they were within a certain range, he could find out their specific whereabouts. Set it as tracking, good stuff. Leveling up the system, Lin Fei mainly understood the main part. As for the branch arrangement, he really didn't know. As the branches were constantly opened, Lin Fei's understanding of this leveling up system kept increasing, and he even hoped to open all the branches. If it wasn't for opening the sin value system, the Black Wind leader might really have a chance to escape. The revenge of a Martial Dao level 9 expert was definitely not a simple matter. It was abnormally terrifying. Lin Fei didn't want this to happen. Black Wind must die. 5,000 sin value must be obtained. 100,000 experience must be obtained. After entering the council hall, Lin Fei found an underground passage and jumped down without hesitation. The system prompted that Black Wind was in the passage. The passage wasn't very long. Lin Fei pinched a runes and added a shield talisman to himself. The defense talisman of the runes. With this runes, he could block any sneak attacks from the dark. When it came to runes, Lin Fei had a lot of them on hand. Naturally, he used them generously, so he didn't feel any heartache. Something's wrong. After walking halfway, Lin Fei's mouth revealed a smile. This Black Wind still wants to use a trick to cross the sea. Fortunately, he met me, otherwise, he would have succeeded. Originally, he thought that this was a way out. Who would have thought that there was another world below? Black Wind once again hid in the underground passage. The sin value system was now activated. No matter how deep Black Wind hid, he probably wouldn't understand why he revealed a flaw, so much so that his hiding place was found. Following the system's instructions, Lin Fei easily found the approximate location. Secret door. What's so difficult about that? In the runes bag, after searching for a while, Lin Fei found a special colored runes. Runes bomb. Level 4 runes. This was the treasure of Sang Mo. Normally, he was reluctant to use it. In the end, he gave it to Lin Fei. This world's runes technology is really good. They can even make runes bomb. Lin Fei was very surprised. Runes bomb was a special type of runes. Not many people knew how to make them. One runes bomb was equivalent to the black market. Activate. The runes bomb was thrown out. His soul power was activated. Boom. The passage shook violently. A hole appeared on the side of the passage. It was almost the size of a mine. It was pitch black inside. Don't hide anymore. I know you are inside. Come out. Lin Fei's heart was pounding. He thought to himself, this runes bomb is so powerful. If 10 runes bombs were used, even Xian cultivators would be killed instantly. What a pity, runes bomb can only be made by level 5 runes. Cough, cough, cough. Who are you? Black Wind originally wanted to make a comeback, but who would have thought that he would be caught like a turtle in a jar? He was directly trapped inside. This was one of Black Wind's treasure troves. Other than a few people, no one knew that there was a Black Wind Stronghold's treasure trove in the escape passage. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's system, he probably wouldn't have found out about it. You are going to die soon. Why do you need to know? If you want me to die, come in yourself. Black Wind's voice came from the cave. His tone seemed to be confident. Taking your life is as easy as flipping my palm. Lin Fei laughed. Go. Ever since he saw the power of runes, Lin Fei realized that a person needed to have a certain method. He had inherited the perfect runes, so why did he have to fight and kill? For example, runes. Weren't they good tools? Of course, this didn't mean that Lin Fei had to give up on martial arts. This was impossible. Instead, he had to work on both at the same time. The runes in the virtual world was the best in the continent. If he didn't make use of it, Lin Fei would look down on himself. Freezing talisman. No matter how big the space inside was, the freezing talisman would always be cold. The one Lin Fei took out was the enhanced version. Its power was doubled, and it could freeze the space. Even if he couldn't see the situation inside, under the effect of the freezing talisman, the people inside would not have an easy time. In fact, Black Wind almost wanted to curse. Damn, who is this guy? What kind of talisman is this? Even my Gang Chi can't resist it. Under the protection of Gang Chi, Black Wind couldn't resist it. Once his Xian Chi couldn't resist, his blood seemed to be frozen, which was fatal. No, if this goes on, I will definitely die. Black Wind clenched his teeth and decided to kill this guy no matter what, even if he had to pay a certain price. He wanted to lure Lin Fei into a tunnel with traps, but this guy seemed to have the help of a god. He didn't take the bait and found his hiding place. Tragedy, very tragic. After the Gang Chi tore through the ice again, Black Wind shot straight out. Is that guy dead? Lin Fei took out the enhanced version of the freezing talisman for the first time to experiment. He temporarily modified the structure and modified the runes to a perfect state. Whoosh. The cold wind whistled. A black shadow jumped out of the hole and slashed down. Whether it was the timing or the time, it was the most ideal. You are dead. Black Wind revealed a ferocious smile. In such a dangerous situation, Lin Fei still didn't show any nervousness. He waved his left hand and a cold light went up to meet the blade. Black Wind felt the weight in his hand lighten. He couldn't believe that the blade that had followed him around had been broken by a single slash. What kind of weapon was this guy using? Even a high-rank mortal weapon couldn't cut his blade. One wrong move, all the wrong moves. Not good. The blade was broken, and the cold light flashed again. No matter how fast Black Wind was, he couldn't be compared to Lin Fei's blade art. His left arm was separated from his body, and blood flew out. His strength was reduced by 20 to 30%. He took a deep breath and rushed into the secret door without hesitation. Where do you think you are going? Lin Fei didn't want this guy to disappear again. He waved his blade without thinking. Not good, it's a trap. Chapter 152. P.S. Thank you, Shattered Dark Knight, Little Angel Mimi, Knight. Cold water rewarded him. Clang. A black cage fell from the sky. Even though Lin Fei dodged quickly, he was still trapped inside. Sparks flew from the hard stone floor. It turned out that this cage was a black iron cage. The huge black iron pillar was as thick as a child's arm. It was shining with a cold light. It was not an ordinary item. Huh, brat, you destroyed my Black Wind stronghold and crippled my left arm. You never thought that you would have such a day, right? Inside the secret room, a light suddenly lit up and a figure walked out. The leader of Black Wind walked out from the darkness. His face was as pale as a dead man's face. He had lost a lot of chi and blood. If he did not dodge in time, that blade would not only cripple his left arm, it would take his life. At this moment, Black Wind was filled with hatred. It was no less than endless water falling from the sky. It was all because of this brat. Although it was a risk, Black Wind still lured the opponent in and made him fall into his trap, eliminating a huge danger. Lin Fei found himself trapped inside the iron cage. The iron cage on the stone floor was dented. It could not be opened by external force. The iron pillar was shiny, showing that it was not an ordinary iron pillar. What a good leader, Black Wind, using self-mutilation to lure me. As expected of a boss with 5,000 sin value. Originally, he thought that he could kill the opponent. He did not expect the opponent to be more cunning than he thought. He almost fell into the opponent's trap. Fortunately, he reacted in time. Lin Fei looked at the opponent. You think a mere iron cage can trap me? Black Wind's face was pale. His eyes were filled with hatred. I admit that you are powerful. You are so powerful at such a young age. In the future, you will definitely be a big shot. Unfortunately, you will die here soon. I will peel your skin and pull out your tendons. You will suffer a fate worse than death. As for this iron cage, it is specially made. Don't even think about breaking it. If you don't believe me, you can try. Lin Fei did not try. Instead, he calmly said, Do you know who I am? I am the third young master of the Lin family. If you dare to kill me, the Lin family will not let you go. It would have been better if he didn't say it. Black Wind was slightly startled when he heard it, and then he laughed maniacally. Huh, so it is you, trash. No wonder you dared to attack the Black Wind stronghold. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong target and fell into a cage. But don't worry, your Lin family will soon follow your footsteps. I believe that day will not be far. As the leader of the stronghold, Black Wind stronghold, Black Wind stronghold, Black Wind was the third young master of the Lin family. He was a playboy who fought and fought. He was nothing. Yet, he had crippled his left arm. This was a joke. Lin Lin. Lin family? Lin. Lin. Lin Lin. 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 Lin, Wind. Lin, he. Lin is. Lin fan. Lin is. Black Wind laughed again. Since you are going to die, I will let you understand. You will have a companion. Your father has yet to return. Don't you understand? There's no harm in telling you that your dead father is currently trapped under the Black Wind cliff. After 21 days, the Great Rune Array will completely refine them to death. After losing this mountain of Xian practitioners, how will the Lin family continue to stand in Gue Yuan City? Lin Fei did not know much about his father. He knew that he had not returned from his trip, but he did not expect that he had been trapped by a formation, and it was a grand formation at that. Lin Fei shook his head. You must be lying. My father is a Xian expert. How can a mere runes array trap my father? Black Wind saw that the kid didn't give up. He showed a disapproving expression. What if there were 3 Xian cultivators and 2 rank 3 runes masters activating the runes array? Your father died in their hands. Your son died in your father's hands. You two, father and son, are really fated. Black Wind smiled proudly. He had personally destroyed all of his opponent's support. This was undoubtedly a very successful thing. Black Wind wanted to see the opponent's confidence collapse. He wanted this kid to live a life worse than death. Only then could he vent the anger in his heart. Soon, Black Wind found out that he was wrong. This kid didn't show any expression of collapse. Instead, he showed a look of contempt. This provoked Black Wind again. Aren't you afraid? If you kneel down and beg me, I can consider letting you live a little longer. Black Wind leaned against the wall and said proudly. Lin Fei's expression changed. He suddenly laughed. A mere iron cage wants to trap me? Dream on. Open for me. The baleful black blade raised his hand and slashed down. A white light flashed. The iron pillar that was as thick as an arm, under the baleful black saber that could cut through iron like mud, lost its ability to resist. Like tofu, it was instantly cut into several pieces. Lin Fei broke out of the encirclement, his feet moved, and the broken iron pillar shot through the air. Xiao xiao xiao. How could this be? This is 100 refined golden steel. Even an expert at the 9th layer of the martial path can't break it. How could you come out? Black Wind had consumed a lot of blood and qi. When Lin Fei suddenly attacked, he didn't have time to react. When he reacted, it was already too late. He let out a cry of pain. It turned out that the few small iron pillars pierced into Black Wind's body and nailed him to the wall. A white light was placed on his neck. Black Wind never thought that the meticulously made cage would one day be used on him. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced in his heart. If he didn't bring the baleful black blade, he would have nearly failed and become a prisoner. More importantly, he found news of his father from the Black Wind. He thought that his father was safe and sound. Who knew that he was trapped by the rune's formation? The situation was very dangerous. Lin Fei couldn't help but feel anxious. Losers don't have the right to know. Lin Fei raised his hand and slashed down, chopping off Black Wind's limbs. He was afraid that there would be another accident. Ah! His body was nailed to the wall. Black Wind was in so much pain that he wanted to die. He knew that he was completely finished. Give me a quick death. With his 4 limbs crippled, Black Wind was barely hanging on. He wasn't far from death. I can send you on your way, but you have to tell me where the Black Wind Stronghold's treasury is. This was the reason why Lin Fei didn't kill Black Wind. The Black Wind Stronghold was nurtured by the Zhang clan. They definitely had a lot of treasures. On the path of cultivation, resources were only second to talent. No matter how good one's talent was, if they didn't have a lot of resources, they could forget about standing out. Many geniuses were ruined by the lack of resources. In the end, they lived an ordinary life and couldn't become an expert in the continent. Black Wind's treasury definitely had a lot of resources. Good things couldn't be given to outsiders. The treasury is under this secret room. Black Wind lost the confidence to survive. Losing his limbs was equivalent to losing his strength. If he fell into the hands of outsiders, he would still die. He might as well die here. Lin Fei searched for a while and found the entrance to the treasury. He wasn't in a hurry to enter. Everything in the Black Wind Stronghold is in the treasury. They all belong to you now. You can go in. Everything is yours. I just want you to give me a quick death. Lin Fei walked back and grinned. As expected of the leader of the Black Wind Stronghold. Even before death, you still want to trick me. Since you want me to go in so much, I'll send you on your way. He grabbed Black Wind and pulled him down from the wall. Then, he threw Black Wind into the entrance of the treasury. No! Black Wind yelled. Swish! 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 The mechanisms on both sides of the treasury were activated. A large number of arrows were shot out. Black Wind didn't expect that he would die to the arrows of the treasury. He became a hedgehog. Lin Fei took a look and sucked in a breath of cold air. What a cruel guy. He actually placed so many Polaris-piercing arrows outside the treasury. The power of the Polaris-piercing arrows was average. Each arrow cost at least 1,000 taels of silver. There were at least 100 of them around the treasury. Even if it was a profound practitioner expert, if he was caught off guard and faced with so many arrows, he would definitely die. Lin Fei broke out in cold sweat. If it wasn't for him being cautious when he was about to enter, he would have been the one to die. It was no wonder that his sin value was so high. Killed Black Wind, 9th heaven of the martial path. Sin value, 5,000. Obtained 100,000 experience. Obtained 250 reputation points. 100,000 experience points. Lin Fei was very excited. This was the first time he had obtained 100,000 experience points. He was one step closer to leveling up. But before he could calm down, the system's voice sounded again. Reputation points have reached 500. Do you want to exchange? Lin Fei was slightly taken aback. He was exceptionally surprised. 500 reputation points had been gathered so quickly. Little did he know that Lin Fei had killed his way in. The Black Wind Mountain bandits had accumulated a lot of sin points. Among them, he had killed the 5th and 4th leaders. Exchange reputation points. Lin Fei wouldn't do it normally. Knowing that his father, whom he had never met, was about to be refined to death by the rune's formation, Lin Fei had to take action. 3 profound practitioners and 2 runes masters. None of them were easy to deal with. He felt that he had to increase his strength. If he exchanged 500 reputation points for suitable items, he might have another trump card. The 7th heaven of the martial path was still too weak. Previously, the reputation platform could not be activated because his reputation points had not met the requirements. Lin Fei couldn't wait and immediately opened the reputation platform. Congratulations to player Lin Fei. You currently have a total of 560 reputation points. A virtual plane appeared in Lin Fei's eyes. It was similar to the game store, but the content was different. There was only one page, and the rest was frozen. Player Lin Fei can exchange for the following options. Reputation points can be exchanged for experience points. 1 reputation point can be exchanged for 5,000 experience points. Note, 500 reputation points can be exchanged for the exchange. Reputation points can be exchanged for a reputation medal. The medal has a buff effect. Note, 500 reputation points are required for this type of medal. Reputation points can be exchanged for a healing pill. Take this type of pill and quickly recover from your injuries. Note, 50 reputation points are required for this type of pill. F***CK, I'm rich, I'm rich. Lin Fei was stunned. He immediately laughed, unable to hide the excitement in his heart. No matter what, he would never have thought that unlocking reputation points would bring him so many benefits. Experience points, medals, and pills. No matter which one it was, to Lin Fei, it was a huge help. At this moment, Lin Fei finally understood that what he had unlocked previously was just an ordinary function. What he had unlocked now was the real upgrade function. This was the real upgrade system. 3 choices. Without hesitation, Lin Fei chose the first experience point exchange. It was the most helpful one for now. Experience point exchange. A window popped up on the virtual plane. Please enter the exchange number. 500 points. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for exchanging 500 reputation points. You have obtained 5 million experience points. Lin Fei suddenly felt as if a jingguang had descended from the sky. He felt like he was floating. 5 million experience points was just enough to level up by 2 levels. Chapter 153. He leveled up 2 times in one go. Lin Fei felt good, very good. Under normal circumstances, it would take more than half a year to go from the 7th to the 9th level of the martial path, and this was the shortest time. If it was the longest, it would take a year. This was under the condition of the leveling system. If it was an outsider, it would take at least 2 to 3 years. The 9th level of the martial path was equivalent to the peak of the acquired realm, 1 step away from the innate realm, and Xian cultivators were in the innate realm. After the breakthrough, the Xian Qi would increase by more than several times. Protective aura. Lin Fei's feet touched the ground, Xian Qi seeped out of his body, forming a faintly discernible defense. It was the protective aura of the 8th level of the martial path. Protective aura was a means of controlling Xian Qi. Lin Fei had learned long ago that once the realm broke through, it wasn't difficult to use it. At most, it would be a problem to control it. Flight. The 9th level of the martial path, Lin Fei understood. His whole body rose 10 feet, floating in the air. He didn't use any external force, it was purely flying in the air, consuming Xian Qi. It was like sitting on a plane, Xian Qi was the fuel. Without fuel, the plane would. Flying in the air was not a temporary movement technique, but an application of a martial artist's control of Qi to the limit. Flight was easy for Lin Fei to master, it was just that he wasn't very familiar with it. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for reaching the 8th level of the martial path, obtained the Celestial Dragon and Tiger Protection, reward 5,000 silvers. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for reaching the 9th level of the martial path, obtained the Wings of the Wind, reward 10,000 silvers, and one innate pill. Lin Fei hadn't digested it yet, he was pleasantly surprised. Celestial Dragon and Tiger Protection, a unique way of using protective aura, it has a 1% damage reduction effect. In the advanced state, the Dragon and Tiger Protection is extremely domineering. Wings of the Wind, a flying technique, after reaching the advanced state, flying 10,000 miles is no problem. Innate pill, 80% chance of breaking through to the innate realm. After using detection, Lin Fei figured out the use of the system reward. Lin Fei was extremely excited. The upgrade system this time was too awesome. The most common type of protection was Lin Fei's, which was formed from pure Xian Qi. In terms of defense, it was the worst type. In the Xiantian continent, there were tens of thousands of techniques, innumerable to be counted. There were countless powerful protective techniques within the stellar energy. In the library of the Divine Force sect, Lin Fei had read the Continent Gazetteer and remembered that there was such a thing. Tiangang Dragon Tiger Body Protection. Just the name alone was enough to tell that it was very powerful. Originally, he had been thinking about how to increase his strength and master the Celestial Dragon Tiger Body. His defense would definitely rise to a higher level, and his chances of survival would be greater. Wings of the Wind, a flying technique. In the 9 heavens of the martial path, one could only fly in the air for a short period of time, but not for a long period of time. Thus, some people invented flying wings to increase the ability of flying in the air infinitely. Lin Fei was worried. His speed seemed very fast, but in the eyes of profound practitioners, it was nothing more than a tortoise crawling. The appearance of the Wings of the Wind was just the right thing to do. Even though Zhang Xian did not know the grade of the Wings of the Wind, the cultivation technique rewarded by the system must be top-notch. Xiantian Pellet, a breakthrough pellet. Breaking through to the profound practitioner from the 9 heavens of the martial path was fraught with difficulties. Many martial practitioners were stuck at this step. Xiantian Pellet was a type of pellet for breakthrough, and it was priceless. The system gave him 3 gifts in one go. Lin Fei was so excited that he could die. It was not easy for him to calm himself down. He had to get his hands on the Black Wind Stronghold's treasury. He could not let it fall into the hands of outsiders. In order to prevent any traps in the treasury, Zhang Xian took out Black Wind's corpse and tested the waters again. After confirming that there was no danger, he opened the treasury door. This is... Under Black Wind's corpse, a dazzling object attracted his attention. A key? Bending down to pick it up, Lin Fei found that it was a black key with strange words carved on it. This guy always carries a key with him. Maybe it's something good. I'll keep it first. Then, he searched Black Wind's corpse and found something good. Good lord, a storage bag. A storage bag that only profound practitioners had the right to use. Black Wind was only at the 9 heavens of the martial path, so he could not use it. Could it be that this bag belongs to a profound practitioner? Lin Fei was not stupid. His eyes lit up as he realized that this was a good item. What kind of item would a profound practitioner have? He kept it. Then, he took out 10 million taels of silver and signed an anonymous receipt. With this form, one could withdraw 10 million taels of silver. It was anonymous, and it would be signed by the owner. 10 million taels of silver for a storage bag. This was a good harvest. So. Lin Fei did not have a key to the treasury door. The previous key was different. Under the baleful black saber, no matter how sturdy the door was, it could not withstand the sharpness of the blade. Wow! Inside the treasury, there was a huge warehouse. The first thing that entered his sight was the shiny gold. There were at least a few thousand taels of gold. Other than that, there were mountains of ores, armors, and weapons on both sides. All of them were top-notch goods. I've struck gold. Lin Fei was not interested in anything else. He accepted the large pile of gold without hesitation. As for the other things, he would leave them for the Lin family. Equipping them would increase his strength to a whole new level. The Black Wind stronghold had really robbed a lot of things. Lin Fei was full of interest as he looked around. Because there were 3 treasures earlier, the discovery of the treasury later did not have much impact. Outside the Black Wind stronghold, the battle had already ended. Under the surprise attack of the Black Armor Guards, no one from the Black Wind stronghold escaped. They were all killed. Right now, everyone was busy collecting the loot. Zhao Yong immediately arranged for people to move the things down there. Yes, sir. When everyone saw the things in the treasury and the millions of taels of silver, they all revealed an excited expression. Lin Fei was also paying attention to them. Young Master, mighty. Young Master, mighty. The Black Armor Guards couldn't help but shout. The infamous Black Wind stronghold was destroyed by them just like that. Everything was done by the young master. Everyone gets 5,000 taels of silver. What happened today is not to be spread. Zhao Yong said excitedly. Young master, don't worry. If that bastard dares to speak nonsense, I will skin him alive. Lin Fei believed that the Black Armor Guards would not spread the news. Zhang Qian, you did well. Zhang Qian handed over a satisfactory proof of his loyalty. Lin Fei was very satisfied. If it wasn't for Zhang Qian, it would have been impossible to destroy the Black Wind stronghold. They wouldn't even have been able to find their hiding place. It could be said that Zhang Qian had helped him a lot this time. Not only did his strength increase by 2 small realms, the rewards were also unimaginable. Thank you for the praise, Master. This is what I should do. Zhang Qian said in a low voice. The Black Wind stronghold was destroyed in an instant. Even the leader of the Black Wind stronghold was dead. Lin Fei was more powerful than he had imagined. You know what to do about the mine, right? Zhang Qian nodded like a chick pecking rice. Master, don't worry. No one will suspect Master for this matter. Lin Fei believed that Zhang Qian would not disappoint him. After settling the matter, Lin Fei looked for Captain Zhao Yong. Young master, you were looking for me? Zhao Yong was counting the spoils of war. How many days has my father been away? Zhao Yong did not understand. After thinking for a while, he said, 18 days. Lin Fei thought, it's been 18 days. No wonder Black Wind was so sure. There are 21 days left. There should be enough time. I'll leave the matters of the Black Wind stronghold to you. Young master is going out for a while. I'll be back in 7 days. Zhao Yong did not dare to ask what the young master was going to do. Lin Fei was usually a joker. He had killed experts at the 9th level of the martial path in front of them. They admired him so much that they would not dare to question him. Moreover, everyone had obtained a lot of benefits today. Young master, don't worry. No matter what danger it is, I will definitely wait for you to return. Zhao Yong patted his chest and promised. Lin Fei nodded and turned to leave. Black Wind Cliff was 3,000 li away from Guiyuan City. It was a place with few people. It was not far, but it was not near either. 3 days was more than enough for a horse that could travel 1,000 li in a day. After leaving the Black Wind stronghold, Lin Fei went straight to Black Wind Cliff. Time waits for no man. Lin Fei did not know why his cheap father would go to Black Wind Cliff. He heard that he was going to retrieve something, but he did not know what it was. In the lush forest, Lin Fei flew past. Wings of the wind. In a 3,000 li distance, Lin Fei had to thoroughly understand the wings of the wind in order to buy time. If he was late by even a day, everything would be in vain. Without his cheap father, who was a Xian expert, the Lin family did not have the strength to resist. As for becoming a Xian expert himself, Lin Fei did not consider it for the time being. Breaking through to the 9th level of the martial path required 8 million experience points. If converted into reputation points, it would be nothing more than 1,000 reputation points. However, this breakthrough required the completion of a system mission. The mission was random. If he wanted to become a Xian expert in the shortest time possible, Lin Fei was temporarily powerless. Congratulations to player Lin Fei, you have successfully cultivated the wings of the wind. A cool feeling spread, and his body trembled as if he had comprehended something. What a powerful flying cultivation technique. No wonder everyone wants to learn flying cultivation techniques. As expected of a flying cultivation technique, the wings of the wind was very mysterious. It could be said to be domineering, but it was not domineering at all. The first realm of the flowing wind movement technique was faster than the average person. Facing the wings of the wind, the difference between a child and an adult was incomparable. To learn the wings of the wind, there was a prerequisite, and that was to have an understanding of the wind. Coincidentally, Lin Fei had a certain understanding of this. Otherwise, he would probably be at a loss and might not even know it in half a month. After discovering the benefits of the wings of the wind, Lin Fei slowed down, striving to comprehend the wings of the wind. Once he comprehended the wings of the wind, the distance of 3,000 li could be shortened by half. With enough pills to support his Xian Qi, a day was enough. The terror of the wings of the wind was unimaginable. That was why Lin Fei could not wait to learn it. Facing 3 Xian experts, Lin Fei was not confident. If he learned the wings of the wind, he would first have an escape ability. No matter how strong the Xian experts were, they might not be able to catch up to his wings of the wind. The wings of the wind had to be learned. The astral dragon tiger protection also had to be learned. The invincible Vajra body was much weaker against Xian experts. The astral dragon tiger protection was a completely different story. Astral energy, Xian Qi into astral energy, defense increased. 1 defense, 1 speed, the success rate increased by 20 to 30%. Chapter 154. At the same time, at the Black Wind Cliff 3,000 miles away. Here, the wind blew, like ghosts wailing and wolves howling. Gray fog filled the air. Looking down from above, this area was as quiet as a dead land. In fact, this place was indeed a dead land. 500 years ago, the Xiantian continent was in chaos. Killings were everywhere. The Black Wind Cliff was such a place. Later, hundreds of thousands of troops fought here. In the end, blood flowed like a river and hundreds of thousands of corpses were piled up everywhere. Since then, the Black Wind Cliff had become a dead land. Few people appeared. A large number of corpses were buried here. The aura of death shrouded the area, gradually forming such a place. If someone below the 8th sky of martial path entered, just the aura of death would be enough to kill without leaving a trace. No one knew how many people died here and became part of it. As a result, outsiders dared not enter again. Over time, the Black Wind Cliff became a forgotten place. Deep in the Black Wind Cliff, there was a lake. Black water was rolling. Fog filled the air. The rolling black fog seemed to be isolated, forming a vacuum zone, separating the Black Lake from the open space. At the lake, there were several people gathered together, fully activating a runes formation not far away. The white light formed an absolute zone. Runes formation was a branch of runes. It occupied an important position in the Xiantian continent. This was also one of the reasons why runes masters were so respected. A powerful runes formation could kill an expert of a higher level, or even several levels. The higher the level of the runes master, the more terrifying the power of the runes formation. For example, a level 10 runes master. Once they used the runes formation, ordinary experts would not dare to provoke them. Low-level runes masters were nothing to be afraid of. High-level runes masters, who were proficient in runes formation, were the most terrifying existence. They could kill people without leaving a trace. The runes formation in front of them was just a level 4 runes formation. The top, middle, and bottom 3 were activated by 5 people. Old Lin, how is the power of the vacuum runes? Not good, right? Zhang Weiyue, dressed in white, laughed. The patriarch of the Zhang clan, an expert at the profound practitioner realm, wore white clothes and was extremely conspicuous within the grey mist. His face was much paler, a sign that he had exhausted too much profound energy. The 3 profound practitioners were Zhang Weiyue of the Zhang clan, Li Zhongtian of the Li clan, and Wu Wenning, who did not belong to any power. Zhang Weiyue, you despicable person. If you have the ability, then fight my father one-on-one and set up the runes formation. What kind of hero are you? Curses could be heard coming from within the formation. The people outside were used to it. After more than 10 days, they had already gotten used to it. Lin Zhentian's vitality has been greatly damaged. I estimate that within 3 days, he will definitely be refined to death by the formation. Li Zhongtian was a big fatty. When he squinted his eyes, one could tell that he was a very shrewd fellow. In fact, Li Zhongtian was indeed not easy to deal with. Brother Li's words should not be wrong. Wu Wenning didn't speak much and remained silent. This was also because of his personality. The 3 of them, along with 2 other rank 3 runes, had spent a lot of effort to deal with Lin Zhentian, and now their wish was finally fulfilled. Once Lin Zhentian was eliminated, the Lin family, which had lost its profound practitioner, would definitely cease to exist. The 2 families would become the 2 major powers of Guiyuan Yuan City. Brother Bai, according to your understanding of the runes formation, how many days can old devil Lin last? Zhang Weiyue asked a person not far away. The person being asked was the rank 3 runes master, Shang Wenkai. He was extremely short and had a wretched look in his eyes. Revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, it was obvious that he was not a good person. 2.5 days, he will definitely die. There is no mistake. Thousands of miles away, a certain person was flying in the air. Behind his shoulders was a pair of mystical wings. They were transparent and white, just like the wings of a large bird. Wings of the wind, so King awesome. After 4 hours of training, Lin Fei had mastered the wings of the wind as he wished. At first, he couldn't control it as he wished, but now he could fly like the wind, his entire body emitting an elegant aura. At the 7th heaven of the martial way, one could condense mystical energy into a shape. The flying technique used mystical energy to condense the wings of the wind. Li Yong used the attributes of the wings of the wind to increase his speed. In less than a moment, he had flown a distance of 300 miles. Right now, I am at the 9th level of the martial Tao. If I reach the mystic realm, I am afraid that the speed of the wings of the wind will be even faster. Lin Fei thought. Faster. Faster. Not enough, not enough. Faster. Under the wings of the wind, Lin Fei turned into a white shadow and his speed was pushed to the limit. For the first time, he experienced that this kind of fast flying was comparable to racing. Both were the performance of increasing the speed to the limit. Within an hour, flying a few hundred miles was not a problem. For the time being, Lin Fei needed to rest while rushing. He couldn't replenish his mystical energy. Mystic realm cultivators were different. Mystical energy could be replenished from heaven and earth. 1 day later, Lin Fei rushed through the night, crossing a distance of 3,000 miles. It was almost impossible for a martial artist at the 9th level of the martial Tao to complete such a long sprint. However, Lin Fei did it. On top of a mountain, Lin Fei was gasping for breath. Under such a desperate rush, he had almost exhausted all his mystical energy. He was as tired as an ox. Panting. Panting. I really can't work so hard next time. Thinking that he was about to collapse, Lin Fei didn't know how he survived. Black Wind Cliff should be in this area. Lin Fei lay on the grass and looked at the night sky. He took out some dry food and silently recovered his mystical energy. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for successfully learning the Celestial Dragon Tiger Protection. The Celestial Dragon Tiger Protection was easier to learn than the Wings of the Wind. The Wings of the Wind required a certain level of comprehension, but the Celestial Dragon Tiger Protection did not need to be comprehended. 2 hours later, Lin Fei sat up like a carp and recovered 70 to 80% of his mystical energy. It was time to cultivate the Celestial Dragon Tiger Protection. After the system gave him the understanding, Lin Fei followed the path to circulate his mystical energy. In theory, there should be no mistakes. Roar. Following the path, a faint sound came to his ears. Tiger roar? This was Lin Fei's first time cultivating the Celestial Dragon Tiger Protection. He didn't know much about it and didn't know the power of the Celestial Dragon Tiger Protection. This set of Celestial Dragon Tiger Protection, with the dragon on the left and the tiger on the right, had a special meaning. Lin Fei calmed his mind and circulated the path of the Celestial Dragon Tiger Protection again. If someone were to look at it from the outside, they would definitely notice something extraordinary. The Celestial Dragon Tiger Protection had a domineering golden dragon swimming above and a tiger roaring below, swimming between the Celestial Dragon Tiger Protection. It was extremely mysterious. This is the Celestial Dragon Tiger Protection? Feeling the changes inside and outside, another feeling emerged in Lin Fei's mind. It was a very mysterious feeling. The system said that when the Celestial Dragon Tiger Protection is cultivated to greater mastery, the Celestial Dragon Tiger Protection will have extraordinary power like a dragon and a tiger. I wonder if it's true. Although he didn't know the specific defensive capabilities, there was one thing he didn't have to doubt. The Celestial Dragon Tiger Protection was much stronger than ordinary Celestial Dragon Tiger Protection. At the very least, ordinary Celestial Dragon Tiger Protection lacked a sense of thickness, like an armor. After a few hours of cultivation, with the Celestial Dragon Tiger Protection, Lin Fei could basically control it. If he wanted to cultivate the Celestial Dragon Tiger Protection to greater mastery, it wasn't that there was no way. The only way was to continuously fight and use the battle to increase the strength of the Celestial Dragon Tiger Protection. The morning sun slowly rose, and the morning sun shone on Lin Fei. Huff. Lin Fei let out a long breath. After cultivating for a few hours yesterday, he had finally grasped the Celestial Dragon Tiger Protection. It was time to find his father's whereabouts. Although he didn't know the general location, there was one thing that could help him find the target's general location. Sin Points. With the activation of the Sin Points branch, Lin Fei had the right to detect the Sin Points within a certain range. As he wasn't strong, the detection range was limited to 100 miles. There were 3 profound practitioners and 2 runes masters, so the Sin Points shouldn't be too low. Detect Sin Points. I can't find what you're looking for. Sure enough, it was a desolate place. Taking out the map and comparing the location, Lin Fei opened the wings of the wind behind him and flew out in a streak of white light. I don't believe that I can't find their whereabouts. Investigate. 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 Hard work pays off. 4 hours later, the system responded. Male, 30 years old, sin value 3000, southeast direction. Male, 42 years old, evil value 4300, southeast direction. Male, 71 years old, crime value 13,000, southeast direction. Male, 56 years old, crime value 16,000, southeast direction. What a guy. 13,000 sin points. He must be a profound practitioner. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. He wanted nothing more than to kill this experienced boss on the spot. However, when he remembered that the other party was a profound practitioner, he decided to take things slow. Lin Fei was more or less surprised that Black Wind Sin points had reached 10,000, while their profound practitioners only had 13 or 4,000. After thinking about it, he realized that the higher the level, the harder it was to increase his sin value, right? It was like playing a game. killing people and getting cursed, but not every time. It depended on chance, and it seemed to be the case now. 14,000, 16,000, they were all experience points. In the southeast direction. Lin Fei no longer flew at high altitudes, fearing that he would bump into them. That would truly be disastrous. What a dense black fog. Lin Fei hesitated, but he still went in. As soon as he entered the black wind cliff, death chi covered the sky, as if it wanted to corrode Lin Fei. This is corpse chi. It actually has a corrosive effect. Lin Fei's heart tightened, and he activated his astral energy to protect himself. It was not the Heavenly Dipper Dragon Tiger armor, but an ordinary one. After activating his astral energy, the corpse chi could not break through his defense. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced. If he had not chosen to exchange experience points, he would have been dead for sure. Fortunately, he was lucky. The Black Wind Cliff was indeed not an ordinary place. In his heart, he was puzzled as to why his cheap father would come to such a place. A moment later, Lin Fei returned to normal. He looked at the sky full of gray fog, which was extremely disadvantageous to him. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Soul power. Soul power could be used to attack enemies, and it could also be used to scout the surroundings. Lin Fei tried to extend his soul power, and when he reached a distance of 50 zhang, he could no longer extend it. He knew that he had reached his limit, but he was not disappointed. Instead, he gained another way to scout with his soul. Chapter 155. P.S. Thank you, Resident Evil Terminator, Flying Wings, Shatter the Dark Knight, 3 tips. Yesterday, I wanted to wait until midnight, but my body was uncomfortable. Sorry, after a few days, I will definitely break out and let everyone have a good look. Damn, he really knows how to choose a place, making me go around in circles. I have to remember this. After 6 hours, Lin Fei came to the depths of Black Wind Cliff, thanks to the leveling up system and the guidance of the Sin value. To be honest, this place was really difficult to find, almost in the depths of Black Wind Cliff. There were few people, corpse energy ran rampant, a deadly place, anyone who came would die. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A few hundred feet away. Lin Fei hid behind a boulder, confirming the number of people, no more, no less. There were exactly 5. 3 profound practitioners, 2 level 3 runes masters. Lin Fei was furious. A bunch of bastards, they really dared to make a move on my cheap father, don't know what's good for them, bastards. Lin Fei was angry because the dignified profound practitioners secretly played dirty tricks, completely disregarding the dignity of the strong. If it was spread out, he would be laughed at to death. What should I do? After venting his emotions, Lin Fei did not think of a good solution. Because it was in Black Wind Cliff, corpse energy ran rampant, outsiders rarely came here, no doubt it was the best place to destroy corpses. 3 profound practitioners joined hands. This would require a huge exchange of benefits. In his memory, there was almost no information about his cheap father, except for a domineering face. From the current situation, it could be seen that his cheap father's strength was tyrannical, seemed to be able to suppress 3 profound practitioners, otherwise they would not use the embarrassing method of besieging him. Looking at them, they should be in the final critical moment. Lin Fei frowned, his eyebrows knitted, realizing the seriousness of the matter. Facing 3 profound practitioners, Lin Fei did not dare to rashly go up. Once they made a move, it would be very easy to kill him. If the 3 of them made a move, there would be nothing left. Let's observe again. Lin Fei liked to do things in a foolproof manner. He did not like to alert the enemy. In the bushes in front of him, there weren't 3 little snakes, but 3 profound practitioner bosses. When the boss got angry, Lin Fei's small arms and legs could not move at all. He wasn't even enough to be killed in an instant. Calm down and let the bullets fly for a while more. 2 hours later. Lin Fei's eyes revealed a smile. I finally found a way. After 2 hours of observation and analysis, he had a rough understanding of the current situation through the investigation in the virtual world. If he wanted to save his cheap father, the key was the runes array. The runes formation before him was a grade 4 runes formation, the Thousand Extinction formation. It was the simplest of all the runes formations, and it was a piece of cake for it to encircle and kill profound practitioners. This Thousand Extinction formation was activated by 3 profound practitioners at the same time, so it was undoubtedly not the real Thousand Extinction formation. Its power was far from what was described. The Thousand Extinction formation used the internal runes and Xian Qi to activate it, mercilessly refining it to death. Bastards, I'll make you suffer later. There was no one else who had the guts to curse 3 profound practitioners at the same time. Inheriting the perfect runes technique, Lin Fei only had a smattering of knowledge about runes formations. It was fine if he didn't understand, but don't forget about the virtual world and the powerful runes teacher. It was precisely because of the runes teacher's help that Lin Fei had a clear understanding of the runes formation before him. If it was the perfect Thousand Extinction formation, Lin Fei wouldn't be able to break it. This formation was different. It didn't inherit the power of the true Thousand Extinction formation, or else it wouldn't need 21 days. If it was the true Thousand Extinction formation, once it was activated, profound practitioners would die. I hope my cheap father can hold back a profound practitioner. The place was filled with corpse energy. A certain someone appeared and disappeared, using the characteristic of the corpse energy to conceal his aura. He was calm, but his expression was solemn. Fortunately, my strength has increased by 2 levels. Runes formations are really hard to make. I almost died of exhaustion. Lin Fei muttered. He straightened his body, and a white light flashed on the ground, as if it had never existed. After taking a deep breath, Lin Fei disappeared again, leaving no trace. 2 hours later. At the original place, Lin Fei leaned against a huge rock. On the gravel ground, a level 8 demonic beast, Blood Demon, was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Apart from its aura, it couldn't move at all. Its blood-red eyes were filled with fear. Everything was ready. Blood Demon, don't you like to drink blood? There's delicious fresh blood waiting for you in front. Lin Fei gently stroked the Blood Demon. The Blood Demon's body trembled like a woman who had been ravaged. My lord, there's a change in the formation. I think old Lin can't take it anymore. Bai Shi, who had his eyes closed, revealed a single eye that was cold and gloomy. Bai Shi, a level 3 runes teacher, only had one eye, and it was all thanks to the Lin family. The blood feud was irreconcilable. Brother Bai's words are equivalent to mine. Shang Wenkai also opened his eyes, agreeing with Bai Shi's words. After 20 days, the 3 profound practitioners could finally heave a sigh of relief. This old Lin is really hard to deal with. Zhang Guiyue's face flashed with a hint of relief. In our Gue Yuan city, besides the city lord, no one is a match for old Lin in a one-on-one fight. Now that he's about to die in our hands, there's nothing more exciting than this. Old Lin is indeed a genius with the strength of a mid-stage profound practitioner. If the 3 of us hadn't relied on the Thousand Extremes formation to set up the trap in advance, we might have been defeated by him one by one. I really don't know how he cultivated to such a level. The 3 of them were a little excited. A mid-stage profound practitioner was finally going to die in their hands. Old Lin, did you hear that? You, a mid-stage profound practitioner, is finally going to die in this desolate place. This day next year will be your Memorial Day. No, probably no one will know that you died in this place. There won't even be a single person to pay their respects to. Zhang Guiyue and the other 2 laughed loudly. With old Lin's death, the huge Lin family would lose its support. The distribution of large amounts of resources would create 2 great families with absolute power. Within the runes formation, white bones were scattered all over the place. The pale color of the bones was that of a person who had just died. It was incompatible with the surroundings. Father. A weak voice came from a tall and sturdy man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. At this moment, the man was on the verge of death. Beside the man was a middle-aged man in black clothes. He also had a square face. His eyebrows were like long blades, his eyes were bright and full of expression, and he emitted a dignified aura. At this moment, the middle-aged man's clothes were dyed red with blood. One of his left arms was hanging down. It was obvious that it was broken. This person was none other than Lin Fei's father, Lin Jintian. Lin Jintian was just like his name. His entire body emitted a domineering pressure. Little Xiao, I'm sorry. A dignified, profound practitioner was trapped here. Besides his eldest son, all his subordinates had been turned into bones, and he himself was heavily injured. All of this was because of one thing, and it led to this outcome. Lin Jintian's eyes flashed with a hint of determination. The weak man was Lin Fei's eldest brother, Lin Xiao, who was at the 8th level of the martial path. You can't blame father for this. They are too despicable. Little Xiao, listen carefully. Don't speak. Lin Jintian said. The last attack of the 1,000 Despair Formation is about to arrive. Father will break it. Use the 1,000-mile talisman and return to the Lin family. Then, take your clansmen and leave Gue Yuan City. Father, you can't do this. Lin Xiao struggled. He knew very well how powerful the 1,000 Despair Formation was. His father wanted to use self-destruction to send him away. He hated himself for being so weak that he could not help his father. Lin Jintian sternly scolded, remember, from now on, you are the future patriarch of the Lin family. The hope of the family rests on your shoulders, and the patriarch must act like a patriarch. Don't forget to take your third brother away. The 1,000 Despair Formation was so powerful that Lin Jintian could only explode his dantian to fight for a chance for his son. The 1,000 Despair Formation was so powerful that even a mid-stage profound practitioner like him could not break it. There's a change. Just as Lin Jintian was mobilizing his remaining strength and preparing to self-destruct, there was a commotion outside. The rune's formation could trap Lin Jintian, but it could not block the movements outside. As a mid-stage profound practitioner, he was very sensitive to the movements around him. Lin Jintian could not help but be surprised. There was indeed a commotion outside. A rank 8 demonic beast blood demon charged in from the outside. As mentioned before, the corpse aura could block the outside, but it did not mean that it could block the demonic beast. The blood demon charged at the 2 runes masters as soon as it entered. In order to activate the formation, the 2 runes masters could not move to avoid affecting the operation of the runes formation. The 1,000 Despair Formation was barely set up by the 2 runes masters, which was why they needed to operate it personally. If it was the real 1,000 Despair Formation, once it was set up, there would be no need for runes masters to operate it. Damn, why did the blood demon come in? Shang Wenkai exclaimed. Not good, the blood demon wants to suck human blood. Bai Shi said. The 2 of them did not practice martial arts, so their martial arts strength was not high. They specialized in runes, so their bodies were relatively weak. Activate. Bai Shi hurriedly took out a runes from his runes bag and shouted, Go to hell. Boom. A large fireball with a long tail smashed into the blood demon like a meteor. The blood demon was sent flying, smashing a large pit. Bai Shi's martial arts strength was only at the 5th firmament. Facing a blood demon at the 8th firmament of the martial path, he would definitely die. He specialized in runes, so his body was weak. He had to attack from a distance. Not good. Zhang Weiyue and the others immediately knew that it was not good. Demonic beasts could not enter Black Wind Cliff, but the blood demon was the only exception. The corpse aura would not affect them much. Sometimes, they would even encounter blood demons. They did not expect the blood demon to come here. AO. As a rank 8 demonic beast, the blood demon's defense was extremely strong. A large fireball seemed to have smashed out, but the damage was not great. What they did not know was that the blood demon was easily angered and entered a berserk state. Unfortunately, the blood demon was already abused by Lin Fei. Now, he was being abused by someone else. Did he really think that he was a pushover? He was very unhappy. The blood demon decisively entered a berserk state. In a berserk state, the blood demon's body swelled. His blood-red eyes carried endless violence and shot directly at Bai Shi. Ah, so uncomfortable. Bai Shi could not withstand the violent impact and spat out a mouthful of blood. Under normal circumstances, the violent impact would not cause any damage. Don't forget that controlling the runes array was very taxing on the mind. Under the berserk state of the blood demon, he was finally injured. Brother Wu, we can't split ourselves. Please kill the blood demon. If the two runes masters died, the 1,000 isolation array would lose its effect. Once the tiger returned to the mountain, there would be big trouble. The blood demon in a berserk state was not something that two runes masters could deal with. One of the three of them had to kill the blood demon. Wu Wenting nodded lightly, understanding the importance of runes masters. Chapter 156. P.S. Today is the last day of the monthly ticket. If you like this book, please cast a monthly ticket to comfort your empty heart. I will try my best to write it well. The profound practitioner attacked in anger. Naturally, the prestige was not a problem. He was determined to teach the level 8 demon beast a lesson. Finger of destruction. A deathly stillness pervaded the entire space. It was so oppressive that people could not breathe. They could not help but feel fear and all kinds of negative emotions. In the void, a 10-meter-long black finger whizzed out. Boom! A casual finger from a profound practitioner had unimaginable power. Bastard, this is the result. Bai Shi said hatefully. He could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. The stone hanging in his heart was lifted. To be honest, the blood demon rushed towards him. He was afraid that he would become a dead soul under the claws. It was not worth it. If Wu Wenting attacked, the blood demon would definitely die. A finger from a profound practitioner was enough to kill a mere level 8 demon beast like the blood demon. Roar! The blood demon let out a miserable cry. It was not killed as expected. A brown halo burst out from its body and surrounded its entire body. It was like a layer of armor. It was very beautiful. Wu Wenting's finger caused the blood demon more pain than anything else, which fueled its berserk aura. The blood demon's body, which had been crouching down, was only pushed back a little. The blood demon opened its jaws again and bit down at the now relaxed Bai Shi. Master Bai, dodge. Everyone was surprised and could not help but curse. Who was such a bastard to put an earth armor talisman on the blood demon? What a scam. They all recognized the yellow halo just now. It was a level 3 runes earth armor talisman. It had the characteristics of the earth and was extremely strong in defense. Bai Shi was stunned. A stench came and he almost fainted. He was scared out of his wits and did not know how to dodge. Damn, who is so wicked? The blood demon bit down. Bai Shi's body was weak. He could only watch as the bloody mouth came down and his head was bitten off. He was about to take out his runes, but he froze. A level 3 runes master probably did not expect to die in the mouth of a level 8 demon beast. Bai Shi died just like that. A level 3 runes master died in the mouth of a demon beast. Not good, kill the blood demon quickly. Zhang Wuyue's face darkened as he realized that the situation was far from good. A blood demon covered in earth armor talismans. Wasn't this deliberately trying to kill him? Zhang Wuyue wished he could skin this blood demon alive. A level 3 runes master had died just like that. Without the control of the 1,000 terminal formation, its power was greatly reduced. A blood demon with runes appeared here. They could not help but wonder if there was a powerful runes master in Black Wind Cliff. They were well aware of how powerful a runes master was. If they were to encounter a dual runes master, the outcome would be tragic. This blood demon that appeared out of nowhere was most likely the pet of a certain runes master. A level 8 demon beast was not strong, but it could be used as a guard. The origin of the demonic beast flashed through his mind. The most important thing now was to kill the blood demon. Bastard, die for me. The one who felt the most humiliated was Wu Wenting. A level 8 demon beast was nothing in their eyes. They could kill it with a finger. He had lost face because of this, and his face was terrifyingly gloomy. As a dignified Xian cultivator, he could not even kill a level 8 demon beast. How sullen. How would the other two think that if he did not kill the blood demon, he would be useless? Wu Wenning was filled with hatred. He would be defeated by a demon beast. After biting Bai Shi to death, the blood demon used the rainbow water trick. The blood turned into a rainbow and was sucked clean. Bai Shi's body shriveled up and became a mummy. It seemed like a gust of wind would turn it into ashes. Roar, roar, roar. The blood demon was excited. The blood of a rune's master was indeed delicious. He looked at the other rune's master. Like a man seeing a beautiful woman, he could not wait to rush forward. This guy also understood that the person just now was powerful and did not dare to attack. Shang Wenkai broke out in a cold sweat. Bai Shi had died just like that, becoming a mummy. He did not want to end up like this even if he was beaten to death. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing was the best. Of course, killing people was good, but once one was dead, there was nothing left. Seeing the stench of blood assaulting his nostrils, Shang Wenkai could no longer sit still. How could he care so much? Preserving his life was more important. He hated that rune's master to death. If looks could kill, that rune's master would have died 100 times over. The worst thing was that runes could not be used indiscriminately. Even he himself could not bear to use a level 3 rune's master. Yet, a blood demon covered in level 3 runes was really F*King cheating. Thus, Shang Wenkai rolled on the ground. His heart was still unsettled. He fished out a talisman, slapped it on his body, and quickly ran outside. Next time, he must train his body. While running, Shang Wenkai felt the need to train his body. Luckily, he had brought along a godly tool for running, the teleportation talisman. Otherwise, he would have been done for. At this moment, Shang Wenkai finally understood one thing. A technical geek without a healthy body was a tragedy. Shang Wenkai, what are you doing? Zhang Wuyue and Li Zhongtian were both flustered and exasperated. They could not wait to slap Shang Wenkai to death. Why were you running at such a crucial moment? If you ran, what use would the 1,000 Absolutes formation be? Only an idiot would not. Shang Wenkai turned around. Before he could finish the word run, hundreds and thousands of frost arrows were shot out from the gray fog. The cold air sealed off all his escape routes. Shang Wenkai hesitated for a moment, and his entire body was instantly pierced by the frost arrows like a hedgehog. With a look of disbelief, he too would die one day. With a thud, he fell to the ground. Shang Wenkai was dead again. He died from a sneak attack. At the same time, the blood demon was sent flying by Wu Wenting's palm. Just as he was about to kill the blood demon, he heard a noise. He subconsciously turned around and saw the scene of Shang Wenkai being sneak attacked. Not good. Shang Wenkai was dead. With the death of Bai Shi, the 1,000 Absolutes formation could barely be maintained. Now that Shang Wenkai was dead as well, the 1,000 Absolutes formation would collapse by itself when the spirit he left behind disappeared. This meant that all their efforts would have been in vain. Ah, my pitiful little monster. Who dared to do such a thing to you? I will avenge you. I will make them die a horrible death. The earth armor talisman on the blood demon that was sent flying shattered. His entire body was in a sorry state. He limped over, causing them to not dare to move recklessly. He's not dead. Wu Wenning knew that the palm strike just now could kill a martial artist at the 9th level of the martial path. However, it could not kill a blood demon. It could only destroy the runes outside. Therefore, one thing was certain. The other party was a powerful runes master. He was at least a level 4 or 5 runes master in the profound realm. Bai Shi and Shang Wenkai were all level 3 runes masters. Unfortunately, they were not profound realm runes masters. Otherwise, they would not have been completely annihilated by a blood demon. Once they reached the profound realm, the physical body of a runes master could be strengthened. Coupled with the methods of runes, martial artists would not dare to offend them easily. The three of them were all at the early stage of the profound realm. Their hearts could not help but thump. Why did the other party come out? The 1,000 extinction array needed a certain amount of time to be activated. They did not dare to retract their power easily. Otherwise, they would be seriously injured. This time, the situation was really bad. You dare to attack little monster. Come down and repent. The person in the gray fog did not dare to give them any time to explain. It should be said that he was stalling for time. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of the void attacked. A large number of runes flew out from the gray fog. Countless large fireballs, large hailstones, black boulders, all rushed towards them. They were profound realm experts after all. It was not that they had never seen runes masters in action. There were no less than 20 attacks in front of them. They smashed over without any regard for their lives. They covered the sky and covered the earth. The corpse aura was instantly evaporated. What a joke. What kind of runes master was this? Runes that did not belong to the family were smashed out. Brother Wu, quickly block it. Only with the strength of the three of us can we defeat this runes master. If they were given a bit of time, they might be able to contend against a rune master. But once they were injured, facing a rune master who didn't care about money, they couldn't help but shiver. As expected, runes masters could not be offended. Even a blood demon could use the tiger's might. It was infuriating. Wu Wenting did not hesitate. If the lips were gone, the teeth would be interdependent. He understood this principle. If the three of them worked together, they would have a certain chance of winning. If they were seriously injured, and they were in the Black Wind Cliff, it would be difficult for them to escape death. He did not think that he could defeat a runes master. The three of them had to work together. What they lacked now was time. He had to make full use of it. Runes masters were the strong enemies. Giant wood shield. Wu Wenting appeared in front with a runes in his hand. It was the level 4 runes that he had always treated as a treasure, the giant wood shield known for its invincible defense. In order to block the attacks of so many runes, he had to spend some capital. These level 4 runes were treated like treasures. It was heart-wrenching to use them in this place. This giant wood shield could not be used in vain. He had to get back at them. Activate. After the infusion of innate mystic chi, a green wood shield that was more than 10 feet in size appeared out of thin air. It was densely packed with branches, like dry tree bark, exuding an ancient aura. It blocked in front of Wu Wenting. Zhang Weiyue and Li Zhongtian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This time, they had suffered heavy losses. They had to properly reason with this runes master. Boom, boom, boom. Wu Wenting was indeed worried. What if he could not block it? Level 3 runes were already so powerful. What about attack runes? He had no confidence. However, when the attack landed on the green wood shield, supported by innate mystic chi, there was no fluctuation at all. The power was not as powerful as he had imagined. What was going on? Old thing, have a taste of my power. Behind Wu Wenting, a black shadow appeared. With a wave of his hand, a few runes were thrown out. The target was Zhang Weiyue and Li Zhongtian. How did he get past them? Brother Zhang, Brother Li, we've been tricked. This guy is a level 3 runes master. He's not a level 4 or 5 runes master. Zhang Weiyue and Li Zhongtian were scared half to death. They thought that they had encountered a mystic realm runes master and were at a loss of what to do. When they heard this, they could not help but be furious. Someone dared to lie to them. Seeing the runes flying towards them, the two did not even think about why they did not release their attacks. They raised their hands and shot out innate mystic chi. Someone in the distance grinned. Explode. Rumble. Ah, this is a runes bomb. Chapter 157. The three mystic realm experts were in a daze. Damn it, what's going on? A loud rumbling sound rang out, covering the entire vacuum zone. Fortunately, this was the Black Wind Cliff. Even if there was a commotion, no one would know, unless someone happened to pass by this place. Even if someone passed by, they would not have the guts to approach. To be honest, a few runes bombs were extremely powerful. It was equivalent to throwing a few bombs, and it could kill people. The runes bombs were made by Lin Fei. One could imagine how powerful they were. The shockingly powerful explosion caused a huge earthquake on the spot. The huge area was in the middle of the shockwave. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere. The runes bombs were powerful by themselves, and they formed a chain reaction. Wave after wave of explosions followed. If they could block the first wave of attacks, the second wave would follow and kill them. Somewhere in the dark, someone was in a good mood. How dare you plot against my cheap father? If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll think you're the king of the world. Lin Fei was rather displeased, and he wanted to teach them a lesson. From the blood demon's attack to the runes bombs, this series of actions was all done by Lin Fei. I wonder what will happen when the runes bombs are dropped. Mystic realm experts were different from martial Dao experts. They could absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth. Even if they were injured, they could recover quickly. The yuan qi of heaven and earth could repair the body at all times. Although the process was not fast, it was at least automatic. Lin Fei was not confident that the runes bombs could kill them. If he became a level 5 runes master, he could easily kill them with the perfect runes bombs. His only hope now was to break the 1000 extinction formation. Theoretically, without the control of the 2 runes masters, the remaining spiritual power would not be able to hold on under the explosion of the runes bombs. At the same time, it could severely injure 2 mystic realm experts. This was the reason why he had created a diversion earlier. Lin Fei was glad that he had killed Sang Imo, the runes master, and obtained the runes bombs. That way, he could have a chance to break the runes formation. Otherwise, he could only watch helplessly. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. The heavens were helping him. One blood demon finishing off 2 runes masters was better than the previous situation. He had planned to kill one before forcefully killing the other. In the end, the runes division became timid before the battle even started. They deserved to die in his hands. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with the overall plan. Everything was under control. The explosion lasted for 10 breaths of time. The earth trembled and dust flew everywhere. The corpse aura that had been isolated outside once again enveloped this area. The corpses of the 2 runes masters had turned into a pile of white bones under the corpse chi. It was abnormally glaring. Not far away, there was a large crater from the explosion, proving how powerful the explosion was. The surroundings were even more full of potholes. No one would have thought that they would end up like this. They're out. Zhong Zhang's loud and clear voice carried a trace of regret after surviving a disaster. Brother Wu, quickly stop old Ghost Lin. You must not let him return, or else he will definitely become a disaster. Soon after, Zhang Wuyue coughed. It was obvious that his injuries weren't light. In fact, the 2 profound practitioner experts had indeed suffered a serious blow. They couldn't be distracted while controlling the runes formation. They lacked that bit of time and were unknowingly ambushed. Both of them were profound practitioner experts, but they still couldn't withstand the consecutive explosions. A single runes bomb wouldn't have much of an impact, but a few together would have a different effect. More importantly, they had been here for too long, and all their thoughts and spirit were focused on it. The sudden attack, and the runes bomb, happened to be at close range. It would be good if they didn't die from the explosion, but injuries were inevitable. Only one person was surprised, and that was Wu Wenting. At the moment of the explosion, Wu Wenting avoided the impact and only suffered minor injuries. He was far less seriously injured than Zhang Wuyue and Li Zhongtian. The 2 were hit by the runes bomb head-on, and even their innate gang qi couldn't withstand it. Innate gang qi was above ordinary gang qi, and its defense was about 70% stronger. Finger of destruction. At such a close distance, Wu Wenting was in a sorry state. He couldn't kill a blood demon in front of everyone, and he was hit by a diversion. Then, he was hit by the rune's bomb. If it was anyone else, they would be too ashamed to show their face, and they would want to dig a hole in the ground and hide in it. Hearing this, Enchanting finally found a place to vent his anger. With a wave of his hand, he attacked with the finger of destruction, wanting to kill his opponent in one breath. Enchanting, who had just broken out of the seal, was in doubt and disbelief. Azure Dragon Capturing Hand. After being trapped for 20 days, Enchanting was abnormally weak, and his innate Xian Qi was almost depleted. In a hurry, he used the secret art of the Lin family to fight. One fought hastily, while the other wanted to kill to vent his anger. The difference was obvious. The Azure Dragon Capturing Hand barely formed a shadow. The dragon might wasn't strong, and it couldn't be said to be powerful. Facing the full force of the finger, the Azure Dragon was torn into pieces, and the finger fell. At this critical moment, a void shield instantly appeared and blocked this sure-kill attack. The shield shattered with a kahwala sound and landed on Enchanting's chest, causing him to vomit blood as he was sent flying. Go! Coincidentally, at this moment, a black figure flew out of thin air, grabbing left and right as if it was something in a bag. Wu Wenting flew into a rage when his killing finger missed. Where do you think you're going? The Xian cultivator was a Xiantian expert, and he flew over with killing intent. Brother Zhang, I'll go stop them first. This was the best method. Once Enchanting, who was in the middle stage of the Xian realm, returned, they would be in big trouble even if they worked together. Brother Wu, go first. We'll catch up later. We'll make that bastard pay. Zhang Weiyue gritted his teeth. His body was in tatters, and his wounds were bleeding non-stop. If he hadn't reached the Xian realm, he might have died here due to the loss of blood. The two of them could only try their best to suppress their injuries. They had suffered such a huge loss at the hands of the rune's master. If they didn't take revenge, they wouldn't be able to raise their heads. The rune's master who had secretly interfered had caused them to fail at the last moment. Killing one's parents and stealing one's wealth was unforgivable. You're pretty fast. Do you think you can hide from me in Black Wind Cliff? I'll make sure you die a horrible death later. Wu Wenting was a Xiantian expert, and he could fly. With the replenishment of the heaven and earth Yuan Qi, his speed wasn't slow at all, and he could maintain it for a long time. He didn't have to worry about the two burdens escaping his sight. At the same time, a few miles away from the scene of the explosion. Good, we've finally lured one away. Blood demon, we'll have to trouble you again this time. Lin Fei walked out from the darkness and looked in one direction. The aura gradually disappeared from his perception. Thank you for saving me. I'll definitely repay you in the future. Enchanting's chest was hit by a finger. Even though he had resisted for a while, his injuries weren't light. Coupled with his previous injuries, his injuries were severe, and he was on the verge of collapsing. Take this pill first. Lin Fei took out the pill. This wasn't an Xiantian pill. It cost 50 reputation points for a recovery pill. In online games, it was used to replenish one's health, and was equivalent to a Jinshuang medicine. Enchanting didn't know why, but he felt a familiar aura from the other party. He subconsciously took the pill and swallowed it. His expression changed, and his injuries changed. Could it be a miraculous pill? Who was this person? Why would he give such a precious miraculous pill to me? He couldn't think of a reason. Father, are you feeling better? When the black-robed man pulled down his hood, a handsome face was revealed. His gaze was unfamiliar. You're Xiao San, third brother? Lin Xiao was the first to react. As if struck by lightning, his body trembled, and he pointed at Lin Fei with an incredulous expression. Why was his third brother here? Could it be that everything that happened just now? He suspected that he was dreaming. Enchanting hadn't seen his son for 5 years, but when his son appeared in front of him one day, he sensed a trace of unfamiliarity from the other party. This was Xiao Fei? How could this be? Especially in this place. In his memory, Xiao Fei drank, fought, and teased girls. He was a hedonistic son of a rich family. Later on, he caused a huge disaster. Mentioning his son, Lin Jintian had a headache. Was this person really his son? Lin Fei knew that it would be like this. He chuckled, "Big brother, long time no see. You're still as handsome as ever. Third brother, it's really your third brother," Lin Xiao said excitedly. Hearing the familiar voice, the silhouette of his third brother appeared in Lin Xiao's mind. If the person in front of him wasn't his third brother, then who could it be? "Xiao Fei, how's the family?" Lin Jintian only recovered after a long time, and asked a completely unrelated question. 5 years ago, the father and son duo were like a cat and a mouse. One was dignified and had a stern face, while the other was timid and weak. As a result, the two of them rarely spoke. "Everything is fine at home, father doesn't need to worry." Lin Fei felt immense pressure from this father of his. It was no wonder why he had acted in such a manner back then. It had to do with his father's personality. "Father, you should quickly refine the pills and recover some of your strength. Although that person has been lured away by me, he will soon realize that he has been tricked and return. We have to kill the other two before he returns. The Lin clan is not a clan that anyone can bully." Seeing the killing intent in Lin Fei's eyes, Lin Xiao couldn't believe it and opened his mouth wide. His third brother was going to kill a profound practitioner expert. Only Lin Jintian's eyes flashed with a strange light, and he thought to himself, "My son has grown up." If it was in the past, his son would never say such words even if he was beaten to death. Today, 5 years later, his son had changed so much that he almost couldn't recognize him. "You have reached the 9th layer of the martial way," Lin Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. He had been in a state of shock, and now that he had regained his senses, he saw that his son had actually reached the 9th layer of the martial way, and was only a step away from becoming a profound practitioner.